Su Bei stepped into the restroom, his mind clouded, almost like he was caught in a fog. A faint sound drifted from the innermost stall, though it didn't quite register at first. But wait, something felt off. His senses snapped into focus, and a cold realization hit him the school's opening ceremony was about to begin. Normally, the restroom would be packed with students scrambling to avoid the long speeches. But today, it was eerily empty, except for that one stall where someone seemed to be hiding. His gaze shifted, and suddenly he noticed a yellow "Do Not Enter" sign posted at the door. How had he missed that? Before he could even process it, a slight shift in the air behind him made him freeze. Someone was approaching. Instinctively, Su Bei held his breath, keeping his back to whoever was coming, his body tense, but still, this wasn't just any ordinary day. Su Bei moved like a man with nothing to fear, as if that yellow sign ahead was his only concern. But the danger was closing, and he could feel it. Behind him, someone was creeping closer, the faint sound of footsteps, a dead giveaway. This was no random stranger. The timing was too precise, the steps too deliberate. It had to be someone who'd heard him approaching, someone who'd planned this ambush. Su Bei's mind raced as he analyzed the movement. The soft whisper of air this attacker was about his height, maybe just a bit taller, and they were armed. The shimmer of metal slicing through the air was all the warning he needed. The moment arrived, and Su Bei acted. With the kind of precision that only came from experience, or perhaps an uncanny sixth sense's hand shot out, catching the attacker's wrist just as the dagger drew dangerously close to his neck. There was no hesitation. He slid back, his stance low, and with a fluid twist of his body, the attacker was sent crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The masked figure dressed in black, with eerie purple-red eyes peering out from beneath a silver mask was momentarily stunned, the weapon slipping from his grasp as he hit the floor. The noise of his fall echoed, but Su Bei's senses were already on high alert. Footsteps were coming closer from outside, probably staff, responding to the commotion. Before Su Bei could unmask his assailant, the unexpected happened. The figure didn't resist, didn't fight back. Instead, he dissolved into a swirl of black smoke, vanishing into thin air as if he had never been there at all. In a world of twisted fate and powers beyond comprehension, Su Bei, the seemingly weak student with an almost useless ability, finds himself trapped in a bizarre scenario. One moment, he's fighting to stay alive after narrowly dodging an assassin's strike, and the next, he's plunged into a surreal, boundless white space, disoriented and confused. The last thing he remembers is collapsing in a school restroom, unaware that his fate was sealed in the very pages of a manga. But as his surroundings become increasingly alien, Su Bei realizes something shocking. He's been transported into a story where he's destined to die. Yet, he's not dead. He's alive, and with no one else around to challenge him, he decides to make the most of this strange new reality. The rules of the world are set by a narrative, and Su Bei is no longer playing by the book. Instead of waiting for the story to unfold, he takes charge, fabricating a new identity as a mysterious transfer student with an ability that seems to defy the odds. As he manipulates the plot to his advantage, a conspiracy begins to unravel, and Su Bei finds himself entangled in a deadly game, where survival means outwitting the very fate that sought to eliminate him. The stage is set for an unpredictable, thrilling battle where every move could lead to his next big breaker, his ultimate downfall. In the midst of a pure white void, one thing stands out: a table, a chair, and 2 books. Su Bei surveys the space, confirming its emptiness before sitting down and eyeing the books. The first one catches his attention: a manga. On the cover, a black-haired boy, his eyes sharp and unwavering, stands at the center, flanked by a girl with water blue hair and a sealed mouth, and a grinning boy with orange eyes. In the background, other characters fill the scene, all under the title King of Abilities. The title gives him a clue: abilities. These powers are rare, special, and varied in strength. What does it mean for him? Just as he's beginning to understand, the plot pulls him deeper into a world where nothing is quite as it seems, and survival will depend on more than just raw power. He'll need to outsmart the very story itself. Su Bei, a smart and self-aware student with a seemingly useless gear ability, finds himself trapped in a manga world where he's supposed to die in Chapter 1. But thanks to a mysterious twist, he survives and realizes he's in a universe governed by shonen tropes and story logic. Now, he must navigate the Endless Ability Academy, a school for teens with supernatural abilities, by using his wit, acting skills, and knowledge of the genre to turn himself from cannon fodder into a key player. Fabricating a legendary identity with a prophetic destiny gear ability, Su Bei integrates himself with a trio of protagonists: Jiang Tianming, a righteous but grim death summon user; Lan Subing, a mute heiress with word spirit; and Wu Mingbai, a scheming joker with earth element. As Su Bei plays the game, he hides his true motives, keeping a watchful eye on the deadly narrative unfolding, a conspiracy involving mysterious murders, an assassin in smoke, and a cursed fate written into the manga itself. In a world where story logic rules all, Subi Ei, a seemingly weak 16-year-old with a gear ability, wakes up in a manga universe where he was destined to die. Instead of accepting his fate, he decides to rewrite the narrative and survive. Faking a legendary destiny gear ability, he weaves himself into a group of quirky protagonists. Jiang Tianming, a stoic guy with a death summon power. Lan Subing, a mute girl who wields the word spirit. And Wu Mingbai, a cheerful but scheming master of earth element. As the trio uncovers dark secrets in their school, Subi Ei manipulates the plot, staying one step ahead, while secretly working to unravel the mysterious murders and an assassin's looming threat. With every twist, he outwits the story, navigating a path of danger and destiny. Despite his weak ability, Subei's cunning and awareness turn him into the most intriguing character as he tries to avoid the plot that was supposed to seal his doom. Subi Ei never planned to rely on his abilities for a living. After his mother passed away during childbirth and his father died in service 5 years ago, the inheritance was more than enough for him to live comfortably. His plan was simple coast through Class F, graduate, and eventually open a hardware store for an easy life. But fate had other ideas. Before even attending the opening ceremony, he was inexplicably thrust into a space to read manga. Why was he being forced to read this? The plot made no sense until he realized the three protagonists had just awakened their abilities, meaning they were about to get accepted into the Endless Ability Academy. Subei's brow furrowed as he thought about this. The story mirrored his own experience when he was tested for class assignments at the academy. The classes weren't permanent. With mental strength and experience, even the most useless abilities could be enhanced and promoted. Lan Subing, who was initially assigned to Class A, faced a major setback. Despite her word spirit ability, her inability to speak made her request to be moved to Class F. Subi Ei, a smart and self-aware student with a seemingly useless gear ability, finds himself trapped in a manga world where he's supposed to die in Chapter 1. But thanks to a mysterious twist, he survives and realizes he's in a universe governed by shonen tropes and story logic. Now, he must navigate the Endless Ability Academy, a school for teens with supernatural abilities, by using his wit, acting skills, and knowledge of the genre to turn himself from cannon fodder into a key player. Fabricating a legendary identity with a prophetic destiny gear ability, Subi Ei integrates himself with the trio of protagonists: Jiang Tianming, a righteous but grim death summon user, Lan Subing, a mute heiress with word spirit, and Wu Mingbai, a scheming joker with earth element. As Subi Ei plays the game, he hides his true motives, keeping a watchful eye on the deadly narrative unfolding, a conspiracy involving mysterious murders, an assassin in smoke, and a cursed fate written into the manga itself. In this world, the protagonist's fate was sealed until a twist shattered the narrative. The villains are too strong, the voice sighed, a touch of nostalgia in its tone. If things keep going, the protagonist will die, and the villains will reign. Enter the comic awareness, an entity tasked with fixing the plot. I chose you, it declared, its voice tinged with mystery, because you're destined to be more than cannon fodder. You're key to turning the tide. Subi Ei, realizing his survival hung on his participation, reluctantly agreed. Why me? He asked, already knowing the answer. You're a wild card, a potential game changer, but your story hasn't been written yet. Your path can be shaped. That's why you're the one I trust to rewrite the destiny of this world. In a world where the rules of manga dictate the fate of its characters, Subi Ei finds himself trapped in a narrative that was never meant for him to survive. With villains too powerful and the story pushing him toward an inevitable death, he's given a second chance by a mysterious force called Comic Awareness, who offers him a deal: rewrite the story to prevent the villains from winning, and Subi Ei will survive. However, there's a catch. He was never meant to be more than cannon fodder, a mere stepping stone for the heroes to shine. Yet, his fate is more flexible than the author anticipated. Subi Ei, now armed with a mysterious gear-based ability, takes on a new identity, weaving his way into a group of super-powered students with grand destinies of their own. As the stakes rise, so do the conspiracies, and Subi Ei must use every ounce of his cunning to survive, all while manipulating the world around him to escape his original death, and maybe even change the game completely. With rivals, secrets, and supernatural powers at play, the line between hero and villain blurs, and Subi Ei is determined to outsmart them all. Subi Ei, the brilliant student with an unremarkable ability, was thrust into a world where his survival was never guaranteed. Trapped inside a manga, he was supposed to die within the first chapter, but luck, or perhaps fate, had other plans. The story didn't end there, and neither did his journey. Armed with sharp wit and genre-savvy thinking, He quickly realized that his role as a cannon fodder could be rewritten. Yet, despite surviving, he was still bound by the narrative's rules. The comic awareness, a mysterious force guiding him, warned him that his death would be delayed, but not avoided unless he followed the script. Subei was far from a passive pawn. He crafted a new persona, claiming to possess an epic, prophetic power that no one could question. With allies like Jiang Tianming, the stoic protagonist, Lan Subing, the mute heiress, and Wu Mingbai, the charming strategist, Subei navigates the supernatural school and uncovers a darker conspiracy, all while cleverly manipulating his fate. The plot may be written, but Subei wasn't ready to be erased. Subei, once a lowly cannon fodder in the world of manga, begins to dodge the inevitable fate that awaits him. Surviving against the odds, he quickly realizes that not only can cannon fodder characters die, but even key characters aren't safe. He remembers how, in the first volume, a beloved character meets an untimely end. The world he's trapped in operates by a fixed narrative, and despite being aware of it, Subei is content to momentarily escape his doomed role. His sharp mind tells him that while cannon fodder characters are pushed to die by the story, important ones aren't bound by the same fate. As he ponders his next move, he asks, what happens if I fail this world's mission? He needs clarity on the stakes, whether success or failure is tied to the world's survival. The answer? It all depends on the whims of the comic's author. If the author chooses to let villains win, the world continues along that dark path. But if the protagonist is forced to prevail, the world could collapse and lose its soul. Subei couldn't help but wonder, if only she could talk, things would be so much easier. Wu Mingbai, with his average skills, ended up in Class D, while Jiang Tianming, whose abilities were enough for at least Class C, got stuck in Class F because of his drained mental energy after battling a previous villain. The academy they attended, the Endless Ability Academy, was meant to be the best, but Class F felt like a prison. Subei, with a furrowed brow, couldn't shake off the feeling that this might be the same world from the manga he'd been reading. But things took a darker turn when, at the start of the school year, a murder rocked the academy. A student found dead in a restroom, his blood staining the floor, gears scattered around him. Subei's blood ran cold as he realized the victim looked eerily like him. Turning the page, he found himself in a panic as he noticed the scene was describing his own death throat slashed by a masked man. But here's the twist, wasn't dead. Somehow, he had avoided this fate. Something was off, and now he had to figure out how he was living in a world where death was just a page away. Subei's words hit their mark, offering a strange comfort, and with a raised eyebrow, he asked, "What's my success rate compared to the others?" A sly smirk formed when he heard the answer. "You've got a 3, and the others aren't even near 0.1. It wasn't what the comic awareness had hoped for. It longed for reliable candidates, even if it could only choose once. But the truth was, none of the others were cut from the same cloth. Some might have been smarter, but they were far less handsome. And when it came to looks, Subei was in a league of his own. His golden hair shimmered like a wheat field, surrounding a face that could stop time. The left side of his hair, braided, added a playful edge. His eyes, deep purple and hypnotic, seemed ready to swallow anyone who dared look too long. When he smiled, his phoenix eyes squinted, lips curling into a devilishly handsome grin. But when his brows furrowed, he wore a darker charm, one that was only amplified by his striking gray-blue Superpower Academy uniform. He was more than just an eye-catching student, was a mystery in motion, a force to be reckoned with. Subei couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope as those words landed. His curiosity kicked in, and he casually asked, "So, how do I compare to the other candidates?" The answer came with surprising confidence. "You have a 3, while the rest barely hit 0.1. The comic awareness inside couldn't help but feel a little defeated. It had hoped for better candidates, but here they were. While others may be smarter than Subei, none of them had the looks, and those with looks, well, none came close to his stunning features. With golden hair cascading like a golden wheat field around his strikingly handsome face and a playful braid on the left side of his hair, Subei stood out. His eyes, a deep, mysterious purple, had a way of pulling you in like a whirlpool. His smile, when it appeared, was roguishly charming, and when his brow furrowed, a sinister allure followed. Dressed in the sleek gray-blue uniform of the Superpower Academy, he was a vision impossible to ignore. It looks like you've shared a document with a plot summary and character details for a manga-style story titled King of Abilities, Gears of Destiny. The protagonist, Subei, is a student with a seemingly useless ability who finds himself trapped in a manga narrative where he's initially fated to die. However, he manipulates the situation using cunning and genre awareness, transforming himself into a key player in the story. The table of contents outlines the chapters and events, with notable characters including Jiang Tianming, Lan Subing, Wu Mingbai, and Feng Lan. The suggested writing style focuses on a first-person narrative with sharp dialogue, strategic manipulation, and a light novel tone. Would you like help refining the story or expanding on any specific elements? Su Bei lay there in the infirmary, catching his breath after narrowly escaping a deadly situation. The opening ceremony had wrapped up, and he was free to return to class. But there was no time to waste. His mind was already racing through the tidal wave of information he'd just absorbed, crafting the perfect plan. This wasn't just about making a grand entrance. It was about leaving the right impression, setting the stage for everything that came after. His persona needed to be a carefully woven mascone that would make people curious and keep them guessing. After all, if you're mysterious and your power seems unstoppable, why would anyone dare to challenge you? The idea came to him effortlessly. A mysterious figure with a powerful ability. It was foolproof mysterious enough to keep everyone on edge, yet strong enough to make him stand out. The trick? Making the power believable, while keeping it vague. He'd seen enough criminals play the enigmatic card, using cryptic lines to leave people in awe, but the hard part was picking which ability to claim. Summoning meteors, controlling time those were too flashy. No, he needed something that would make others trust him, for now. So, with a sly smile, Su Bei got up, ready to step into the role that would make him more than just a mere footnote in this twisted narrative. If he casually walked in and said, "Hey, my ability's time stop," he'd be out of the game faster than a blink. After all, the protagonist, Jiang Tianming, wasn't clueless. Why would someone with a legendary power like time stop be in Class F? A quick chat with the homeroom teacher would expose his lie, sealing his fate. Su Bei knew his problem. As an ordinary civilian, he didn't know much about ability users or their limits. The abilities he thought were powerful might seem weak in the eyes of true experts, and revealing his cards too soon would cost him precious opportunities. So, he had to stay mysterious. But then, something clicked. His ability had to involve gears. He couldn't reveal the full truth right away, so gear would be the perfect front. But what ability could be mysterious, have growth potential, and connect to gears? And then it hit him, Destiny Gear. This ability, linked to fate itself, would work perfectly. With that idea locked in, he could now focus on making his character's debut an unforgettable first impression. Su Bei had always known that survival was never guaranteed in a manga world. His first brush with death left him shaken, but his real battle was only just beginning. Sure, he avoided his initial fate, but he was still just cannon fodder in the grand scheme of things. Everyone around him was a hero, or at least a main character. But what was he? The guy who might die in any random scene because the plot decided it? Not if he could help it. He had to outsmart the narrative. Becoming a sidekick to the protagonist wasn't enough. Look at all those righteous characters who'd helped the hero and still met their end. Instead, Su Bei took a different route. He became a villain. Villains might get defeated by the hero, but they weren't just killed off by the plot. As long as he controlled how villainous he was, stayed relevant, and left a window for redemption, he could stick around for a while. With that plan in mind, he ripped the IV needle from his arm, blood dripping as he jumped out of bed and sprinted for the restroom. The school nurse's voice came from outside, calling for him, but Su Bei had bigger plans. He needed to use his face, his charm, and everything he had to survive in this game of fate. With a swift move, Su Bei emerged from the restroom, water droplets still clinging to his face. His damp bangs were swept back, revealing a sharp brow, enhancing his fresh, handsome appearance. A drop of water slid down his nose and lingered at the tip before he casually wiped it away, flashing a relaxed smile. "What's up, teacher?" he asked. The nurse snapped back to reality, her thoughts briefly distracted by how the academy always seemed to have its fair share of good-looking guys. Yet something about the way his eyes glinted made her wary. "Nothing major, just noticed the IV was pulled out and was worried," she said, but her gaze locked onto his bleeding hand. Shocked, she snapped, "What's this about?" Su Bei gave an awkward smile, his eyes hiding whatever thoughts he was carefully crafting. "I was in a hurry to use the restroom, so," he trailed off. The nurse shot him an exasperated look, ushered him back onto the bed, and unceremoniously reinserted the needle. Su Bei lowered his eyes, his long lashes concealing his thoughts, while the nurse's reaction had already planted the seeds of a deeper mystery. The Endless Ability Academy, renowned for its safety and secrecy, was not as safe as it seemed. With powerful figures guarding it, Su Bei knew it was the perfect place for something far bigger to be hidden. Given his previous disappearance and the injury on his hand, it would be easy to assume he'd caused it himself. But the nurse's reactions both time-shinted at something more, like he'd faced some kind of danger. This gut reaction of hers definitely raised questions. Did she know something about a hidden threat at the school? Now that he thought about it, the school nurse's role was more intriguing than it seemed. Suddenly, Subei's eyes flickered up, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he casually asked, "How long have you been at this school?" The nurse, without even looking up, replied, "A bit over a year, less than 2. Subei leaned back, feigning disappointment. "That's not long. You probably don't know any of the Academy's secrets then." Her eyes narrowed, studying him. "What secrets do you want to know?" Subei grinned, throwing her a charming smile. "I want to know about our homeroom teacher's personality, any quirks or taboos, that sort of thing." The nurse's lips curled in amusement when she heard the request. "That's it? Who's your homeroom teacher? I may be new, but I know a thing or two about this place." "I think it's teacher Wang Jiangwo. He's teaching class 1F, right?" Subei responded, his tone uncertain. In reality, he knew perfectly well the name that should be listed for class F. The bulletin board had teacher manhwa on it, but Subei purposely misspoke to play into the nurse's expectations. Sure enough, she shook her head, a little exasperated. "You've got it wrong. Class F is with teacher manhwa. Don't mix it up next time." Subei leaned in, listening intently to the nurse's casual description of teacher manhwa's gentle nature, subtly tilting his body towards the edge of the bed and accidentally knocking his backpack off. In a blink, he deftly caught it midair and let it drop quietly to the floor. Outside, the usual bustle filled the air, and the nurse, finishing her task, removed the bandage and handed him a cotton swab. "The speech is over. You can head back now," she suggested, her voice calm. With a quick swipe, Subei pressed the cotton to the needle mark, threw it away, and waved nonchalantly. "See you, teacher." She smiled, amused. "I hope not," knowing it meant he'd been injured. "Who knows," he responded smoothly, slipping out before she could react, her smile fading as she returned to her task. Subei made his way down the corridor, taking a brief moment to glance through the backdoor window into the classroom, scanning the room, already plotting his next move. In a room full of color and chaos, his eyes locked onto the only black-haired boy, the one who radiated quiet power from the shadows. Instantly, Subei knew. That's the protagonist. Calm, unreadable, and clearly no extra. Beside him sat a silent beauty with waist-length blue hair, definitely another main character. Subei's smirk grew. Showtime. He adjusted his expression, strutted through the front door, eyes scanning like a scene stealer entering his cue. Then, with 2 fingers at his temple and the confidence of a seasoned actor, he flicked them outward and delivered his practiced line cool, precise, unforgettable. The scene unfolded like a dazzling spectacle to Jiang Tianming and the others. The sunlight pierced through the window, bathing a boy with golden hair in a glow so bright it almost seemed like he was radiating light. He flashed a grin, his deep purple eyes holding a trace of seriousness beneath the boldness. "On behalf of Destiny, I salute you, this year's unluckiest soul." The words rolled off his tongue, more sincere than they seemed, and without another word, he swiftly moved to the back of the classroom. The second to last seat by the window, his perfect spot. A king's throne, he thought, not quite the last one, since it was occupied by a sleepy, white-haired boy hunched over a desk. This guy was no ordinary character. That much was clear from the manga trope of sleeping in the corner with white hair. Classic. With a strategic grin, Subei took his seat, carefully positioning himself to appear important. He knew the white-haired boy might be pivotal to the plot, and being close to him meant he'd stay ahead of the game. He didn't bother waking him up. There was no rush. Rubbing his warm ears, Subei mulled over his situation, feeling the presence of manga awareness buzzing in his mind. And then it hit him. Had the manga already started updating? Lin Shui's phone buzzed with a message from her friend. "Did you see? The King of Superpower just updated." Her eyes widened in surprise. The second season's out already? No warning, no hype. After a quick reply, she eagerly opened the manga app, only to find a green update marker next to the title. She tapped it with anticipation, only to sigh in mild disappointment. It's just the pilot episode. As the page loaded, a stunning full-color illustration greeted her. Wow, the artist really leveled up, she thought, quickly saving the image. With a satisfied smirk, she took in the details, ready for the ride ahead. In the heart of the Ability Academy's playground, the trio who had ghosted the entire autumn reappeared like comic panel royalty grinning side by side in full-blown friendship mode. Lin Shui stared, her memories flipping back to when they barely trusted each other, now suddenly glued together like an overpowered team-up art. She scanned the rest of the illustration students everywhere, a cheerful redhead, a mountain-sized teacher, a bookworm with razor-sharp eyes, and a white-haired background lurker poking someone's XP for laughs. It was chaos, it was hype, and it was definitely teasing a character explosion in Season 2. But then Bammer gaze locked on a lone, golden-haired shadow under a tree, blurred and brooding, like he didn't get the memo about the sunshine and smiles. While the rest of the cast sparkled in the spotlight, this one lingered in the grayscale, screaming, "Secret plot device," louder than any flashy ability. Lin Shui's brain hit overdrive had she just found a hidden boss character. Eyes wide, heart racing, she grinned like she'd just cracked a spoiler only the manga gods knew. She quickly circled the figure and sent a screenshot to her friend. Sue, look at this person, I think he's quite special. A reply came almost instantly. Her friend was clearly puzzled. What's so special about him? He looks like some random background character, and why would he be drawn so small? But look, he's looking at the protagonist. Lin Shui was adamant. Her friend shot back. You can't even see his eyes. Who knows what he's looking at? But he's so handsome, Lin Shui defended. Even though he's just this blurry little dot, look at his posture. Look at his aura. Friend. He didn't even appear in the pilot episode. I know you're excited, but don't jump the gun. She quickly scanned the image and sent it to her friend. Hey, check this out. This guy looks pretty interesting. A moment later, a reply popped up. Her friend was obviously confused. What's so special about him? He looks like one of those random background characters, right? Why else would he be drawn so small? But look, he's staring right at the main characters, Lin Shui argued. Her friend responded. You can't even see his eyes. How do you know what he's looking at? But he's so cool. Look at his stance. The aura he gives off, even as a tiny blur, says it all, Lin Shu insisted. Her friend, not impressed, replied, he didn't even show up in the first episode. I get that you're excited, but you're jumping the gun here. The second season is finally here, and the excitement is real. After months of anticipation, it's time to dive back into the world of supernatural teens and hidden motives. Our protagonist, Su Bei, is navigating a school where the story's plot is more dangerous than anyone realizes. With his mysterious destiny gear, a legendary ability he made up, he's playing a dangerous game, pretending to be a key player while keeping his true intentions under wraps. The school is rife with secrets, strange murders, and students awakening strange powers. But Su Bei isn't just surviving, he's manipulating everything from the shadows. With every turn, the stakes rise, and the plot thickens, making you wonder if Su Bei will be able to outwit the narrative before it consumes him. Strap in, because this season's going to be a roller coaster of twists and turns that will keep you on the edge of your seat. In a world where supernatural abilities rule, Su Bei, a sharp student with what seems like a useless gear power, discovers he's stuck in a manga where he was supposed to die in the first chapter. But fate has a twist that survives and realizes he's trapped in a universe shaped by story logic and shonen tropes. At Endless Ability Academy, he crafts a new identity as a mysterious transfer student, claiming to wield the legendary Destiny Gear, a power that lets him manipulate destiny. But as he interacts with the protagonists, Zhang Tianming, Lan Subing, and Wu Mingbai, he must balance his deception while unraveling a conspiracy within the school filled with deadly mysteries, an assassin in the shadows, and a cursed fate tied to the manga itself. Su Bei uses his wit and genre awareness to navigate this world, constantly staying one step ahead of those around him, as new characters and threats emerge, each more dangerous than the last. In this twisted, manga-inspired world, Su Bei isn't your typical student, is a master of survival in a universe where story logic dictates fate. Trapped in a narrative that originally doomed him to die in Chapter 1, he cleverly dodges death, only to realize that the plot is live and continuously evolving. Instead of playing the victim, Su Bei quickly crafts a mysterious persona around his seemingly useless gear ability, claiming to wield the powerful Destiny Gear. As he plays his cards, he integrates with the school's protagonist trio. Jiang Tianming, the brooding hero who controls Death Summon. Lan Subing, the mute, elegant heiress with the word spirit. And Wu Mingbai, the cheerful yet scheming jokester wielding Earth Element. But as more students unlock their abilities and a series of bizarre murders unfold, Su Bei must outwit every especially when a deadly assassin and a twisted conspiracy lurk in the background. With his sharp mind and keen sense of narrative awareness, Su Bei's outwitting the system, and the question remains, will he make it out alive or will the story catch up to him? Su Bei was stunned, caught off guard by the revelation. He had no ties to the ability world, and the magnitude of the Feng family's influence was a mystery to him. But even a clueless outsider could sense the power behind the prophecy ability. Having such an ability meant they were in the same arena, didn't it? That wasn't good. Similar powers diluted their uniqueness, and fans would be divided. If the other had a solid background, Su Bei knew he'd be at a disadvantage in attracting followers. His mind raced, plotting to get to the bottom of the other's ability. He needed to understand it fully to come up with a plan. Meanwhile, on the stage, Feng Lan remained oblivious to the crowd's focus, finishing his brief introduction before walking off. The audience was so captivated by him that Meng Huai, trying to snap them out of their daze, clapped loudly. As the room turned back to him, the homeroom teacher smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. You Class F rejects don't actually believe you can make a name for yourselves with your pathetic abilities, do you? Su Bei's idea earlier Now that was interesting. At this, Subei's brow twitched, but he said nothing. It was a tricky puzzle, hidden beneath a simple sentence. Lan Subing gave a slight nod. I'll investigate when I return. Though the academy demanded students to live on campus, they weren't restricted from contacting the outside world. With the land corporation's influence, checking someone's background was a breeze. That sounds good, agreed Jiang Tianming. His approach? Always pragmatic. After all, with his orphan past and Wu Mingbai at his side, he knew the value of relying on others. With that, Lan Subing fell quiet, already dreading the first day introduction to your personal nightmare as someone with social anxiety. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming, deep in thought, mulled over Subei's cryptic words. On behalf of destiny, I salute you, this year's unluckiest soul. What did that mean? The message was clear. Su Bi had called himself the unluckiest student in the academy. But was that really the full story? It was a tricky thought process. A hidden message wrapped inside those words. Lan Subing nodded slightly. I'll look into him when I return. Even though students at the Endless Ability Academy were required to stay in dorms, they weren't cut off from the outside world. The Land Corporation had immense power, so checking someone's background was no challenge. Good idea, Jiang Tianming agreed. A pragmatist to the core, he'd learned to rely on his friends. His years spent as an orphan with Wu Mingbai had taught him the value of leveraging strengths instead of doing everything alone. Lan Subing didn't say anything more. She had decided that much. Now, she was dreading the mandatory self-introduction session at the start of the school year. It was always a nightmare for someone like her, socially anxious and still unsure how to navigate such moments. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming closed his eyes, pondering Subei's cryptic words. On behalf of destiny, I salute you, this year's unluckiest soul. What could that possibly mean? It was clear enough. He was calling himself the most unfortunate student of the batch at the Endless Ability Academy. For someone to confidently claim destiny as their power, it had to be something extraordinary, right? It wasn't just a random guess. They must have had a knack for reading the fates of others, or at least something close. But, Class F? Could someone with such an ability really be stuck there? That's almost impossible. You see, the Endless Ability Academy doesn't just throw people into random classes. Low-tier abilities don't get to hang with the high-tier students, and high-tier powers aren't supposed to drag down the low ones. The system's all about balancing teaching resources and potential with strict rules against class hopping. So, how could someone like Subeihu seem to hold a fate-related power and up in Class F? There had to be more to it. Sure, there were rare exceptions, like the socially anxious girl with a world-changing ability who couldn't use it because she couldn't speak, or unlucky souls like himself thrown into the wrong class because of some glitch in the pre-enrollment test. But Subei? If his ability really was tied to fate, he had a plan. And that plan likely involved Jiang Tianming. Why else would he target him right from the start? Was he onto my secret? That thought sent a chill through Jiang Tianming, but he quickly brushed it aside. Looking at Subei's expression, it didn't seem like he had figured out his true power. Maybe all he saw was a bit of luck, and honestly, luck was something Jiang Tianming had plenty of. In a life full of misfortune, becoming friends with Lan Subing and Wu, Mingbai was the only spark of light. But if Subei wasn't after him for some special ability, then his reason for approaching Jiang Tianming was even more suspicious. Was it his background? As an orphan, he was always curious about his biological parents. Maybe someone had recognized him, figured him out through his looks, or some investigation. If that was the case, then it was probably bad news. What kind of parents would lead someone to call him an unlucky soul? Never mind, he'd wait a month and see. In a month, the academy would retest everyone's abilities and potential, and mismatches weren't tolerated. If Subei was gone by then, it meant he'd probably figured out something, probably something bad. In the middle of the classroom's constant hum, Subei sat, detached from the chaos. His corner was an oasis of silence, while his classmate behind him slept soundly, oblivious to everything around. Not one to break his mysterious image, Subei kept to himself, not speaking a word. Meanwhile, he could only gaze out the window, absorbing the outside world as his mind raced with possibilities. Then, just as the atmosphere seemed to settle, a man walked in, towering at over 1.9 meters, his presence impossible to ignore. Clad in a simple black t-shirt that clung to his sculpted form and cargo pants that seemed molded to his frame, he was a living contradiction. Around 30, with messy black hair, sharp features, and striking blue eyes. He looked like he had just rolled out of bed. Yet, there was something about his disheveled appearance, his unkempt stubble, hair askew, and careless attitude that radiated a dangerous, wild allure. He moved with the lethargy of someone not fully awake, his drooping eyelids suggesting he was more focused on finding comfort than making a grand entrance. And despite the rough exterior, it was clear he had an undeniable charisma that commanded attention. He made his way to the podium, slid the chair out, sat down, and crossed his legs like he owned the place. "I'm your homeroom teacher, manhwa, also your PE teacher. Come up one by one and introduce yourselves, starting with the person closest to the door." The first person near the door was a girl, and as soon as Subei saw her, his interest piqued. In manga and novels, a character like her was never the expendable type. Or was she? Wait, how had he ended up as cannon fodder? "Hi everyone, I'm Zhao Xiaoyu. My ability is..." She paused, glancing at Meng Huai. "Do we need to share this, teacher?" Meng Huai shrugged nonchalantly. "It's up to you, but you'll be doing a lot of team tasks later on." Zhao Xiaoyu quickly made up her mind, giving a confident smile. "My ability fits my name, Laughter. I love running, and I'm pretty good at Chinese." The introductions were rolling in, and the protagonist could feel the weight of the class's eyes on him as the last to speak. His black hair and eyes stood out against the sea of manga-style characters, and everyone was eagerly awaiting his ability. With a cool, almost detached air, he stepped up to the podium. "Hi everyone, I'm Jiang Tianming. My ability is Summon. Simple, straightforward, but something about it felt off. For those who'd read the first volume, they'd know it wasn't just any summon, it was Death Summon. A power that could pull the dead back into the world. He'd conveniently left that part out. Summoning. It sounded vague, a broad brushstroke of power, leaving everyone guessing. Just the way he liked it. It was the perfect setup. In a world where abilities define power, Subei, seemingly stuck with a useless gear ability, soon finds himself trapped in a manga-like reality. His classmates summon spirits or control elements, but he's only able to summon gears. When Jiang Tianming casually mentions his ability as Summon, no one bats an eye, assuming it's nothing to write home about. But Subei, understanding the unspoken, sees it differently. Jiang Tianming's not clueless. He's playing it cool. The reason he doesn't clarify his power? A mix of avoiding attention and the certainty that he won't be stuck in this class long. But Subei knows how these stories work. The protagonist in a bottom-tier class is too tempting for the author to resist. This means Jiang Tianming, along with Lan Subing, the mute, mysterious girl with a powerful word spirit, will likely stay in Class F. Even Wu Mingbai, despite his Class D status, could be swept into the narrative tide, ending up in the same class. And as class introductions continue, the plot thickens. Lan Subing, quiet and reserved, gets called out unexpectedly, drawing all eyes to her, making the gears in Subei's mind turn as he watches yet another piece of the puzzle fall into place. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Huai, she scurried to the front like a startled bird, her scarf forgotten on the floor. Despite her nervousness, Meng Huai's gaze softened. "Go ahead, introduce yourself," he instructed. The class watched, intrigued not just by her stunning appearance-long silky hair, striking water blue eyes, and flawless skin, but by her presence. Her hands shook as she reached for the chalk, fumbling slightly before she wrote her name in elegant, practiced characters. The script, smooth and refined, would have looked right at home on a $1 million contract. But her task wasn't finished yet. Blushing deeply, she turned, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on her, and, despite her fear, wrote the two words that left everyone stunned. Word spirit. The room went quiet. How could an ability like that, even if it was considered weak, end up in Class F, where the discarded students were sent? This was a mystery no one could solve. Lan Subing, feeling relieved after what seemed like an endless ordeal, quickly grabbed the eraser and started wiping away the chalk on the board. Inside, a firework of joy exploded as she thought she was free from the spotlight. But just as she set down the chalk and eraser, Meng Huai's warm smile broke the moment. "Subing, why don't you say something to everyone? We're all classmates now. No need to be so distant, right?" Instantly, the class's attention snapped to her, eager eyes glittering. Such beauty should never go unnoticed. With a snap, the chalk fell from her hand, and with it, a sense of dread gripped her heart. There at Washer, social anxiety was about to freeze her in place. Meng Huai, aware of the damage his suggestion could cause to someone so withdrawn, knew this was part of a larger plan. As the homeroom teacher, it was his task to help Lan Subing overcome her social fear, and he hoped just a few words from her could begin to shift her internal barriers. Because if she could speak even just a word, it would mark the beginning of her ability to connect with the classmates, turning them from strangers into people she could eventually talk to. After a few tries, she might even speak as casually as she does with her friends. But sadly, he misjudged how much the unfamiliar setting would affect her. Thrust into the spotlight, the little hamster in midair desperately searched for the one person she trusted, Jiang Tianming. He was her anchor. As soon as he caught her gaze, he raised his hand without hesitation. But before he could be called on, Su Bei beat him to the punch, speaking with lazy confidence. What, should she just write hello everyone on the board? Su Bei's remark gave Lan Subing a way out, a silent way to handle the situation if words failed her. But let's not get it twisted, he wasn't doing it out of kindness. He had his reasons. First, he wanted to steal some of the limelight for himself. And second, it was a clever move to make the protagonist group think he was being helpful. This would soften any bad vibes from his earlier comments and protect him from their suspicion later. Manhwa, watching the scene unfold, nearly rolled his eyes and shot Su Bei a warning glare, muttering, "You, shut up!" With a sense of helplessness, he turned to his friend, the ever-reliable Jiang Tianming, and asked, "And what's your plan?" Everyone knew the bond between Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, how she had come to Class F because of him. Even though, given her background, she could have easily joined Class D. It made sense that Jiang Tianming, being a good friend, would want to help her avoid this awkward situation. But this wasn't the right moment for him to intervene. Lan Subing's issue needed to be faced head-on, and a true friend wouldn't let her avoid dealing with it, no matter how uncomfortable it was. Besides, if Jiang Tianming wanted to help, he'd need to take into account the feelings of the rest of the class. Meng Huai was a little concerned that, given their age, Jiang Tianming might not be thinking this through and could unintentionally make things worse for Lan Subing. But Jiang Tianming wasn't scared. He understood the teacher's intentions, but the pleading look in Lan Subing's eyes couldn't be ignored. Su Bei's earlier words had sparked an idea in his mind, but it wasn't a solution that would genuinely help her, nor would it make the teacher's efforts worthwhile. He needed to find a compromise. Meeting the teacher's stern gaze, he spoke with calm determination. "Teacher, Subing has a hard time speaking in front of so many people. Could I take her outside to record a greeting, and then she can return and introduce herself?" It was better to be upfront about her social anxiety now than risk future misunderstandings. It was, without a doubt, a clever workaround. No one would be upset, and the greeting task would be wrapped up without issue. The only catch? It completely undermined the one thing Meng Huai had hoped for. Lan Subing, shy and reticent, would never break her psychological barrier by sending a message through a recording. A face-to-face conversation was far more impactful. But as he watched Lan Subing's grateful, tear-filled expression, Meng Huai sighed. He wasn't about to push her further. "Go on," he said, waving her off. With that, the self-introductions continued, and soon enough, it was Su Bei's turn. He strutted to the podium, oozing confidence. "Hey everyone, I'm Su Bei. My ability is gear. In the future, I'm opening a hardware store. If anyone needs gears, come to me, I'll give you a discount, since we're classmates." The room erupted in laughter, a few students even looking relieved. They had all been planning to hide their so-called useless abilities after graduation, but Su Bei's words sparked a new thought. Maybe there was something to their powers after all. They might not be able to fight, but with the right mindset, any ability could be turned to profit. The only one unimpressed was Jiang Tianming, who sat with a skeptical smirk. Leaning toward Lan Subing, he whispered, "Do you think he's for real?" Feng Lan stepped up to the podium, a calm presence despite the storm he was about to unleash. "Feng Lan, ability is prophecy." The room froze. If the earlier moments had been like ripples in a pond, his words were the tidal wave that changed everything. Prophecy, such a rare and sought-after ability, was never supposed to end up in Class F. Even those who weren't familiar with the ability world knew that a skill like that was a gem, something that could predict anything from the weather to life-altering events. And yet, here it was, in the hands of a Class F student. The more perceptive in the room realized that Feng Lan wasn't just any student. With that last name, his status in the prophetic Feng family was unmistakable, and the power he wielded wasn't ordinary. A prophecy user from the main branch of the family could easily rise to lead it. If Feng Lan wasn't lying, he could very well be the head of the Feng family. The students leaned in, eager for more, hoping to build a future alliance or maybe get a glimpse into their fates. The air buzzed with anticipation, the unspoken question hanging in the room. What would he do next? Su Bei was caught off guard. He had no background in the world of abilities, so the full scope of the Feng family's influence was beyond him. But even a clueless person like him could sense the weight of a prophecy ability. This guy, with such an ability, didn't that mean they were on the same track? That wasn't good. When abilities overlap, uniqueness fades, and fans could end up divided. If the other had a strong backing, Su Bei knew he'd have a hard time gaining followers. His brow furrowed as he made up his mind to figure out exactly what the other's ability was. Understanding that would be key to crafting a solid plan. Meanwhile, on stage, Feng Lan seemed completely oblivious to the crowd's intense gaze, wrapping up his intro and walking off. Clap, clap, clap! Meng Huai clapped loudly, trying to steer everyone's focus back. The new homeroom teacher paused, thinking for a moment before sneering with a hint of mockery. You guys in class fat don't get delusional? You really think you'll make a name for yourselves with your sorry abilities among the real ability users? He glanced at Subi, smirking. I actually think Subei's idea earlier wasn't too bad. Subei twitched his brow in response. Subi could feel the tension in the air as his classmates' resentment slowly began to bubble up, all because of Meng Huai's provocative words. But what was his teacher really up to? Subi couldn't remember doing anything to earn this kind of hostility. It clicked quickly. His bold entrance into the class had caught the teacher's eye. Meng Huai was clearly trying to stir up trouble to see how Subi would react. He wasn't about to let his students get off easy. You'll have to survive in the ability world for 3 years, Meng Huai stated, his voice cutting through the murmur. So, to stay alive, your only option is to train your physical skills. The class froze. The weight of his words hung in the air. Then, in a flash, one of the boys near Subei looking ready to protest stood up and fired off a question. What do you mean by that? He was already set to be the perfect pawn for Meng Huai's demonstration. Without so much as a glance, Meng Huai flicked a piece of chalk at the boy's forehead with impossible speed. The class went silent, the tension thick. Thud! The yellow-haired boy hit the ground with a soft crash. Meng Huai didn't even spare him a glance. With a lazy wave of his hand, he said, Someone get him back to his chair. We wouldn't want him catching a cold lying around, and then the principal will make trouble for me. The boys who had been chatting with the yellow-haired kid exchanged nervous glances but stayed put. It was Subi, who had been silent until now, who casually stood up. In one swift motion, he grabbed the boy by the collar, hoisted him effortlessly, and plopped him onto his chair, giving him a light push. The boy slumped over the desk, looking as though he just drifted off to sleep. Who says unconsciousness isn't sleep? Thanks to years of grueling training, Subei's physical strength was far beyond the norm. In Class F, only the class monitor, Mutirin, could match his physical prowess. After finishing, he nodded to Meng Huai and returned to his seat, feeling the eyes of the others on him. While everyone feared Meng Huai, Subi wasn't bothered in the least. After all, a former soldier turned teacher wouldn't harm his students. At least, that's what Subi believed. Subi, a student with a seemingly useless gear ability, navigates a world where he was supposed to die in Chapter 1. But thanks to an unexpected twist, he survives and discovers he's inside a manga with its own set of rules. As he tries to avoid becoming cannon fodder, he crafts a new persona mysterious transfer student with a powerful, prophetic, gear-based ability. As he enters the school, he catches the attention of the protagonist trio Jiang Tianming, Lan Subing, and Wu Mingbai while secretly plotting his survival. Behind his calm demeanor lies a calculating mind, always scheming and observing, especially as he navigates through deadly school events and unravels hidden conspiracies. Through manipulation of the story's logic, Subi slowly builds his power, all while keeping his true motives veiled. But with dangerous abilities, awakening, secret murders, and a prophecy lingering over him, can Subi stay one step ahead of the narrative? And what if his gear isn't as ordinary as it seems? The moment those words left his mouth, a sinister smile tugged at his lips. His mood seemed to improve, and with a flick of his hand, he addressed the class. It's the first day of school, so I won't make it too difficult. Run 10 laps around the field, and then you can eat. 10 laps around the field? The words hit like a thunderclap. Eyes bulged in disbelief, and many felt like the ground had just crumbled beneath them. 10 laps? Was he trying to end them on day 1? The school, though small in number, spanned a vast area, and the field alone stretched a full 1,600 meters. A simple calculation made it clear. 10 laps equaled a brutal 16 kilometers. Junior high boys had only ever run 1,000 meters at most, and the girls? 200 meters less. Sure, the awakening of an ability boosted physical condition, but who could handle a 16-fold increase? And, with lunchtime just around the corner, the implication was clear. Only after finishing the run could they eat. Even someone like Subi, with remarkable physical endurance, would need over an hour to finish this grueling task. For some students, 3 hours was just the beginning. Starting the day on an empty stomach only made it feel like a test of endurance. Grumbles echoed among the group, but Meng Huai's earlier show of strength kept them in line. They didn't dare protest, only murmuring about their lack of choices. From her spot at the back, Subi couldn't see the front row's faces, but their body language said it all. Some slouched, defeated by the challenge ahead, while others, like Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, were ready for whatever came next. Lan Subing, relieved she might skip the self-introduction, was already mentally checking out. Jiang Tianming, on the other hand, wasn't easily discouraged. Despite a rough past filled with hunger and hardship, his willpower was solid. He may not have the best physique, but he was no stranger to struggle. Su Bei caught sight of the white-haired boy sitting up behind her. His features, refined and striking, stood out even more up close. High nose, pale lips, sharp yet smooth lines that painted an image of effortless elegance. But it was his golden eye spear and untainted that drew the most attention, as though the world's burdens hadn't touched him. His white hair, tousled as though he'd just risen from sleep, added to his mystique. A stubborn strand of hair perched atop his head, a reminder that even his seemingly docile appearance couldn't hide his true nature. The white-haired boy let out a quiet yawn, glancing lazily toward the podium. Time to run? Yep, 10 laps. Let's go, or no food for you, Su Bei replied without skipping a beat. The boy's gaze sharpened immediately, his earlier indifference vanishing in an instant. Food clearly mattered to him. He stood up with newfound resolve. Then we'd better hurry. After taking a few steps, a thought seemed to hit him. His earlier decision might have made him seem too self-serving. He turned around, looking a little sheepish. Together? Su Bei couldn't help the smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. If the other hadn't asked, there was no way he would have followed too humiliating. Good thing the invitation came. Sure, I'm Su Bei. Manhwa squinted at the track, his voice a low murmur. I suspect the kid next to him. The Class A teacher's gaze fixed on Su Bei. The yellow-haired kid? Class A's teacher had sharp eyes. Noticing things others might miss, he tilted his head in suspicion. This kid's not giving his all. Slacking right under your nose? Manhwa smirked. Not just that, he's dragging the Feng kid into it too. Before the other could crack a smile, Manhwa continued. Su Bei, parents dead, no close ties. But on his first day, he's thick as thieves with the Feng family's young master. The Feng family was known for keeping to themselves powerful and intimidating. Their abilities were enough to keep anyone at arm's length. Befriending Fenglan was either a sign Su Bei had something extraordinary, or that Fenglan had his own agenda. Class A's teacher raised an eyebrow. But that doesn't prove anything. Maybe they just got along? Manhwa pulled out his phone and showed him a surveillance clip. I checked the footage from earlier while they were running. Su Bei knew exactly where he stood. His stamina wasn't bad, but compared to his classmates who had physical enhancements, it was nothing special. His ability? Even more uncertain. Who knew how far he could push it with his manga skills? So, instead of aiming for the top of Class F and exposing his limits, he decided to play it cool and let the future surprises keep readers on their toes. The track stretched out before him 1,600 meters of pure despair, especially with 10 laps staring him down. No other classes were around, first years had already started, and the upper years hadn't shown up. Manhwa, the teacher, was infamous for his brutal training, making the students run 16,000 meters on day one. No teacher in the school was as relentless. Yet Manhwa wasn't there, not even watching from a window. As the others lined up, one girl hesitated, her eyes filled with doubt, whispering, "Do you think if we skip a few laps, the teacher will notice?" Instantly, several classmates jumped in with reassurance. "I think we're fine. He's not watching, let's just coast through it." One boy was blunt. "Honestly, what if we don't run at all? Do you think he can really expel us for it?" Another student, clearly on the same wavelength, grinned. "Exactly." It was clear some weren't taking the test seriously at all. It looks like you've shared the table of contents for a manga-style story, King of Abilities, Gears of Destiny. It follows Su Bei, a student with a seemingly weak ability, as he navigates a world where he's initially destined to die, but survives and learns to manipulate the narrative of his life. How can I assist with this content? Would you like help developing it further? Or do you have any specific questions about the plot or characters? With a skeptical frown, he muttered, "Could those muscles be from protein powder?" His sharp gaze quickly scanned Su Bei's form muscles that stood out as the strongest in the class. If not from supplements, then how was he so sluggish? Su Bei bristled, "You can insult me all you want, but don't you dare insult the muscles I've earned through sweat and effort." Realizing he might have gone too far, he cleared his throat. "Don't mind me, just go on ahead. I'll finish it regardless." Fenglan hesitated but didn't join the faster runners, staying by Su Bei's side instead. Surprised, Su Bei said nothing. 10 laps were a tough challenge, so he preferred conserving his energy. Halfway through the first lap, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Manhwa, appeared. His intimidating presence urged a few hesitant students to join in, but after one lap, he left, and the group fell back into disarray. Some switched from running to walking, and the 54 students of Class F splintered into 5 groups. By the 9th lap, they had consolidated into 3. The leading group, which included the protagonist trio, was already half a lap ahead. The second group of 11, with Su Bei and Fenglan blending seamlessly, maintained a steady pace. The third group, numbering 21, lacked the energy to sprint, but they trudged on, unwilling to stop. The remaining 18 had already left the track. Some took a break for food, while others rested, ready to join the final lap just to finish. Subei's breath came out in labored gasps, sweat dripping from his cheeks. Despite the cool weather, the physical exertion was relentless. Yet, even though he was breathing heavily, it was stating no sign of panic or collapse. His pace was consistent from the beginning, and he clearly had energy to spare. Beside him, Fenglan appeared utterly relaxed, not a hint of exertion on his face. Subei glanced over, noting the ease with which this pretty boy moved. There was more to him than met the eye. Up ahead, the lead group of runners seemed unfazed, but the most noticeable was Jiang Tianming, trailing at the back. His wheezing echoed faintly, even from a distance, as he stumbled, drenched in sweat. Despite his fragile state, he clung desperately to the tail of the lead pack, refusing to fall behind. Subei couldn't help but wonder, was it his ability? Willpower alone couldn't explain the incredible stamina he was witnessing. From the very first manga, Jiang Tianming had clearly been portrayed as a summon type, but then again, the manga had hinted at something more. Maybe the male lead's ability included physical enhancement. As Subei was lost in thought, the Class A homeroom teacher casually strolled out, having just wrapped up his class. Passing by Class F, he spotted manhwa by the window and slipped in. "What's catching your eye?" he asked with a smirk, draping an arm over manhwa's shoulder. "You've been slacking off teaching Class F. The principal's got some serious grudges." Manhwa responded nonchalantly. "After teaching all those Class S batches, I'm allowed a break." "But this Class F? Full of interesting folks." "Oh?" The Class A teacher raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer to the window. After a few seconds of scanning, he asked, "You mean that Feng family kid? Wait, he's still up there?" "Not just him," Manhwa muttered, shaking his head. "The blue-haired girl in front, her ability's word spirit, she's top-tier Class A material. If it weren't for her social anxiety, she wouldn't even be in Class F." The Class A teacher chuckled, intrigued. "Looks like you hit the jackpot. Anyone else?" Manhwa pointed to a black-haired kid trailing just behind. "That one. Looks like he's on the brink of collapse, yet he's been keeping up with the first group for 4 laps. Fascinating, right?" The Class A teacher raised an eyebrow. Without Manhwa's insight, he'd have assumed the kid, Jiang Tianming, was just exhausted. But 4 laps without dropping? That was something else. If he were staying in the back like that, it might be sheer willpower. But in the front group, it raised suspicions. What was his ability? A physical enhancement ability shouldn't be placed in Class F. Manhwa, unbothered by the question, responded in a cryptic tone, "Don't know." "Don't know?" When the academy tested him, no ability triggered, but the detector confirmed he has one, Manhwa explained, revealing he had looked into the matter. The Class A teacher's mouth twitched. "Bad luck for that kid. Figured out why?" "Not yet. I'll ask tomorrow. He won't be able to hide it forever," Manhwa continued. The Feng kid insists on staying in Class F for some reason. With his family situation, it's hard not to think, a prophecy ability, huh? The Class A teacher, well-versed in the Feng family, said knowingly. All academy staff were familiar with this unique, gifted clan. He scanned the students, murmuring, "So, they're sending the next family head here. I wonder who it's for." Manhwa glanced at the track, his voice low but sharp. "I've got my eyes on the kid next to him." Class A's teacher raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the yellow-haired kid. "You mean that one?" His eyes narrowed, the sharpness of a teacher who knew when something was off. "He's not giving his all. Slacking off under your nose?" Manhwa let out a short, mocking snort. "It's worse than that. He's dragging the Feng kid into his laziness." Before anyone could laugh, he continued, "Subi. No parents, no close friends, yet somehow, on day 1, he's already chummy with the Feng kid. That's suspicious." The Feng family was notoriously hard to approach, their members exuding in natural command. So how did Subei, of all people, manage to break through? It seemed either Subei was hiding something, or Feng Lan had a reason for getting close. "But that's not enough to prove your theory," the teacher said, trying to remain neutral. Manhwa didn't answer with words. Instead, he pulled out his phone, showing a surveillance clip. "I checked the footage from earlier. Let's see if you still think it's just a coincidence." "Ugh, this is pointless." "So, his registered ability is a fraud?" Manhwa guessed, the pieces starting to click into place. "Seems that way," came the teacher's resigned reply. "But it's a pathetic fake. That gear is barely even worth being the cannon fodder on a manga's first page. Not like he's putting much effort in," Manhwa pointed out, eyeing the lazy posture of the student. "Saying all that on day 1, he isn't even trying to hide it." The Class A teacher sighed. "True. So, what's the plan?" "Let's just watch," Manhwa shrugged. The grueling 10 laps ended, and Jiang Tianming collapsed at the finish line, out cold. Lan Subing tried to help, but her stamina had already reached its limit. Despite her formidable word spirit ability, she hadn't been training. And then, just as everyone was about to give up, an orange-haired boy bounced in with an energy that could power the whole school. Seriously, that's pointless. Wait, you mean his ability is a fake? Meng Huai's guess was spot on, most likely. But if that's the case, it's a pretty half-baked fake ability, grumbled the Class A teacher. It's like something straight out of a manga's cannon fodder, seen it pathetically weak. Meng Huai gave a lazy gesture, nodding toward the slacker. He's not even trying to hide it. Right from the start, he's all laid back, no effort. True, the teacher agreed. So, what's your move? Meng Huai shrugged, relaxed. Let's just see how it plays out. After a grueling 10 laps, Jiang Tianming collapsed, barely staying conscious. Lan Subing wanted to help, but exhaustion had her pinned. Despite her formidable ability, running 10 laps at full speed had drained her. Just then, an orange-haired boy bounced over, all energy and excitement. With a playful grin, he slung Jiang Tianming over his shoulder like a sack, effortlessly carrying him off. Su Bei couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the familiar figure Wu Mingbai, the final piece of the protagonist trio. Despite his cheery exterior, this guy was far from a pushover. The whole story kicked off with him. But once he truly warmed up to Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, he showed his fierce loyalty. It made sense he wouldn't be part of the trio if he wasn't. Wu Mingbai's personality was a complex puzzle. Beneath the bonds he shared with the other two, he often wore a playful mask to deceive others. Kind of like a sesame-stuffed dumpling sweet on the outside, but filled with surprises. Speaking of, in the promo art, a red-haired boy looked particularly excited. Su Bei wasn't sure of his role yet, but those in the artwork had to be important. As Su Bei wandered around, the silence was almost too much to bear, until he locked eyes with Feng Lan. They exchanged a glance before Su Bei took another lap. As expected, Feng Lan stopped him. Let's go eat? Su Bei nodded and stood still, waiting for Feng Lan to lead the way. But the striking white-haired boy didn't budge. His expression still as unreadable as ever. Su Bei, with a grin, couldn't help but notice Feng Lan's hesitation. Can you go first? I don't know where the cafeteria is, he says, but was it confusion or just a lack of direction? It didn't matter. Su Bei wasn't about to ask. He simply took the lead. It was the first day, sure, but they'd already gotten the school's student handbook, packed with details about the point system. You get a point every day for attending classes. Then, extra points for grades or tasks. What could those points do? Well, allot private lessons, primo library seats, better meals. The cafeteria had two types. A free one with average meals, and a point-required one with gourmet dishes. Su Bei, sticking to the basics on day one, was headed for the free section. But then Feng Lan stopped. Let's eat at the point cafeteria. Su Bei raised an eyebrow. You treating? After all, a free meal was tempting. But he could spare a few points for something better. Su Bei gave Feng Lan a puzzled look. You don't know where the cafeteria is? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. It wasn't clear if Feng Lan really had no idea or if he was just directionally challenged. Su Bei didn't push the matter, though. He led the way, knowing full well the school had already given them the student handbook a week ago. It explained everything: the point system that rewarded good grades and tasks with points, which could be spent on private lessons, better library seats, and even a better meal in the cafeteria. There were two options: the free cafeteria, which served simple set meals, or the point cafeteria, where delicious food awaited, but it required points. Su Bei had no points on the first day, so he had planned on taking Feng Lan to the free cafeteria. But Feng Lan stopped at the fork in the path, suggesting they go to the point cafeteria. Su Bei raised an eyebrow, not asking about Feng Lan's points. Instead, he shot a quick question. You're treating? A free meal was always nice, and Su Bei was willing to spare a few points. Why not? In a world where only abilities can deal real damage, taking down the nightmare beasts falls squarely on the shoulders of ability users. But even the strongest can't handle the overwhelming swarms alone. The balance is fragile, upheld only by the elite few who stand at the top. If they fall, everything could collapse. Maybe that's why manga consciousness says the hero-villain power balance is skewed. Shaking off the fog of his thoughts, Su Bei refocuses, paying attention as Feng Lan issues instructions. 5 points for 5 days, that sounds like a fair deal. And with Feng Lan treating, Su Bei feels no guilt indulging a little, especially if he can repay it. 5 points? Perfect. Feng Lan seems unfazed, likely seeing 10 points as nothing. Sure enough, Su Bei checks his student card and sees 1,000 points pure awe. Is this the power of someone in the back rows? Truly something else. After a brief deduction, Feng Lan looks at him, pausing as if debating whether to explain further. Su Bei didn't want to hear any of it right now. With a carefree grin, he threw an arm over Feng Lan's shoulder, flashing a cheeky wink and teasing, "Sugar daddy, need a pretty boy?" Feng Lan's expression remained neutral, but his tone turned serious. "I don't need one. Want me to recommend some who do?" Despite his disdain for keeping pretty boys, he knew such people existed in high society. Su Bei shot him a dry look. "No thanks," he replied, sensing Feng Lan's sincerity. After the banter, they dug into the food. The ingredients were new to Su Bei, and non-ability users could explode from eating them, but the taste was excellent. The ability rice was soft, fragrant, and delicious. Even plain. The nightmare pheasant was tender, elastic, and more flavorful than regular chicken. The vegetables? Mesu Bei was a proud carnivore. A few bites in, a warm sensation spread through him, especially around his lower abdomen, like swallowing a little heater. Footsteps echoed from the entrance. They turned to see 3 figures enter the room. 2 boys and a girl. Leading the group was a silver-haired boy with a ponytail, his androgynous beauty impossible to ignore. If it weren't for his towering stature, Su Bei might have mistaken him for a girl. The instant they walked in, Su Bei noticed Feng Lan's movements freeze. A clear sign of recognition. As expected, the silver-haired boy scanned the cafeteria, his displeasure evident as he made a beeline for Feng Lan. "Which class are you in? Class S?" he asked, his question sharp and filled with knowing curiosity. He was clearly aware of Feng Lan's ability, assuming Class S status, yet Feng Lan was in Class F. "Class F," Feng Lan answered coldly, giving a subtle glance at Su Bei. The silver-haired boy hesitated, then shifted his gaze to Su Bei, raising an eyebrow. "So this is your new friend in Class F?" "This is Su Bei," Feng Lan introduced. "And this is Si Jiahua." The name matched his face perfectly. Si Jiahua, accustomed to Feng Lan's direct style, gave a quick nod to Su Bei after their brief introduction and walked away without a second glance. It was clear he wasn't interested in Su Bei. The chubby boy trailing him headed for the food, while the girl with the flawless nails and colored contacts whispered, "Why bother with 2 Class F students?" Her voice was quiet, but in the almost empty cafeteria, even the slightest sound would echo let alone gossip. The cafeteria grew quieter as the girl turned a deep shade of red, avoiding eye contact with Su Bei and Feng Lan, standing there, frozen in embarrassment. While her words weren't malicious, just curious, they were still gossip. If no one had heard, that would have been fine. But to be caught in the act? Utterly humiliating. Si Jiahua broke the silence, apologizing. "Sorry, Baozu's not the brightest, but she means no harm." He glanced at the girl, who, swallowing her pride, stood up and walked to Su Bei and Feng Lan, offering a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked behind your backs." Their reaction surprised Su Bei. It wasn't quite the manga moment he expected. He had imagined a wealthy brat mocking them, followed by a satisfying face slap, but it passed quietly instead. Was it because he wasn't the main character? Avoiding trouble, though, was a blessing. Su Bei wasn't built to clash with the powerful. If they uncovered his true identity, he'd lose the advantage of hiding behind a mysterious persona. The chubby boy trailing Si Jiahua and Baozu looked downright pissed at Su Bei, and when Baozu apologized, his eyes practically burned with rage, as if she had humiliated him. Su Bei finished his meal quickly, even before Feng Lan. After thinking it over, he waited until Feng Lan took her last bite and asked bluntly, "By the way, is your ability really prophecy? What does it actually do?" He had a hunch Feng Lan had money, given her demeanor and card balance. People like that were used to scheming, so rather than dancing around it and appearing suspicious, it was better to ask outright. Surely, the entire class must have wondered about prophecy by now, so his question wouldn't stand out. As expected, Feng Lan didn't hold back anything. Swallowing his rice, he casually replied, "It's prophecy. It consumes mental energy to predict vague things, like something will happen on the first day of school. It can predict specific events too, but that drains more power. And with my current state, I can only do the latter once a month. Something will happen on the first day of school?" To most, this would sound confusing, but Su Bei immediately recognized the power of Feng Lan's prophecy. It was exactly the ability he had been aiming for. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "So, no offensive or defensive uses, huh? Useless in combat?" Feng Lan nodded, then paused before replying. "The ability itself might not have direct combat use, but it can still be useful in a fight." He returned to his meal, and Su Bei didn't press further. Their bond wasn't strong enough for full disclosure, and Feng Lan had already revealed more than enough. With this new information, Su Bei began rethinking his strategy. If Feng Lan's ability lacked offensive power, he could tweak his own ability plans accordingly. A fate with offensive power? How could he adjust it? After finishing their meal, they made their way back to the boys' dorm. Endless Ability Academy had its perks. On the first day, all students, even those in Class F, got private rooms with ensuite bathrooms. After parting ways with Feng Lan, Su Bei entered his dorm and began to unpack his morning chaos. While organizing his things, he asked, "Manga consciousness, are you there? Send me the previous manga. I need to study the plot." The first arc would help him understand the personalities of the protagonist trio, and the second arc had a lot to analyze. "Sure, it's on your phone, along with the forum. It looks like study material to everyone else," the voice replied. Su Bei felt a wave of relief. Losing his phone wouldn't be a problem now. He appreciated how considerate the manga consciousness was. Unlike most lower-class students who focused on academics during breaks to secure degrees, Su Bei knew he didn't have talent in the ability world. When those students graduated, they would return to the normal world. Even the academy ignored this, assigning extra academic work to Class F and helping students with post-graduation recommendations. Su Bei unlocked his phone, and a manga app popped up, the icon featuring close-ups of 3 characters, Zhang Tianming, Lan Subing, and Wu Mingbai. The interface was simple, with a green background and 2 books labeled King of Abilities, Parts 1 and 2. At the top were 2 tabs, Manga and Forum. After a brief hesitation, Su Bei swiped to the forum. "Academy arc's about to start. So excited. Ah!" one post shouted. "Please, more hot characters in the Academy arc. This series lacks eye candy," another commented. One post asked, "What did Jiang Zhang mean by that line at the end of Part 1? Hot posts were highlighted with yellow tags, and one discussing manga foreshadowing caught Su Bei's eye. It was about Zhang Tianming's cryptic final line, something Su Bei had wondered about himself. But he resisted clicking it. After all, Part 2 hadn't updated yet, and if fans started guessing the story's twists, the manga would become predictable. Finding no useful spoilers, he returned to the manga tab and opened Part 2. Part 1 was longer and had more hidden details, but Part 2 felt more immediate. Sitting down on his bed, Su Bei prepared to dive into the story. He couldn't help but ask himself, "The original Part 2 started with my death. It looks like you've shared a file containing a plot summary and character profiles for a manga-style story titled King of Abilities, Gears of Destiny." The narrative follows Su Bei, a clever student with a seemingly weak ability who finds himself trapped in a world where he's supposed to die in Chapter 1. The story explores his efforts to manipulate the plot, create a false identity, and outwit a system based on supernatural abilities and shonen tropes. Do you need help with anything specific related to this content, such as expanding the plot, developing characters further, or suggestions for visuals? He wasn't about to blame himself for the death of the substitute. It wasn't his fault was a victim too. The real culprit? The assassin. The plot. The manga. Why should I, a victim, feel guilty or be motivated by any of it? He scoffed, looking up with a smirk. Who are you trying to guilt trip here? He'd already figured this out after coming back to life. There was no way he was going to let someone else take his place, burdened with that death on their conscience. His words struck the manga consciousness into silence. It realized, while it hadn't meant to lay guilt on him, it had seriously misjudged from the start. Whether it was Su Bei's death or the substitutes, both were part of the author's design to push the manga forward. But the author wouldn't feel guilty. To them, all characters were just creations on paper. How could arranging their fates ever be wrong? I misspoke. Su Bei, with his usual sly grin, watched as manga consciousness, now fully aware of its blunder, apologized without hesitation. "Sorry, this has nothing to do with you," it said. Su Bei, ever the opportunist, seized the moment, his grin transforming into a devilish smirk. "Since you admit it's your fault, shouldn't you compensate me for nearly framing me for murder?" His tone was light, but his words held weight. The apology didn't move him much after all. In his world of twists and turns, apologies were just part of the game. "What compensation do you want?" came the response, sounding almost bored. Su Bei raised a finger, pointing to the last page of the manga's second chapter, where his own lifeless body sprawled in a bathroom, gears scattered across the floor. "Let me simulate my death as it was," he declared coolly. "I think I uncovered something about the killer just before I died." The gears, carefully arranged around him, were no random detail. Su Bei knew this was no accident. The only explanation was that he had left them as a clue, a key to the mystery. Those gears weren't just parts of a mechanism. They were a message, something vital the protagonist could use to unmask the killer. And Su Bei? He needed that clue now more than ever. The killer had shown no mercy before, and though Su Bei hadn't seen their face, he knew one thing for certain: their ruthless nature wouldn't stop at just one attempt. Su Bei had always known that survival was never guaranteed in a manga world. His first brush with death left him shaken, but his real battle was only just beginning. Sure, he avoided his initial fate, but he was still just cannon fodder in the grand scheme of things. Everyone around him was a hero, or at least a main character. But what was he? The guy who might die in any random scene because the plot decided it? Not if he could help it. He had to outsmart the narrative. Becoming a sidekick to the protagonist wasn't enough. Look at all those righteous characters who'd helped the hero and still met their end. Instead, Subi took a different route. He became a villain. Villains might get defeated by the hero, but they weren't just killed off by the plot. As long as he controlled how villainous he was, stayed relevant, and left a window for redemption, he could stick around for a while. With that plan in mind, he ripped the IV needle from his arm, blood dripping as he jumped out of bed and sprinted for the restroom. The school nurse's voice came from outside, calling for him, but Subi had bigger plans. He needed to use his face, his charm, and everything he had to survive in this game of fate. Subi, caught in the pages of his own manga, quickly realizes that survival in this narrative is no accident. Armed with nothing but his wits and a mysterious ability, he's faced with the ultimate challenge, outsmarting a plot that wants him dead. But he's no stranger to manipulation. Using a clever psychological trick, Subi presses manga consciousness into revealing a glimpse of the future snapshot of his own bloody demise. As the photo appears on his phone, showing him sprawled out in a school bathroom, the shocking sight of his own death doesn't faze him. Instead, he carefully studies every detail, the wheels in his mind already turning as he prepares to rewrite his destiny, step by step, in a world where every move is a calculated gamble. In the midst of chaos, gears of every kind are scattered around the body, looking like random, instinctive bursts of danger. But Subi knows better. It's not instinct, it's a deliberate act by someone else. As his sharp eyes zoom in on the gears, he notices a curious detail. Some have faint dark gold patterns. For most, these would go unnoticed, but not for Subi. His gear ability lets him shape gears in all kinds of ways. But for him, creating patterns requires serious focus, something only skilled users can achieve. And yet, these 3 pattern gears are clearly deliberate, placed strategically near his shoulders and one under his left hand in a defensive posture. What do they mean? Could they be a sign pointing to something larger, something like a triangle? Could these gears be more than just gears? Maybe, just maybe, they're a clue that will unravel the mystery of the killer's identity, hidden right in plain sight. Subi was staring at the photo, every detail sinking in. Something felt off. The image wasn't making sense, but there it was. Why was he blocking with his left hand? He was right-handed. When facing danger, he'd have instinctively used his dominant hand to protect himself, unless the attack came from the left? That didn't fit either. No, it wasn't adding up. His mind flashed back to that moment under the weight of the narrative. His foggy thoughts had led him straight to the last bathroom stall. The photo showed that the killer had hidden there, waiting to strike as Subi entered. But wait, if it was a frontal attack, he'd block with his right hand, wouldn't he? That was the key. Something wasn't right. Subi's mind locked onto the clenched fist, a theory forming, could there be another gear hiding in that hand? Testing this was straightforward. He drained himself with push-ups until he could barely move, then unleashed his ability to create as many gears as possible. 4 gears, exhausted and hovering around him, marked his limit. A grin spread across his face as he stared at the ceiling, whispering, "There really is one in the hand." With this revelation, the puzzle solving kicked into high gear. The clues seemed to lie in the gear's placement. But what did it mean? Could it be the hands or shoulders? No. The killer had been shrouded in a cloak. No visible abnormalities to see. No, it wasn't. Body parts that had to be a shape, a pattern. Connecting the 4 gears formed a rough diamond. Could the killer have a diamond-shaped mark on their exposed skin? The mystery thickened. Subi muttered under his breath, his mind racing with theories. It made sense, the most likely explanation. During the fight, he had been too focused on survival to notice the details. The markings on the manga organization were typical. He could investigate groups with symbols, not necessarily diamonds. The gears could form different shapes. Diamond was just the easiest, after all. Leaping up, he grabbed a pen and paper, sketching a rough outline of a body from the manga, marking the 4 positions of the gears. His list of possible shapes grew. Diamond, lightning, arrow, fork, Z-shape. Subi quickly analyzed the killer's clues. The tattoo was a key warning, a prophetic hint for the protagonist, but not for him directly. The killer's eerie red eyes and smoke-shifting power were his most unique traits. The real question was how to convey these features through his gear ability. After some thinking in his dorm room, Subi had a plan. He checked the time, stretched, and stepped out. The next move was clear. It was 4:30 p.m., and he wasn't headed to the cafeteria for food, but for a pivotal moment in the story. His fate as cannon fodder in the original manga had been disrupted. He hadn't died in the bathroom, so the plot trigger had vanished. The manga keeps going, but things aren't over yet. A similar fate awaits, just with a different target. As manga consciousness. So bluntly put it, someone else will take their place. That left me thinking, first off, the Gray Mist Killer? Still out there, maybe even in the school lurking? Second, the next death? It's going to happen today somewhere familiar, like the cafeteria or bathhouse. The plot needs to move, and if I don't see it, the pacing's going to drag. I'm not about to let that happen. So, the cafeteria is my first stop. If the murder's there, I'll catch it in the act. If not, well, I'll just head to the bathhouse later. Worst case scenario, I'll stay up all night because there's no way the killer's taking a break. As for today, it's practically a guarantee. I've mapped out every camera in the cafeteria, all the way to the dorm. Moving through the school, I'm careful dodge the cameras. Blend in. Thanks to my abilities, the school's hardly got any surveillance anyway. It's just another day in my weird, twisted survival game. Subi wasn't concerned about hidden cameras. He only had to avoid the obvious ones. Slipping through the unmonitored shadows of the building, he made a quick beeline for the cafeteria. About 10 meters away, a wisp of gray smoke escaped from a side window. That smoke was too familiar. His eyes gleamed as realization hit. He'd found it the second murder scene. Subi paused before entering, his steps taking him to the cafeteria window. He knew the cameras were watching, but somehow the culprit had bypassed them. Peering inside, the cafeteria appeared eerily empty except for a student in uniform, lying face down on the table, motionless. Subei's sharp eye caught a pool of blood beneath him, a chilling sign that he wasn't asleep, he was dead. This was the new victim, possibly from Class F, just like he once was. He sighed, snapping a quick photo, then retreated to the restroom. In the privacy of a stall, he zoomed in on the image, searching for clues. Just like before, the new victim had likely left behind to trail something to help them uncover the killer's identity. After all, the twists in this story seemed too perfectly timed, as if someone else was writing the script. The photo clearly revealed the scattered cards around the victim a signature move from someone wielding the power to summon cards. Subi, after confirming the arrangement mirrored that of a manga scene, swiftly deleted the photo and switched to his manga app. He then made his way outside, finding a quiet spot to observe. It was around 5 p.m., the time when students were heading out to dinner, and soon enough, he spotted the trio Jiang Tianming and his companion emerging from the dormitory. Subi shut his phone off, following them with purpose. Though he had been trained in the art of professional tracking, he didn't need to hide his actions this time. In fact, he hoped they'd notice. After all, in a manga like this, the characters were sharp and quick-witted. No room for fools. He expected them to overthink, and by the time they stumbled upon the crime scene, his subtle tracking would surely fuel their suspicions. That was the plan all along. That blonde boy from this morning is following us, Jiang Tianming murmured, glancing back casually. Wu Mingbai, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. The guy who called you unlucky? Jiang Tianming nodded. Yes, him. His name's Subi. Bing. Did you find anything? Lan Subing, her face concealed beneath a scarf, shook her head softly. Tomorrow. Understanding her reserved nature, Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai exchanged a knowing look it would be tomorrow. No surprise, since less than a day had passed. Wu Mingbai suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Seeing that smile, both Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing felt an unsettling twitch in their eyelids. That was Wu Mingbai's signature expression when he was planning something. And it never meant anything good. Before they could stop him, Wu Mingbai was already striding confidently towards Subi, his innocent brown eyes gleaming. Are you following us? That sharp little spark from Wu Mingbai sliced the air like a blade hidden in a handshake. Subi, unfazed, flashed a knowing smile on that said he'd already turned the next page of the script. Yes, he replied coolly, as if amusement itself whispered secrets in his ear. Wu Mingbai leaned in, childlike curiosity gleaming behind his calculating gaze. Why? Why? Subei's smirk widened, devilish charm mixing with chaos. Because interesting things always happen around unlucky people. The mood thickened like ink on a manga panel, just as Jiang Tianming strolled in, straightening imaginary glasses with mock authority. If you're watching a show, shouldn't you pay for a ticket? Subi blinked. We have to pay? That wasn't in the script. Or maybe. It just got rewritten. In the first chapters of the story, Jiang Tianming had always been cunning, but he kept it low-key, hidden behind a calm demeanor. However, something about him has shifted. Now, he's showing a more carefree side, one that is more playful, even reckless. Subi quickly realizes why. In the previous chapter, Jiang Tianming's life was weighed down by vengeance and dangerous stakes, forcing him to stay on edge. But now, he's in a school, surrounded by safety and the comfort of a calm orphanage. With a break between the two parts, his natural personality has returned. It's like watching a new version of Jiang Tianming, one that's lively and approachable. For Su Bei, this means it's easier to get close to him. A more relaxed Jiang Tianming opens doors. But there's a downside. The hard-earned knowledge and tactics from the first part no longer seem relevant. The plot is changing, and Su Bei can only sigh and adjust, realizing that what worked before might not anymore. The stakes are higher, but now they're playing by new rules. Even though this was supposed to be a free show for everyone, I guess I did sneak backstage ahead of time. Hearing this, the trio exchanged a knowing glance, and Lan Subing, lurking in the shadows, tugged on her friend's sleeves. Too shy to speak in front of outsiders, she resorted to typing on her phone. The screen flashed with 3 words: I have money. Before Su Bei could respond, Wu Mingbai, all innocence, tugged at Jiang Tianming's sleeve, asking, "Miss Lan has money, so why not let him in for free?" Jiang Tianming's eyes glinted with amusement as he feigned deep thought. What if we don't charge him? Anyone who bought into his act would be a fool. Su Bei knew all too well that the trio wasn't suggesting money as payment, it was something far more valuable. Clues. This fit perfectly with his own plan. However, even when their goals aligned, Su Bei wasn't about to let them take the lead. With a smirk, Su Bei exposed their little game. Stop pretending. It's getting a bit too fake. Ignoring their fake, innocent looks, he carried on. For the fun of it, I'll give you the future clues you'll need as your ticket. Wu Mingbai and Lan Subing exchanged looks of surprise. Future clues? Was he really talking about what they thought he was? Only Jiang Tianming remained calm, having already caught on to Su Bei's unusual abilities. Thank you. How will you give us these clues? Jiang Tianming asked. Just stand still. Su Bei spoke as he held up a gear, placing it above each of their heads. With every pass, their faces grew a little paler. Once done, he clasped his hands, slowly pulling them apart. A bronze gear, ornate with intricate designs, floated mysteriously in his hands. Ancient, majestic, and shrouded in secrets. But before the trio could even comprehend its power, the gear suddenly puffed out thick purple-red smoke and vanished into thin air. What just happened? Jiang Tianming asked, baffled. Next to him, Lan Subing displayed her phone, where she had typed, "Did it fail?" Coming from a wealthy family, her knowledge surpassed that of her companions, understanding that prophecies were difficult to perform, especially for beginners. Quite the opposite, Su Bei replied, shaking his head. I've already given you the clue. The 3 stared at him in disbelief, until Jiang Tianming hesitantly spoke. So, the purple-red smoke is the clue your ability provided? Su Bei nodded, confirming it. Realizing something deeper was at play, Jiang Tianming immediately pressed. Does this prophecy mean we'll encounter or need this purple-red smoke in the future? Su Bei couldn't help but think, of course not. The purple-red smoke was more than just a trick, it held 2 vital clues. The color? It matched the killer's eyes. The smoke? That was a sign of the killer's ability. Oddly enough, it was Su Bei's seemingly useless skill that had made this discovery possible. His gear ability let him craft gears from metals, but the rarer the metal, the fewer gears he could make. Cesium, a volatile metal, was the key. When exposed to air, it turned into purple smoke, and Su Bei had carefully chosen it to execute his plan. His growing paleness was the result of constantly crafting gears, secretly making a golden one for himself every time a drain on his energy. But the task was done. Su Bei tried to suppress his laughter, keeping up his cool facade, but couldn't resist. Who knows, he shrugged. Fate rarely offers clear clues. Wu Mingbai suddenly raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. I have a question, he said, his voice full of energy. On the surface, he looked innocent, but anyone familiar with the story would know better. What were you doing above us just now? His head tilted slightly, his expression almost too cute to be suspicious. Su Bei, with a sly smile, held up a finger, signaling silence as he replied, That doesn't concern the ticket. If you want an answer, you'll have to pay the price. Wu Mingbai's eyes flickered with a hint of caution. He had realized that Su Bei wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Still, he feigned excitement, asking, What price? Without a word, Su Bei turned his gaze to Jiang Tianming, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. I want to be in your team for the next group activity at school. Huh? The 3 of them blinked, their faces all the same level of confused. Jiang Tianming, pointing at himself, asked, You want to join my team for the group activity? No, Su Bei corrected, voice steady. To be more precise, I want to be on your team. If it's a 2-person team, it's just you and me. If it's a bigger one, you can pick whoever else. Just make sure I'm in. Su Bei knew as long as he could team up with the protagonist, he'd be able to avoid the spotlight. But why would you want that? Jiang Tianming paused, his eyes widening as the realization hit. Is it because I'm the unluckiest one? Subi smiled, offering a teachable look, then turned to comfort the other two. Don't be sad, guys. It's not about that. If either of you becomes unluckier than him someday, I'll join your team as well. The words hung in the air, but Lan Subing, despite her social anxiety, couldn't help but mutter in response. Who needs that? She usually kept her thoughts locked inside, but somehow, Su Bei had managed to make her break that habit. Wu Mingbai, ever the cautious one, shook his head, clearly uninterested in putting anyone at risk for the answer. But before he could finish, Jiang Tianming, always quick to speak, cut in with, I agree. With a reassuring glance at the orange-haired boy, he continued, it's fine. I'm curious too. He wants to watch the show, so he won't trick me. Otherwise, he won't have such a good show to watch, right? He looked directly at Su Bei, making his intentions clear without needing another word. Su Bei smiled with that classic, mysterious glint, nodding like he just touched the heavens. Relax, I simply nudged the fate compass hovering above your heads. Everyone has one, gears and all radiating destiny. Total nonsense, of course. No one could see anything like that. But it added flair, giving his prophecies an aura of cost and mystery, like pulling cosmic strings wasn't free. If they believed it, even better, he could milk this trick later. With no time to waste, and bodies that shouldn't be discovered too soon, he bowed theatrically toward the cafeteria like a magician setting the stage. Your move. As the protagonist squad marched in, Su Bei lagged 10 meters behind, perfectly casual, perfectly invisible. Get too close to the hero, and the plot might bite back. Wu Mingbai, keeping a safe distance, whispered to Jiang Tianming, why did you agree so quickly? What if the next task involves pairing up? We could be stuck. Lan Subing nodded, adding, that was a rushed decision. Jiang Tianming, however, was calm. He looked at Su Bei in the distance and said, quite the opposite. This was a well-thought-out move. If he really wanted us on his side, he'd have picked a better time to ask. He continued, he doesn't care about the request for one of two reasons. Either he doesn't actually want to team up with me, or he's already figured out a way to team up with me regardless of my answer. Both Lan Subing and Wu Mingbai understood what he meant. If Su Bei wasn't fixated on them, they didn't have to worry. But if it was the latter, their refusal wouldn't change anything, so they might as well use the chance to gather more intel. Alright then, we should agree. They agreed, moving forward. Lan Subing then shifted the topic. Did you notice anything odd about what he said about the fate compass? The cafeteria was the setting for the big show, or so they thought. Wu Mingbai eyed the distance, wary of what might be unfolding. Jiang Tianming shared the same concern but reassured his companions with a confident grin. Don't sweat it, we've handled worse, right? Their previous battles had been brutal, but this was just another day in school. Lan Subing muttered about being duped by Su Bei's calm demeanor. Laughing off their tension, the three entered the cafeteria, but the usual hum of chatter and clinking trays didn't quite settle their nerves. They scanned the room, alert but relaxed enough to grab their meals. Finding a quiet corner, they sat, each trying to shake off the lingering sense that something wasn't quite right. Whatever this big show is, it should happen in the cafeteria, right? Wu Mingbai's gaze flickered towards the distant cafeteria, his expression cautious. Jiang Tianming agreed, but noticing the tension in his companion's eyes, he reassured them. Don't worry, we've handled worse. What's there to fear now? It made sense after all, they'd just taken down a powerful ability user and crushed an underground syndicate. What could possibly shake them in their own school? As they continued their walk, Lan Subing muttered, we were totally duped by Su Bei's act. Despite the easing of their nerves, as they stepped into the cafeteria, their alertness returned. Students bustled around, chatting and grabbing meals. Everything seemed normal. They exchanged a glance, got their food, and chose a quiet corner to sit. Still on edge, but not showing it. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, yet one corner was strangely quiet. Only one other student was there, dozing off, making it seem like the safest spot to hide. But Su Bei, observing from his secluded corner, couldn't help but chuckle at the trio that had carefully chosen their prime location. Their luck, however, was short-lived. They ended up sitting right next to a body, a grim reminder of the eerie twist of fate in this world. As he glanced around, Su Bei couldn't help but spot a darkening bloodstain on the floor. Most students, unaware of the death, sat obliviously next to the scene, and the chaos around them only seemed to blur the gravity of the situation. It was as if some invisible force was protecting the story's plot, keeping the truth hidden, even from those right next to it. Amidst this strange blend of normalcy and horror, Su Bei found himself questioning reality itself. Were these people just puppets in some twisted play? He rubbed his temples, shaking off the thought. His life was still hanging by a thread, with a trial of death looming on the horizon. Now wasn't the time to ponder the meaning of it all. The moment was interrupted by a girl's scream that shattered the stillness, breaking Su Bei's dark reverie. Without hesitation, Subei's eyes locked onto the preordained spot, witnessing the collapse of a body. The protagonist trio stood frozen while a girl gasped in horror. Jiang Tianming, his gaze trailing the trail of blood and the fatal wound, slowly pieced the gruesome puzzle together. Realization dawned. His eyes flickered to Su Bei, clearly searching for something, or perhaps someone. It didn't take much to connect the dots, especially after Subei's earlier offhand comment about watching the show. But with no trace of him in sight, Jiang Tianming dropped to the deceased's side, his fingers pressing lightly under the nose. His solemn tone broke the silence. No breath. This person is dead. A chilling statement in a place where death was never supposed to visit. The chaos spiraled as the news spread, but when a skeptic questioned his certainty, Jiang Tianming, unfazed and unwavering, turned to the teacher. Should we close the cafeteria for now? His calm authority contrasted sharply with the terror in the air, leaving the teacher no choice but to comply, ordering everyone to stay put. As he scanned the scene, a grim expression settled over his face. The person was dead. A quick snap of his fingers sealed the cafeteria door. With a stern focus, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and relayed the situation to his superior. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was electric. With tension, people were still reeling from the shock. Some were visibly anxious, others tried to make sense of it. Wu Mingbai leaned in, tugging at Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, nodding toward a figure sitting calmly at a table. Look at him. The two glanced over, catching sight of Su Bei completely unfazed, enjoying his meal as if nothing had happened. They couldn't help but remember his cryptic words earlier. I'm just here to watch a show. It was as if they were in a performance, with Su Bei content in the audience while they played their parts. Wu Mingbai smirked. Should we bring him in? He's got to know something. Jiang Tianming rolled his eyes. No way. Calling him over now would be a disaster. Su Bei sat across from Teacher Zhou, the air thick with tension. Teacher Zhou's voice was ice cold as he asked, answer a few questions. If your answers check out, you're free to go. Did you kill Sunday Ming? Su Bei's heart raced. No, he replied, shaking his head. The words hung in the air. Though his actions had altered Sunday Ming's fate, he hadn't caused the death. Su Bei glanced at Teacher Zhou, sensing his suspicion he must have some lie detection ability. Do you have any special relationship with Sunday Ming? Family? Friends? Enemies? Teacher Zhou pressed further. We aren't related, not friends, and definitely not enemies, Su Bei replied, his voice steady, though the weight of the situation pressed on him. He paused before adding, if we share anything, it's a common Enemyth world itself. The words spilled out before he could stop them, and once spoken, there was no taking them back. A new teacher arrived silent, efficient, and strikingly beautiful. She set up a tent, entered it, and soon enough, the remaining teacher instructed everyone to form a line and step inside one by one. The air was filled with tension as worried glances were exchanged, but the teacher reassured them, don't worry, Teacher Zhou's ability will clear up any doubts. If there's nothing wrong, you'll be free to leave. With more than 50 students in the cafeteria, there was no way to keep them all there indefinitely. The promise of leaving soon eased their minds, and everyone stood in line, comforted by the thought that they hadn't done anything wrong. The first student entered the tent, came out 5 minutes later, and said nothing. His silence unnerved the others. What could have happened in there? As Su Bei neared the front of the line, he wasn't worried. After all, he knew tomorrow's manga update would fill in the blanks for him. When his turn arrived, he strode into the tent with confidence, ready for whatever came next. Teacher Zhou sat with a cold gaze, her words sharp. Answer a few questions. If everything checks out, you can leave. Did you kill Sunday Ming? She asked, her tone unwavering. No, Su Bei responded quickly, shaking his head. He knew his actions had altered the course of Sunday Ming's fate, but he had never taken the man's life. It was clear now Teacher Zhou possessed the power of lie detection. Do you have any connection with Sunday Ming? Family? Friends? Enemies? She pressed. We're not related, not friends, and certainly not enemies. We hadn't even met before. Su Bei's voice remained calm, but then his words slipped out before he could stop them. If anything, we share a common enemy, this world. His mouth snapped shut, surprised by his own honesty. It was clear that Teacher Zhou's ability was at play here as she hadn't directly answered the question, do you have any special relationship with Sunday Ming? But with this power, not only could she detect lies, she could also force someone to answer, no matter how much they tried to dodge the truth. Su Bei couldn't deny his connection with Sunday Ming because, deep down, he knew they were both doomed to meet their tragic ends early in the story. Though he had initially planned to dodge the question with some clever deflection, this ability thwarted his attempt and he had to navigate his way out of the situation carefully. Teacher Zhou frowned, Surprised by the Sunny Boy's response, her ability was designed to compel truth. Yet this boy truly believed that he and the deceased shared a common enemy in their world. Was he really that cynical? But now wasn't the time for her to dig deeper into his psyche. With a sigh, she continued asking, "Do you know if anyone had a bad relationship with Sunday Ming?" Number. After a few more questions, she finally nodded, signaling the end of the session. "That's all. You may leave now. Keep this conversation to yourself and don't mention what happened in the cafeteria to anyone." Teacher Joe's unique ability had already made its mark, forcing Su Bei to confront a question he couldn't dodge. "Do you have any special relationship with Sunday Ming?" Su Bei knew all too well that denying any connection would be a lie, especially when both he and Sunday Ming shared the same fate as mere cannon fodder in the manga. Though he had planned to sidestep the question subtly, the ability left no room for evasion. Fortunately, he was prepared, and with a quick response, he managed to avert disaster. Teacher Zhou's gaze sharpened as she pressed for clarity, sensing something was off. Her power didn't just reveal Lise, it made sure answers came straight from the heart, forcing genuine thoughts to surface. But what did that mean for Su Bei? Did he truly view the world as something to be lost in? The moment passed, and Zhou continued with more questions, pushing him further into the corner. As the questioning wrapped up, her instructions were clear. Keep quiet about this meeting, especially the events in the cafeteria. This definitely won't end the way we expect. If it were that simple, they wouldn't even need to be tangled up in all this drama, right? Su Bei wasn't just trying to show them a dead body. It's not like that's some sort of entertainment. Wu Mingbai feels the same unease, but can't quite put his finger on what's wrong. He's forced to let it go for now. Suddenly, he looks over at Lan Subing, noticing her lost in thought, a faint blush on her face, staring at the door. "Not saying anything? What's on your mind?" he asks, only to hear her quietly mumble, "He's quite handsome." The air gets heavy with the awkward silence. Meanwhile, Su Bei steps into the dormitory. The buzz of gossip fills the hallway. Everyone wants to know what went down at the cafeteria. As he walks in, a red-haired guy, clearly fishing for info, slides up to him. "Hey, buddy, you just came from the cafeteria, right? I heard someone died there?" A few nearby guys stop eavesdropping. Su Bei can't help but think this guy's being way too paranoid. Su Bei looked the red-haired boy up and down, still not answering his question, instead asking, "Where did you hear that from?" The boy hesitated for a moment, blinking, before giving a somewhat awkward response. "I saw the cafeteria was sealed off and asked around at the door. But before I could get anything solid, the teachers sent me away." It was clear he wasn't skilled at lying. While it was normal to suspect something major had happened with the cafeteria's closure, knowing someone had died was unusual. Su Bei, though suspicious, didn't show it and smiled, zipping his lips as if to say, "The teachers told us not to talk about it." "I see, I understand," the boy muttered, disappointment in his voice, but he didn't push further and left. As the boy turned away, Su Bei's eyes widened. Being taller, he could clearly see a black lightning bolt symbol on the side of the boy's neck, partially hidden by his collar. Lightning bolts were a symbol he had linked to the 4 gears. Could this student be connected to the murderer? Before Su Bei could compose himself, the red-haired boy suddenly turned back. He eyed the red-haired boy carefully before asking, "Where did you hear that from?" The boy froze for a moment, blinking in confusion, then stammered, I saw the cafeteria was sealed off and asked around at the door. But before I could get anything concrete, the teacher sent me back." It was obvious the boy wasn't great at lying. Sure, the cafeteria being sealed off could imply something big had happened, but knowing that someone had died was a bit too much. Though Su Bei had his doubts, he didn't show them, playing along with the story. He simply smiled and mimed, zipping his lips. "The teachers told us not to talk about it." The red-haired boy seemed disappointed but didn't press the issue and turned to leave. As he walked away, Su Bei's eyes widened. Being taller than the boy, he caught a glimpse of a strange black lightning bolt mark on his neck, barely covered by his collar. That symbol was something Su Bei had connected to the 4 gears. Could this student be tied to the murderer? Before Su Bei could mask his surprise, the red-haired boy suddenly turned back. He had never seen this redhead before, didn't know what class he was in, but as an undercover agent planted by a mysterious organization within the academy, the guy's abilities had to be top-notch. The higher he rose, the more intel he'd gather. So, it was safe to bet this redhead was in Class A. And bingo! Not only did he clear himself of suspicion, but he might have also caught the guy's interest. Now, with the crisis behind him, Su Bei's mind was racing. 2 paths lay before him. Take the easy route. Brush off the redhead and head back to his room for some well-deserved rest. Or go for the long play and befriend him. The first option was tempting, but what could come from befriending an undercover agent from a dangerous organization? On the downside, The organization could start targeting him, the suspicion would grow, and if the redhead's cover blue, readers might start resenting him for getting too close to the antagonist. On the upside, he'd gain access to vital intelligence, possibly a hidden identity he could use, and if things went south, the readers would definitely be intrigued, wanting to know more about his connection with the redhead. A tough choice, right? But when Soo-Bei really thought about it, his true goal became clear. He wasn't after affection, he wanted attention. That's what would give him the freedom to change his abilities and identity, not just some fleeting popularity. So, it was simple. If he could balance both his black and white identities in the eyes of the readers, he'd be unstoppable. Soo-Bei, a master of manipulating the hidden narrative, couldn't help but test the waters. He casually introduced himself, expecting a cold shoulder or evasiveness. Instead, the red-haired boy, brimming with enthusiasm, surprised him. "I'm Mo Xiaoqin. Nice to meet you. Are we friends now?" His cheerful response caught Su-Bi off guard. Unlike the distant Wu Mingbai, who maintained a carefully guarded persona, Mo Xiaoqian was openly warm, genuinely eager to connect. This simple interaction revealed the sharp contrast between them. While one kept the world at arm's length, the other reached out with genuine intent. It was an unexpected twist in the ever-evolving game of manipulation and alliances. He seemed completely unaware of any boundaries. Apart from that brief moment of doubt when he suspected Soo-Bei, he came off as entirely innocent. Soo-Bei couldn't help but be taken aback by how different he was from the typical side character. The contrast was, jarring on one hand, you had a protagonist who looked pure but hid a heart of stone, and on the other, an antagonist who seemed to genuinely lack any malice. Was the author okay? If the other was truly as innocent as he seemed, Soo-Bei realized his approach had to change. What had started as a plan to play it cool shifted, and Soo-Bei decisively nodded. Of course, we're definitely friends now. He kept an eye on the other's reaction, wary that his eagerness might seem suspicious. Would he get a sarcastic remark in return, something to hint that Mo Xiaoqian was more than just a sweet face? But there was nothing. Mo Xiaoqian's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's great. You're my first friend here." Soo-Bei, ever the tactician, simply led him to his dorm without missing a beat. "Feel free to drop by anytime." Soo-Bei had a private dorm room, a space where he could let his guard down, and that's exactly what he did when he invited Mo Xiaoqian in. With the door closed behind them, Soo-Bei hesitated before sharing a secret from the cafeteria, only to be met with an unexpected reaction. Mo Xiaoqian, in all his innocence, quickly rejected the offer, shaking his head in disbelief. "Don't say anything," he warned. "What if someone finds out?" Soo-Bei was taken aback. He realized then that Mo Xiaoqian wasn't playing coy. He genuinely didn't want to know, at least not from him. This made it clear that Mo Xiaoqian was a sweet and oblivious person when it came to anything outside of his immediate world, and that suited Soo-Bei just fine. No suspicion would fall on him, no tests to pass. But there was still something sharp about Mo Xiaoqian's awareness. The way he instinctively turned away when Soo-Bei glanced at the mark on his neck revealed that despite his naivety, he could still notice the slightest oddities. That was a subtle reminder. Even the smallest slip-up could get him caught. "Better to show some goodwill first." Soo-Bei smiled. "Don't worry, I won't tell you directly, but you should already know the answer, right? If what you said earlier was wrong, I would have denied it immediately." With that, he fell silent, leaving Mo Xiaoqian to ponder the meaning. Mo Xiaoqian quickly caught on, his eyes lighting up with surprise and admiration. "You're right, you can distinguish things like that. Soo-Bei, you're really smart." Having obtained the answer he was looking for, Mo Xiaoqian hesitated. He wanted to rush back and report, but also yearned to chat more with his new friend. Guessing the reason behind his hesitation, Soo-Bei decisively sent him off. There was no rush. He had gathered enough information for today and needed time to think it over. First, the Black Lightning tattoo. If nothing else, the killer should also have such a tattoo. After all, the 4 points forming the pattern left little room for doubt. Soo-Bei had initially thought the killer was after espers, hunting them down with a task at the school. That would explain his ruthless killings, even when his identity was on the line. But after watching Mo Xiaoqian's actions, Soo-Bei began to rethink. It seemed this mysterious group might not actually harbor ill will towards the Spurs after all. They wouldn't train a child like Mo Xiaoqian if they did. If the school was their enemy, that didn't quite add up either. The undercover agent sent on a sabotage mission wouldn't be someone as innocent as Mo Xiaoqian. The truth was, Soo-Bei didn't have enough information to connect the dots. But then, a thought struck him. He quickly checked his phone, revisiting an old trailer. There, among the trio of main characters, was a red-haired boy wearing the same goofy grin as Mo Xiaoqian. Could this be the same person? The more Soo-Bei thought about it, the more it made sense. A character with such a distinct personality and unique identity wouldn't be a background figure in a manga. Befriending him seemed like the right choice, even if Mo Xiaotian was part of a villainous organization. Su Bei, with his usual directness, asked, "Are those with black lightning marks part of some group?" Instantly, manga awareness appeared, as expected, responding with a simple, "What's up?" After confirming Subei's suspicions, it added, "Yes." But Subei's thirst for information didn't stop there. "What's their goal?" he pressed, hoping for a straightforward answer. Unfortunately, manga awareness played it coy. "Can't tell. You'll have to figure it out yourself." Frustrated but undeterred, Su Bei smoothly shifted the topic. "The manga updates at 8 a.m. tomorrow, right?" With an affirmative nod, the system promised, "I'll sync the manga and the real world." And just like that, Su Bei was back to playing his complex game, always one step ahead of the rest. Subei's forum account is finally activated, and it sparks a surge of excitement within him. It's been a while since he even remembered the account existed, but now it's an opportunity for him to shape conversations and stir things up behind the scenes. With a new username to choose, Su Bei settles on Prophet, a fitting name for his growing mysterious aura. The next day, his class is filled with chatter as the students eagerly await the new semester's first lesson. Despite the temptation to check his phone, Su Bei stays focused, determined to appear as just another attentive student. The subtle tension between the mundane classroom and the cryptic world he's carefully navigating builds with each passing moment, as his influence grows both in and outside the forum. The bell rang, and in walked a poised teacher with glasses, ready to kick off the new semester. "Welcome, everyone. I'm your teacher for Theoretical Abilities, Zhou Minwen. Let's get straight to it. We have a quiz at the end of the month," she said as she wrote on the board. What exactly are abilities? Su Bei knew this was no ordinary class abilities, were serious business. This was the kind of topic you usually only got at special academies, so not paying attention was a disaster waiting to happen. As the lesson began, the teacher announced she'd call on a few students to share their thoughts. And suddenly, the dread of being put on the spot hit. Those who knew the answer were fine, but for others, it was a nerve-wracking moment, especially when Su Bei knew he'd be in the spotlight soon. Sure enough, the first name she called out was Jiang Tianming, and the tension was about to rise. After diving into the adventure before school even began, he quickly grasped the power of abilities. With the help of the Land family's guidance, he nailed the teacher's question. It's an energy within the human body. The first student to answer saved time, and Teacher Zhou smiled, asking, "Is your name Jiang Tianming? Have you studied this before?" He nodded, and the teacher, aware that many had learned about abilities early on, let him sit back down. "Abilities are indeed an energy inside us all," she continued. "Everyone has it, but why do only some of us awaken it?" Her pause caught the class off guard. Many thought only the awakened had this energy. The real question was, why were they the chosen ones? A more impatient student raised his hand and asked, "Why do we awaken our abilities around 15? The teacher answered, explaining that it's due to our bodies being at their peak energy, making us more likely to awaken. While most ability users unlock their powers at 15, experiments show that extreme stimuli can awaken abilities in people younger or older. The teacher then explained that ability types are innate. The more active the energy, the easier it is to awaken, and strength depends on development and comprehension. To motivate the class, he pointed out that even those with seemingly useless abilities could become strong with the right development. He gave the example of a famous star who once had a useless ability making people smell gardenia when she smiled. But after honing it, her power could infiltrate the soul, allowing her to track or attack people and even charm those with weak willpower. A great reminder that hidden potential lies within everyone, even if it seems trivial at first. She broke free from Class F's chains and rose to fame with an ability so useless it became legendary, turning her into a symbol of defiant hope. But let's not kid ourselves. Someone like her is one in a million. For the rest, mediocrity is the norm, and reality bites hard. That's why Su Beaver the schemer chose the smarter route, exploiting whatever edge his so-called ability offered, no matter how unimpressive. Then came the teacher's chilling reminder, you can't swap abilities like facetino-plastic surgery for powers. People who tried? Dead, crippled, erased. The message landed like a punch. Know your limits or lose everything. As the bell rang, students scattered, the air thick with noise and dreams deferred. But Su Bei wasn't reaching for his usual Manga locked eyes with Feng Lan. So, the first day disaster you warned about, it's already happened. And judging by her silence, she'd known all along. He paused for a moment and cautioned, the school's not exactly safe these days. Be careful. Of course, Su Bei replied with a nonchalant shrug, feigning ignorance. After what happened yesterday, it's clear it's not safe. Who knows who's behind it? With a mock inquisitive look, he asked, can you use your prophecy to track down the culprit? If that worked, then the so-called first incident in the manga was just a trick by the author to throw the main characters and Feng Lan together. That would be pretty ironic. Luckily, Feng Lan shook his head. I've already used my monthly prediction. I won't be able to use it again until next month. By then, if the culprit hasn't been caught, they'll probably cover their tracks well. Su Bei felt a sense of relief. I'm sure someone will come to you for help. If you don't want the hassle, just turn them down flat. I'm heading to the bathroom. With only 10 minutes left in the break, he had to rush to the bathroom. His manga was waiting. Behind him, Feng Lan's gaze flickered with rare complexity. Was it really him? In the bathroom stall, Su Bei unlocked his phone, heart already racing. The manga had updated. He tapped it open without pause. It began at the school gate beneath a vibrant red banner. Happy start of school to first-year students. A deceptively cheerful setting for what lay ahead. Students filed in, eyes glittering with anticipation, unaware that their awakening abilities were just the beginning. Even with only a few panels, the artist captured the electric thrill of a new term and the mystery lurking beneath it. Su Bei, reading, instantly knew this wasn't amateur work. The characters breathed, the panels pulsed, and the story was alive. Real-time comments streamed in, a flood of excitement threatening to drown the screen. Then came the main trio, drawn so sharply they mirrored their real selves too closely. That uncanny resemblance twisted Subei's stomach. It wasn't just art anymore. As they recapped their summer's end in fleeting flashes, the school's doors opened, pulling them into something far bigger. Something written in inkhand, maybe blood. The trio reluctantly splits up, with Wu Mingbai's exaggerated drama the only thing that seems to leave a mark, while Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing are unfazed. Lan Subing's internal monologue is on full display, picking apart everything from the boys' fashion to the chaotic summer antics, all while silently criticizing Wu Mingbai's over-the-top theatrics. Despite her serene outward appearance, no one would guess the storm of thought she harbors inside. As classmates start to trickle in, Su Bei keeps a sharp eye out, focusing on those who catch the manga's spotlight. Sure enough, Feng Lan blonde, white-haired, and with eyes that gleam like gold gets his moment in the manga. His appearance dominates the panel, looking every bit the heartthrob fans would swoon over. Lan Subing's inner voice chimes in, "What a handsome guy!" Just as the manga pans to the next scene, Feng Lan curls up in the last seat, choosing sleep over attention. Meanwhile, the students each introduce themselves, from Zhao Xiaoyuthe eager first to speak Mu Tiren, who takes the lead in the laps, and Wu Jin bringing up the rear. They each get a minor moment in the manga, but it's clear, it's all about the characters who make it to the close-ups. Those meticulously drawn characters were no accident. Su Bei could tell they were special just by the subtle detail. He sensed they were important to the story, and his hunch proved right. When Zhao Xiaoyu spoke first, her vague explanation of her ability hinted at secrets and set the tone for everyone else. Mu Tiren gave off Big Brother vibes, kind and just, a perfect fit for the main cast. Wu Jin seemed ordinary until his gloomy aura made him stand out. As Su Bei waited for his moment, he stayed calm on the outside, but inside he was nervous if the author skipped his introduction. Everything he'd built could crumble. No new panel meant no disguise, no momentum. But just when tension peaked, the scene appeared. His carefully designed entrance was in. From Jiang Tianming's eyes, the world paused as he caught sight of a striking figure at the door, blonde hair, veiled in shadow, violet eyes gleaming with a faint menace, like a phantom stepping out of myth. The gloom didn't hide his beauty, it magnified it, draped in enigma. Then, as he stepped into the light, the spell snapped, the darkness peeled away, revealing a brilliance that made the whole classroom feel like it had turned into a divine stage. From above, the scene panned as the boy strode straight toward Jiang Tianming, stopping only inches away, sunlight igniting every strand of golden hair, his eyes glimmering with cosmic mischief. His smile curved with defiance, and in a voice like fate itself playing dice, he declared, "Saluting you on behalf of destiny, the unluckiest soul of this era." Instantly, the live comments burst into chaos confessions, awe, obsessionate. As the curtain fell on that cinematic entrance, Su Bei exhaled with a grin, savoring the applause only he could orchestrate. He knew he had it made. Just from his appearance in the manga alone, the buzz around this scene would be huge. The manga artist's skill was undeniable, though it was only 2D. It felt more alive than reality. His performance might have been a bit off, but the manga captured it perfectly, conveying every nuance he wanted. Anyone reading it would see him as that mysterious, playful type. As he flipped through, the next part delved into Jiang Tianming's thoughts, where he started questioning Subei's true intentions and identity. When Jiang Tianming speculated that Su Bei might know his parents, Su Bei almost spat out his drink. Seriously, how did he come to that conclusion? Then, Meng Huai made his dramatic entrance. His muscular frame was sketched in a few strokes broad shoulders, narrow waist exuding the raw power of a tiger on the prowl. The manga moved fast, covering self-introductions in a quick 6-panel grid before jumping to manhwa, scolding everyone for being useless and making them run 10 laps. As the students began to leave, the manga zoomed in on the teaching building and playground. The Ability Academy's building looked like a grand European castle, mysterious, imposing. First years weren't allowed upstairs, so everything above the first floor was a mystery, just boring halls below and an absurdly massive playground outside. One lap was 1,600 meters. From the sky, people looked like ants crawling across it. Subi Ei didn't expect the run to expose a secret. Jiang Tianming's ability was flawed. Lan Subing, socially anxious and barely able to use her word spirit, whispered to herself before they began. Tianming and I will easily finish 10 laps, but her weak skill couldn't handle boosting them both. At Tianming's urging, she only powered herself up, leaving him to run on pure grit. He barely made it 4 laps before collapsing inside. Then it happened. A phantom figure, his legendary ally from the first manga, appeared behind him. Fueled by that hallucination, Tianming pushed on for 2 more laps. Exhausted, he stumbled, dragging his feet, but wouldn't quit. The phantom started half-carrying him its edges, flickering like static. After 2 more laps, the illusion vanished. Just like that. Gone. Just as Subi Ei was trying to figure out how Jiang Tianming pulled off the final 2 laps, he suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure forming behind him, a ghost from the very first manga, the final boss himself. Subei's mind spun with realization. Death summoning. That's what it means. It wasn't just some edgy skill name. Jiang could summon the souls of his defeated foes to fight for him. No wonder this guy was the main character. If these summoned spirits retained their powers, then Jiang wasn't just strong, he was terrifying. Subi Ei, stunned, exited the current manga and flipped back to the last page of the original. There he was, the old protagonist, staring at his palm and murmuring, "The third one." Back then, Subi Ei had no idea what that meant. But now everything was changing. The plot is heating up as Subi Ei continues to play his dangerous game with destiny. His ability to manipulate the story's direction is growing stronger, and now it seems like he's getting closer to mastering death summoning. But who exactly is behind the scenes with him? As he dives deeper into the manga, Subi Ei finds himself tangled in a web of mysteries. There's a strange killer lurking in the shadows, an assassin cloaked in smoke, and an unsettling symbol that seems to mark his fate. Meanwhile, his classmates, especially the prophetic Feng Lin, are starting to sense that there's more to Subi Ei than meets the eye. Everyone's eyes are on him, and the feedback is rolling in. They're starting to see the genius behind the scenes. But can he keep the illusion going before the pages of his destiny shift once again? The game is far from over, and the stakes are higher than ever. Chapter 16 of King of Abilities, Gears of Destiny throws us into a back alley clash where Class F's rising weirdos face off against an upperclassman with a serious ego problem, but guess who's not throwing punches? That's right, Subi Ei. While the crowd watches for a showdown, our so-called gear guy pulls strings from the shadows like a smirking puppet master. Whispers swirl that he's more prophet than tinkerer in the eerie part, his predictions masked as mechanical mumbo-jumbo-ware getting scarily accurate. Feng Lan, torn between visions and vibes, starts seeing Subi Ei as more than just trouble. As tensions crackle and motives blur, readers start to wonder, is this slacker writing the story? Or escaping one written about him? It's puzzling. If they were twins or related by blood, it would make sense, but judging by their appearances, they probably aren't. So why would the author give 2 characters such similar abilities? I'm not trying to stir up trouble, but I'm hoping the forum can shed some light on this. Firefly fly number 1. It's clear that Subei's ability is gears. You're all overthinking it. Number 2 replies to number 1. Got it. Go somewhere else. Number 3 replies to number 1. All right, you're spot on. Someone, please invite this genius to the genius group. Number 7. I think there must be a significant difference in their abilities, but we don't have enough info yet. Still, from what we've seen, Subi Ei is much more active than Feng Lan. Could that be due to the nature of his ability? Maybe. But the real twist? Subi Ei, the guy everyone's whispering about, isn't just bluffing, he's turning the entire academy into his stage. His illusions, his fake feats, even his prophecies are becoming real, and no one knows if he's a mastermind or a monster. Class F is rising, enemies are circling, and somewhere in the smoke, a killer with a mark stalks those bound to fate. Feng Lan can't decide if he's salvation or doom, Lan Subing's icy shell is cracking, and Wu Mingbai is digging too deep. When reality starts rewriting itself faster than the manga pages can turn, only one thing's certain: Subi Ei isn't just a player in this story anymore. He might be the author. Do you buy into Subei's claim that there's a destiny compass floating above everyone's heads? Because honestly, I feel like not everything he says is fully true, more like half-truths. Maybe there is something up there, but a compass? If there really is one controlling us, wouldn't messing with it cause some major chaos? I agree. His words often feel like half-truths, but this part doesn't seem like something he'd make up. Sure, tampering with the destiny compass could affect us, but this newbie ability user? I doubt he's strong enough for that yet. You know, I've been wondering too. Both Fenglan and Subi ended up in Class F. Subi probably came because of Zhang, but what about Fenglan? Was he really sent to recruit Subi like the homeroom teacher said? Honestly, I think they both came for Jiang Tianming and his group. After all, they're the main characters, so it makes sense they'd get some special treatment. Season's heating up and the fandom's on fire. Number 23s. Tired of the classic love triangle reruns and smells. Fresh ships on the horizon. While number 24 throws down chips on the chaos train. Su Bix, Jiang Tianming, aka the unlucky fate disaster couple talk about drama potential. But Cilantro no, 30 ain't having any of it, pulling the emergency brake on the thread's derailment. Meanwhile, number 31 dives back into plot mode, analyzing manga lore with friends and suggesting that two eerily similar characters might either be power twins or authorial copy-paste. Number 32 nods in agreement, and just like that, the debate veers from shipping wars to prophecy, logic classic comic forum chaos. If it's really one of these possibilities, I hope it's the former, because watching handsome guys kill each other? Tragic. Su Bei scrolls past the thread no new intel, just recycled theory and lands on a hot post practically screaming for his attention, saluting the unluckiest soul of the generation. It's him, again, trending. In an inch longer, an inch stronger, no point oh fans explode. Ah, so handsome. That purple gold collision? Chef's kiss. Declaring this my favorite line of the year. The art? Still killer. Subei's fashion? Lethal. He's got shallow fans now, heart-skipping beats at every panel. Number 1 chimed in like a declaration of war, so handsome I could die. And number 2 backed it up with a virtual swoon. Looks like Subei's not just faking greatness anymore. He's becoming the story's shining anomaly, the glitch in fate, and the internet's latest heartthrob. So many hotties on screen this season. It's basically illegal each dude radiates main character energy. Brooding stares, smug grins, and mysterious backstories included. The girls? Equally dazzling. From Lost in the Hall's cuties to dangerously charming teachers. It's like the artist said, let me flex real quick, and unleashed a beauty parade. But wait, wasn't there some cryptic forum post hinting that this arc would introduce major players? Seems like the story's leveling up hard. And hold up, am I the only one side-eyeing Su Bei? Dude's got that suspiciously perfect vibe tube panels in, and he's already screaming hidden boss energy. Something tells me he's not just another pretty face standing in the hallway. The conversation heats up as suspicions swirl around Subei's true nature. While some think he's a shadowy figure with an unknown agenda, others believe he's just enjoying the chaos he's causing. As the rumors spread and his predictions seem too accurate to be coincidence, people start to wonder if he's a prophet or hiding a darker side. But for those who've already invested in his story, one betrayal could be the breaking point. Whether he's manipulating his way through the academy or really a villain in disguise, Subei's growing influence is undeniable. And in the midst of it all, a mysterious killer with an ominous symbol stalks the shadows, making the stakes even higher. As alliances form and break, the line between fate and free will gets blurrier by the day. Keep watching, things are about to get intense. Hold on, guys. We haven't even figured out if he's the bad guy yet, so why are you all arguing? To be honest, something about him just doesn't sit right with me. He's got this creepy vibe. Exactly. These threads have been full of people going back and forth for over 10 replies, and here I am, completely lost. Why is no one talking about the question in the title? I thought this was supposed to be a discussion thread, but all you're doing is going in circles. +1, +2, +3. In this twisted arc of King of Abilities, Gears of Destiny, Subei's game of smoke and mirrors escalates as he fakes feats, fabricates rumors, and somehow keeps predicting the future a little too accurately, turning him from school oddball into suspected prophet or villain. As Class F claws its way up the ranks, a killer wrapped in mist starts erasing those marked by strange manga symbol signs. Su Bei recognizes all too well. While Lan Subing's icy mask begins to thaw and Feng Lan wrestles with visions that warn against trusting him, Wu Mingbai grows sharper, sniffing out Subei's carefully buried truths. Then bam! An upperclassman strikes, forcing Su Bei to show off his mastermind moves without ever lifting a finger. But just as he thinks he's ahead of the plot, the story flips. Pages of the manga change before reality does, And Sube might not be the author of fate anymore. He might just be the next target. Sube's role remains that of an observant manipulator, thriving in the chaos around him. He masterfully sows rumors about his background, making others believe in his immense power, all while staying in the shadows, subtly pulling the strings. Despite a series of unexpected twists, including mysterious assassins and a shifting plot, Sube continues to control the narrative, making others believe he's either a genius or a villain. His eerie predictions and seemingly flawless manipulation of events raise doubts and tension among his peers. With every calculated move, Sube blurs the lines between fate and free will, drawing those around him deeper into his web of deception. As the world around him begins to fracture and twist like a manga come to life, it's clear Sube isn't just a bystander. He's the one rewriting the rules. Is it a reminder, a warning, or a threat? If he's just an observer, then staying silent would be enough. No need to say something like that. But if we follow suggestion no, 89, Sube definitely has an agenda. The question is, which side is he on? Long post above, I'll go with what they said. If Sube really has a stance, I don't think we should limit it to just good or bad. After all, the world isn't black and white. Maybe he's with a third party. Wow, a third party force? Wouldn't that be even cooler? Oh, you're really consistent, facepalm with a bitter smile. Look what I found. I found him buried in the corner like an afterthought. Sube shadowed on the promo page, like some discarded side character, but that's no coincidence. This sly mastermind who fakes power, manipulates tropes, and puppeteers fate from the background wouldn't want the spotlight. The promotional neglect just adds fuel to the fire. Is he really the hero, or a lurking villain waiting to twist the plot? Chapters 11 to 20 escalate the Chaos Class F rising, killers cloaked in smoke, marks of destiny etched on skin, and reality itself bending like a misprinted manga page. The deeper Sube plays the part, the more the script unravels and maybe, just maybe, he's not acting anymore. In a shadowy corner of the promotional page, there's Sube, barely visible. Why so hidden? A key figure in the plot, yet given only a tiny spot? This speaks volumes. Could it be that Sube isn't as heroic as we thought? The placement's so dark, so obscure makes him seem almost suspicious, doesn't it? I can't help but wonder if the creators are subtly hinting at something darker, something the plot doesn't want us to see just yet. This whole small picture, hidden in the shadows, feels more like a clue than a coincidence, and now I'm more intrigued than ever. What's really going on with Sube? Is he the protagonist we're rooting for, or is there something more sinister beneath the surface? She quickly finished her last bite and stood up, ready to leave this place where she had just socially embarrassed herself. But just as she was about to walk away, a guy swiftly approached and asked in a low voice, "Were you just talking about Sube?" Her head snapped around, their eyes locking, and an electric tension filled the air. A kindred spirit, perhaps? Meanwhile, in the manga world, Sube grinned as he read a post that amused him. Not only did it hint at his villainous identity, but it also sparked new ideas for his character. Initially, his plan had been to navigate the fine line between good and evil. But now, he thought, why not explore the intriguing gray area in between? Maybe he could even use the forum to create a third-party faction, blending black and white together. As class time neared, Sube closed the forum for now. Discussions were flowing, just as he had hoped, no need for his interference. With the last bit of time he had, he quickly posted something he'd prepared in advance. In the shadowy depths of Class F, Sube has a unique advantage. Unlike others, he's not just sitting back, watching the story unfold, he's in the driver's seat. His predictions, made under the guise of a prophet, have been disturbingly accurate. With his keen eye, he catches details others overlook, from Fanglan, the one tied to fate, to Zhao Xiaoyu, the mysterious first introduction, all the way to the unassuming teacher Mengwai. The world around him may not see it yet, but Sube knows something others don't, as a puppet master pulling invisible strings. Even if some of his prophecies don't play out exactly as he predicts, no worries. Sube is clever enough to rewrite the narrative, bringing his chosen characters into the spotlight, bending the plot to his will. And as he teases his next prediction, a sinister undertone lingers. Who is the killer lurking in the shadows? The gears of destiny are turning, and Sube is ready to set them in motion. In a shadowy corner of the promotional page, there's Sube, barely visible. Why so hidden? A key figure in the plot, yet given only a tiny spot? This speaks volumes. Could it be that Sube isn't as heroic as we thought? The placement's so dark, so obscure, makes him seem almost suspicious, doesn't it? I can't help but wonder if the creators are subtly hinting at something darker, something the plot doesn't want us to see just yet. This whole small picture, hidden in the shadows, feels more like a clue than a coincidence, and now I'm more intrigued than ever. What's really going on with Su Bei? Is he the protagonist we're rooting for? Or is there something more sinister beneath the surface? With two seemingly innocent posts as bait, Su Bei silently set the gears of chaos in motion misinformation now, his favorite tool of war. Not bothering to monitor the reactions, he vanished from the scene, leaving behind seeds meant to sprout confusion. If he'd had more accounts, he would have attacked himself just to tighten the illusion. Back in class, the air stiffened as a man in black manhwa strode in like a villain entering the final panel. I'm your ability practice teacher. No intros needed. His voice sliced through the silence, eyes scanning like sensors. First, class monitor. Mutir needs you. Objections? None came. The boy was a quiet hero from yesterday, and this was Class F, not a cutthroat nest like Class A. Menghuai's grin curled darkly as he read off names, his tone promising pain. No, 20 laps. Please don't expel me. The others joined in, pleading desperately. Seeing their earnest desperation, some of the students felt compelled to speak up. Yet Menghuai remained cold, using the moment to make an example of them. Stop acting like victims. The school's advice is for your own good, he continued. Being an ability user is a perilous path. All ability users attract the attention of the nightmares. Even those in F class, if they overuse their abilities, will eventually draw the nightmares. Even a small mosquito is a target. The school gathers you here to teach you, to minimize the casualties among ability users. It was common knowledge that the ability use license was crucial to their survival. This institution was more than just a school, it was a sanctuary for those who had given up on conventional life. Unlike other students, your self-protection capabilities are limited. You must rely on yourselves. For your safety, obey your teacher and train diligently. It should be your unwavering rule. The moment those words dropped, a wave of embarrassment hit the students who had slacked off. They hadn't thought it through. 10 laps just seemed like too much, and they couldn't hold back. Instead of letting you mess around and get your ability use license, only to bring harm upon yourselves and others, it's better to suggest you withdraw now and avoid disaster, came the stern voice. No sugarcoating here, Menghuai wasn't in the mood for excuses. All right, pack up and leave the classroom. If you want to come back, talk to the principal. But Menghuai knew the deal. The principal had already made up his mind about this whole withdrawal thing. Students who couldn't deal with nightmares had no business being in the school. It was a waste of space and energy, and everyone knew it. One by one, the F-class students filed out, too intimidated by Menghuai's presence to argue. When they were gone, he went right back to business. No warnings, no drama, just a sharp command. Now, use your abilities. Pay attention to what you lose when you do. The lesson had begun, and no one was getting off easy. Su Bei, feeling the drain from yesterday's use of his abilities, casually summoned a simple gear and turned to Feng Lan, intrigued by her prophetic abilities. He was eager to see how her power worked in action. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing observed from behind, confused by the plain gear on Su Bei's desk, comparing it to the impressive ones from the previous day. The difference was stark. Feng Lan, undeterred by the presence of others, prepared to use her ability. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and a faint white glow surrounded her. After a moment, she opened her eyes, and a golden flash vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving her looking drained, her skin even paler than before. I saw a quarrel during this class, she said. Su Bei, taken aback, quickly asked, a fight between a student and the teacher, or between students? But Feng Lan merely shook her head, leaving him puzzled about what her vision truly meant. He had just begun to tap into his newfound power and still struggled to master it. This time, I only predicted the event and the time. Su Bei wasn't disappointed when he heard this. Instead, he put on a knowing expression and said, no worries, everyone goes through this. This casual response made Feng Lan pause, and then she asked the very question Su Bei had been waiting for. Everyone? Do you know other prophecy users? Chapter 17. Su Bei hesitated briefly, then lowered his gaze and shook his head. No, I meant it's normal for new ability users to be unskilled. It's understandable that your prediction wasn't perfect. Feng Lan didn't probe further, and Su Bei said no more, turning his attention elsewhere. He had said that on purpose, hoping to make Feng Lan think that his ability might be linked to prophecy. At first, Su Bei hadn't intended to flaunt his abilities in front of Feng Lan, since she wasn't the main character. After all, sticking close to the protagonist meant more screen time. Performing in front of others seemed like a waste. But after reading the latest manga update, he changed his mind. Who said only the protagonist could grab the spotlight? Menghuai was the perfect example. In a shadowy corner of the promotional page, there's Su Bei, barely visible. Why so hidden? A key figure in the plot, yet given only a tiny spot? This speaks volumes. Could it be that Subei isn't as heroic as we thought? The placement so dark, so obscure makes him seem almost suspicious, doesn't it? I can't help but wonder if the creators are subtly hinting at something darker, something the plot doesn't want us to see just yet. This whole small picture, hidden in the shadows, feels more like a clue than a coincidence, and now I'm more intrigued than ever. What's really going on with Subei? Is he the protagonist we're rooting for, or is there something more sinister beneath the surface? Remember, no matter how exhausted you feel, it's all just an illusion. You've got more strength than you think. Push through, get up, and run. Got it? This survival tip was the key to breaking through your limits. Everyone, fired up and convinced, shouted in unison, got it! Manhwa, satisfied with their response, was about to continue when his phone buzzed a message. As the homeroom teacher, he kept his notifications off during class, only letting through important messages. After reading it, he glanced at the others and said, "Now, exhaust yourselves to the limit. Feel the difference between this and true physical fatigue." With that, he walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone with a lot to think about. Subei, observing his actions, raised an eyebrow. Something didn't sit right, just like Fenglan's cryptic words from earlier. Was the so-called quarrel about to ignite? Was it going to turn into a clash between Manhwa and someone else? Just as Subei was about to ask Fenglan for his thoughts, his gaze landed on Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, who were sneaking toward him while the teacher was absent. What were they up to? Confused, Subei's attention shifted to the gear on his desk, and his expression shifted with realization. He had let his guard slip. Usually, he summoned basic gears when using his ability. So when the teacher asked them to demonstrate their skills, he instinctively summoned a standard gear. But his public persona wasn't built on gearset, was based on fate. Summoning an ordinary gear like that was a huge mistake. Judging by their actions, it seemed like Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing were about to confront him about this. What should he do? How could he cover up this flaw without raising suspicion? If the protagonist group started doubting his abilities, then the readers, seeing things from their perspective, might begin questioning his powers as well. He had to maintain the illusion of his transformation for it to succeed, and that meant keeping their belief intact. Things were getting tricky. If anyone started questioning the situation, it could spiral out of control. Even if Subei could clear up the confusion later, it would still slow him down. Inside, his mind was racing, but on the outside, he kept his cool. Just as expected, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing showed up, and the black-haired boy eyed the gear suspiciously. "Why does this look so different from yesterday's?" he asked. Subei, leaning back with his chin resting on his hand, smirked and lazily replied, "Why should I answer that? Isn't that part of after-sales service?" Jiang Tianming shot back, recovering quickly. "We made a legit trade yesterday, and now you're giving me a faulty product?" Subei's smile didn't waver. He wasn't going to deny it, knowing he needed this opportunity to explain himself. "Because it's missing something," he said, his gaze sweeping over them. "Missing what?" they asked. And the game continued. Manhwa's solo scene wasn't just about critiquing the protagonist. He took jabs at everyone, didn't he? Subei definitely learned a lot from that moment, and probably so did the readers, picking up on Manhwa's way of predicting things. Then it hit him impressions matter. The side characters, especially the important ones, couldn't be ignored. They had to leave a mark, just like the protagonist. When two characters make strong impressions, they get talked about together. Fast forward to the classroom, and after everyone used their abilities, Manhwa asked, "Did you feel any loss of power?" The usual scattered answers filled the room, but no one really took it seriously. But then Manhwa hit them with a curveball. "That's mental energy, not physical energy. You're not drained, just tricked into thinking you are." Subei, caught off guard, stared with surprise as it dawned on him. He hadn't even considered that there was more to it. Manhwa went on loud and clear. "So when you think you're out of power on the battlefield, remember, you can still escape." A tense scene unfolded as teachers gathered around, with Wu Mingbai clearly at the center of it all. The door swung open, and without hesitation, the two students charged in, ignoring the wide-eyed stares of their classmates. "I was the one who pushed him. If anyone's to blame, it's me. They didn't even touch him, so why are you going after them?" Wu Mingbai's voice rang out, full of frustration. Almost immediately, a calm voice intervened. "Please, ma'am, we understand your grief over Sunday Ming's death, but the evidence, including surveillance footage, shows that the students had no involvement. Please, try to stay calm." Before she could finish, another frantic voice exploded. "Calm down! How can I? My child, who I raised with so much love, came here for just one day, and now he's dead. You will all pay for this." And just as quickly, a cold, mocking voice cut in. Humph, we will avenge Mingming. In a world where destiny is manipulated like a puppet strings, Su-Bei continues his game of illusion, weaving a web of rumors and false feats, while a deadly shadow lurks nearby, claiming lives with the flicker of a strange symbol. As tension rises within Endless Ability Academy, Subei's flawless predictions make him seem like a profiter, a villain in disguise. When a rogue upperclassman targets Class F, Su-Bei plays the puppeteer, pulling invisible strings and making his enemies dance to his tune without lifting a finger. But as his story fractures and reality bends, a killer marked by smoke hunts those who stray from the script, and Subei's grip on the narrative begins to slip. With alliances shifting and suspicions growing, the line between friend and foe blurs, and Su-Bei must outwit all who dare to challenge him, even if it means facing a fate that's no longer written in his manga. A few seconds after stepping outside, a voice called out, "What are you two doing? Get back here!" But the duo stayed put, firmly by Wu Mingbai's side. Frustrated, Menghua rolled his eyes and stormed back to the classroom, shooting a fierce look at the curious student. With a sharp bang, he slammed the door shut, cutting off the noise from outside. The classroom erupted in chatter as the students discussed what they'd overheard. Those who had been in the cafeteria the previous day filled in the rest, explaining how Wu Mingbai and his friends had discovered the crime and passed a lie detector test. The students sympathized, calling it an innocent disaster, and felt powerless against the unreasonable parents. Sitting at his desk, Su-Bei sighed. He had known this would eventually involve the protagonist group, but not like this. Then, he felt someone watching him. Looking up, he saw the class monitor, Mu Tiran, staring at him with curiosity. As their gazes met, he didn't flinch but stepped forward with a confident stride. "You heard the gossip outside, right?" he asked, his voice carrying a sharp edge. "If you weren't deaf, it's hard to miss." Subi stayed silent, intrigued by what was coming next. Mu Tiran, clearly not fond of the rumors, spoke with slight disdain. "This might seem blunt, but do you have a way to deal with people like that?" His question felt sudden, especially considering they had hardly exchanged words. Yet, given their mutual interest, it was hardly a shock. Su-Bei chuckled lightly. "Of course I do! Dealing with scoundrels was his specialty after all." Mu Tiran's eyes lit up, but before he could say more, a curious voice interrupted. "But why ask me?" The blonde boy in the corner questioned. Mu Tiran was blunt. "I remember you telling Jiang Tianming yesterday he's the unluckiest guy alive. Funny how that stuck with me." It seems someone had been paying attention to more than just the present. Despite his tough exterior, Mu Tiran was surprisingly perceptive. At first, he didn't think much of what Su-Bei had said to Jiang Tianming. It just seemed like a passing comment. But after witnessing the events unfold around Jiang Tianming, Mu Tiran couldn't shake the feeling that Subei's words were more than just random musings. After all, finding a dead body in the middle of a crowded cafeteria, then being harassed by the victim's unreasonable family, it was nothing short of the worst luck. If Su-Bei had predicted this, maybe there was a way to fix it. Su-Bei, ever the trickster, leaned back in his chair, a playful grin dancing on his lips. "I was just kidding," he said lazily. "But don't you think his black hair and eyes make him look like a villain from a novel?" His expression turned almost regretful. Who would have thought he'd be the victim instead? Though his reasoning sounded unconvincing, Mu Tiran said nothing more, his gaze drifting toward the door, worry creeping into his thoughts. "I wonder if they'll be able to handle this," he muttered. It was clear that even if Su-Bei had a solution, he wasn't exactly the type to offer help. Su-Bei caught the concern in his eyes and considered it quietly. "You're really a caring class monitor." 2 days. That's how long they'd known each other. But Mu Tiran was already showing a level of care that caught everyone off guard. Was it just his personality, or was there something more beneath the surface? He scratched his head, a grin spreading across his face as he shrugged. "Well, I am the class monitor after all." As Mu Tiran left, Feng Lan gave Su-Bei a look, something on her mind. "You seem different just now," she noted. Su-Bei paused, momentarily distracted by his phone, and turned to her. "Different how?" he asked, genuinely curious. Feng Lan hesitated, then shook her head. "I'm not sure, I just felt it." Su-Bei smirked, though he knew Feng Lan wasn't wrong. He had acted differently. But then again, sometimes you have to step out of your usual mold to make an impact. Maybe it was because the scene with Menghua earlier felt like it belonged in a manga, and to stand out in a world like this, sometimes you just had to play the part. The air was thick with tension as Su-Bei stood by, his eyes glinting with intrigue. A conversation was unfolding behind his back, and while he wasn't directly involved, it wasn't just idle gossip of the speakers. It was Mu Tiran, someone Su-Bei suspected had a bigger role to play in the narrative ahead. The school bell rang, breaking the moment, and the duo, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, finally appeared, though they weren't exactly in high spirits. Lan Subing's anger was palpable. Su Bei, ever the strategist, flashed a smile and stepped closer. Care to share what happened, he asked. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Tianming looked ready to brush it off, but then something shifted in his eyes. Was that hint you dropped yesterday connected to this? He asked. Su Bei shrugged, playing coy. I'm not sure, but maybe you should tell me what went down? After a brief exchange of glances between Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing, he relented. All right, I'll fill you in. Soon, Su Bei knew the whole story. It turned out the parents of Sunday Ming, the deceased, were wealthy, their fortune on par with the Lan families. The plot thickened. In a world where every step feels like a calculated move, one couple's grief sends them spiraling into madness after the death of their only child. Their search for the truth, fueled by rage, becomes a twisted pursuit, and the helpless Wu Mingbai is caught in their crosshairs. With no solid evidence and the law offering no protection, it's only a matter of time before the couple strikes, unless the academy can unearth the killer within 2 weeks. Jiang Tianming, seething with anger, speaks of their plight, his words drenched in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Bei watches his lips twitching as the situation unfolds, cursed by fate and mistaken for part of a much larger, cruel plot. Their misery is like that of doctors blamed for a death they had no control over, and yet they are trapped in a deadly game they never asked to play. What's the plan now? Su Bei asked, her voice dripping with a sympathy that was as detached as it was passive. Both of them looked at each other, frustration evident on their faces. If they weren't still figuring out who Su Bei was, Jiang Tianming would have rolled his eyes. What else can we do? We'll have to work with the school to catch the culprit. Since the discovery of the body, the school had been sealed off by a barrier created by powerful espers. Nothing could get in or out, not even a fly. So, even if the killer could transform into smoke, they were still trapped inside. Su Bei raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. Is that all? As she spoke, she whispered mentally, calling upon her manga awareness. Manga awareness, are you there? Can't the protagonist take revenge instead? The response was instant. This is a shonen manga. If the protagonist goes too far, it will hurt the manga's popularity. So, it means they can do something, right? Su Bei smirked. Jiang Tianming froze, his face contorting with confusion. What do you mean? He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Then, with a deep sigh, he added, what else can we do? He understood what Su Bei was hinting at was compromising their only option in the face of the couple's threats. But truth be told, it was the only option left. The Sun family was too powerful, and as mere orphans, they stood no chance. Outside the Academy's protective walls, they'd be finished. The Lan family could compete, but it would end in mutual destruction. As long as the Sun family didn't target Lan Subing, her family wouldn't intervene. After all, Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai were just minor players in this grand scheme. Su Bei's voice broke the silence, his words deliberate. The Sunday family isn't just a rich name. They run a huge business, and that couple you saw earlier holds the top 2 spots in the company. It was the kind of info Su Bei had quickly pulled up on his phone. Corporate giants like the Sun family had their details public. The truth was, they were far out of reach. Jiang Tianming was perplexed, while Lan Subing's eyes sparkled with an intense thought. Su Bei casually dropped more public information. The school's on lockdown to make sure the culprit doesn't escape. Only entries allowed, no exits. Sun's parents requested to stay at the school for at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. Jiang Tianming started to piece it together, but Lan Subing, with her sharp training, raised a surprised eyebrow. Are you suggesting? Su Bei waved her off, brushing aside her question and returned to his seat. Just then, Manga Awareness jumped in, urgent and panicked. Why stir things up? If the protagonist group messes up, the manga's popularity will tank. If the author halts a series, it's bad for you too. It grasped Su Bei's intentions. Clearly, 2 pieces of info had just connected into one. Sun's family was now leaderless. Without their connection to the outside world, their business would crumble. If Su Bei dug up the right dirt now, he could strike a fatal blow, maybe even bankrupt them. That's why Manga Awareness was in a rush. This manga is a true shonen masterpiece, and you can't expect the protagonist team to be playing dirty. But let's face it, in the world of shonen, the hero's gotta keep it clean or risk losing their shine. Take Su Bei, for instance. He might act all innocent when he says, who said we're doing anything bad? But come on, we know he's got a plan up his sleeve. If we dig into the Sun family's shady past, it's practically a public service, he claims with that signature sly grin, and then as if on cue, Manga Awareness catches on. Oh, he's not just talking about gossip. He's talking about going deep into the murky waters to uncover illegal deeds. And it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? A couple that struts around, bullying students, threatening anyone who gets in their way, they're bound to have some skeletons in their closet. So yeah, Why not? Dig deep enough and you're bound to hit gold or, well, the truth. It's all about that sweet, sweet retribution, and trust me, fans will love it. A perfectly executed plan for justice, wrapped in just the right amount of shonen flair. With a slight pause, Manga Awareness finally asked, "What's in it for you?" The original story had the protagonist group finding the culprit, leading to Sun's parents apologizing in tears. Subi Ei, though unsure of the exact ending, had a good idea of where it might lead. But truthfully, none of that mattered much to him. From what Manga Awareness observed, Subi Ei seemed like someone only interested in personal gain. So, why was he pushing the group to seek revenge on Sun's parents? If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. I've already used most of the info I had before. If I don't do this, how will I get more manga screen time? Subi Ei replied, as if it was the most obvious answer. What he didn't mention, however, was that this was just a quick excuse. The real reason? He simply couldn't stand how those parents acted. After all, with his own parents being soldiers, how could he not feel the pull of justice? After their earlier separation, Jiang Tianming noticed Wu Mingbai's mood had dropped. Though Wu wore a smile, the shadows in his eyes were impossible to miss. He was no saint, and discovering a body in the cafeteria, followed by a retaliatory attack from the victim's family, had surely ignited his fury. They hadn't approached him directly, sensing his anger needed time to cool while they planned their next steps. Now, with a strategy in place, they sought to update him. On the sports field, Wu Mingbai's energy surged as he exclaimed, "This is brilliant! If it goes well, we can bankrupt those scum and maybe even send them to prison! Who thought of this?" Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing exchanged glances before answering, "Subi Ei. He's the one who gave us the idea." At that, Wu Mingbai's enthusiasm waned, replaced by suspicion. "Subi Ei? Why would he? Jiang, did you make another deal with him?" Jiang Tianming simply shook his head, still confused by the turn of events. Earlier, as they parted, Jiang Tianming noticed Wu Mingbai wasn't himself. Despite the smile plastered on his face, the sadness in his eyes was hard to miss. Wu Mingbai was never one to hide his emotions well, and the discovery of a dead body in the cafeteria combined with the retaliation from the family of the deceased left him furious. That's why, instead of confronting him immediately, they decided to give him some space to cool off. But now, with a solid plan in hand, they knew it was time to talk. On the sports field, Wu Mingbai's energy seemed to bounce back. His eyes lit up with excitement. "This is a brilliant idea. If we do this right, we could bankrupt those scumbags and send them to prison. Who came up with it?" Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing exchanged a look. "Subi Ei. It was Subi Ei who gave us the idea." As soon as they mentioned his name, Wu Mingbai's enthusiasm faded a little. "Sube, why would he? Jiang, did you strike another deal with him?" Jiang Tianming shook his head, still trying to piece things together. "Well, it looks like he's returning the favor," Lan Subing mused. "We told him everything that happened, and he shared some crucial advice. Sounds like it matches the deal we had, right?" "Yeah, that makes sense." Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up with realization. He had shared the details with Subi, thinking they might need help later, but this? A pleasant surprise. "But no matter how you look at it, I still owe him," Wu Mingbai said with rare seriousness, dropping his usual pretense. He wasn't someone who took favors lightly. Actions spoke louder than words, and Subei's advice, no matter his intentions, had proven invaluable. For Wu Mingbai, revenge on Sun's parents was worth more than knowing the identity of the culprit. Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing nodded in agreement, understanding what Wu Mingbai meant. With everything out in the open, there was no time to waste. "We have a plan, but now we need precise steps," Jiang Tianming said. "Subing, reach out to your family and see if the Sun family's company is involved in anything illegal, like tax evasion. That's an easy way to put them behind bars. But remember, we can't let them know we're onto them. Let's keep investigating, and finding the real culprit is the best case scenario." Wu Mingbai's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint. "There's one more thing. We need to steal their phones, cut off their communication with the outside world completely. If they still had access to outside connections, they could still manipulate the situation. The real trick was ensuring these key figures couldn't get any information in time to react. It didn't matter if their phones were taken, they could always borrow someone else's. The key was making sure they couldn't be contacted immediately when things were set in motion. Time was their greatest weapon. The tension builds as the group hatches a careful plan. The two of them, initially unsure, soon agree to Jiang Tianming's strategy. "No rush," he says. "They've still got bodyguards. Let's first figure out how many phones they have, then we'll make our move. If we stay discreet, their company won't catch on. Once they do, we'll snatch those phones." The plan takes shape as they split up. Jiang Tianming seeks out a teacher to arrange some leave, while Lan Subing negotiates with her parents, and Wu Mingbai digs into the phone situation. Meanwhile, Meng Huai, caught in his office, isn't surprised when Jiang Tianming knocks. Here for leave, he asks? Jiang Tianming nods, explaining that with everything going on, focusing on class is impossible. They need to act fast and solve. This asking for leave is the first step. The Class D teacher considers this carefully, weighing the situation. I understand you're anxious to uncover the culprit and the school is working on it. No need to stress too much. Even though Sun's parents set a 2-week deadline, the school can offer protection for up to 2 years. As long as we identify the culprit within that time, they shouldn't hold it against you. His words made sense, but Jiang Tianming couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Sure, they were safe for now, but what about the other kids in the orphanage? The school could only offer so much protection, and once they closed the doors, the real danger might slip through. By the time they identified the culprit, the orphanage could already be gone. That was a reality he couldn't accept. Plus, the school could only stay closed for 2 weeks. Once it reopened, the culprit could vanish. Even if they caught him, there was no guarantee he'd be stopped. What if Sun's parents kept coming after them? Teacher, I believe we need to find the culprit quickly, Jiang Tianming said, his voice firm. What if we bring in some detective abilities to help us investigate? Detective ability users possess special skills that make them invaluable in solving mysterious cases, like tracing the last moments of a victim or even communicating with their spirit. When Jiang Tianming hears that help is on the way, he breathes a sigh of relief. A user with spirit communication is coming soon. We'll know the culprit by the day after tomorrow, Meng Huai assures him. As much as revenge is on his mind, Jiang Tianming focuses on finding the criminal first. The Class D teacher, with a calm smile, adds, "No need to worry, it'll be resolved soon. Just attend your classes in the meantime." Everything seems to be falling into place, but the tension is far from over. The tension in the air was thick, and everyone thought it was almost over. The students, though curious, held back their question. But Subi Ei, with his ever-watchful gaze, seemed to suggest something more was at play, giving off an eerie feeling. That bad feeling became reality when the detective arrived. Unfortunately, he couldn't summon the deceased soul. With a regretful shake of his head, he explained that the ability was blocked. The question quickly followed, "What does ability blocked mean?" Wu Mingbai asked, though his innocence made it less odd. The detective, seeing no way forward, explained that no abilities could work on the deceased. He then proposed an idea. Maybe someone with the power to rewind time could help. Rewinding the events in the cafeteria could be the key to uncovering the culprit. The idea made sense, but the real problem was the wait time for a user with that special ability. It was a month out. Of course, they could skip the line, but the school wasn't going to spend extra resources on a few Class F students. And like Meng Huai pointed out earlier, as long as they found the culprit within 2 years, Jiang Tianming and the others would be safe from revenge. As for the orphans they were concerned about, no one would waste time on them. With this news, Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai frowned. They knew the school wouldn't be much help. What if the culprit has an ability that blocks other abilities? Jiang Tianming suggested. If that's the case, finding them should be easy. All ability users are required to register their powers, and failing to do so is a crime. If they knew the culprit's ability, identifying them would be simple. Meng Huai sighed. It's possible, but highly unlikely. Blocking abilities are rare, and the few known users are all employed and haven't left their posts. And even though the cafeteria's surveillance cameras are damaged, there are still plenty outside the cafeteria. The school buildings are designed with materials that block abilities like phasing through walls, meaning the only way into the cafeteria is through the main entrance. However, the surveillance cameras didn't capture any suspicious activity, suggesting the culprit might have an ability to avoid detection. Wu Mingbai quickly notices a flaw in the logic. If the only way in is through the main entrance, what about leaving? Meng Huai admits that leaving the cafeteria is easier, thanks to options like the back door and windows, and explains that making the materials block all exits would be too expensive. He then plays a surveillance video showing the moments before and after a student's death, where the first person to enter was Sunday Ming, followed by other students, and the footage ends when Wu Mingbai and another student arrive. Before he showed up, the cafeteria was empty, except for the kitchen staff. According to the rules, they had to leave through the back door, and there was no evidence of any rule breaking. The tension in the air thickened as the clock ticked down. Losing a sure thing was enough to sour anyone's mood. With no further leads, and the school unwilling to spend more time on the case over the next 2 weeks, it was all up to them now. Jiang Tianming finally broke the silence, his voice heavy. "Since the school can't act quickly, we want 2 weeks to handle this ourselves." Unlike the education director, who decided to wait a month before addressing the issue, Meng Huai understood their frustration and nodded in agreement. All right, the Class D teacher reluctantly followed. Fine. But Wu Mingbai, you're excused from classes for 2 weeks. Just make sure to catch up afterward. To him, it didn't matter if the Class F students fell behind, they weren't going to amount to much. But the Class D students, their abilities held real potential. With the reminder fresh in his mind, manhwa snapped. Right, you two as well. Don't forget to catch up on your lessons over the next 2 weeks, or things could get ugly. The two exchanged a quick look as they exited, heading straight for Class F. Their best bet for answers was Su Bei, the one person who seemed to know something about the situation. Su Bei had been acting strangely recently, almost as though he was hiding something. When they entered Class F, Su Bei was as usual in his corner, but there was someone new beside him, Mo Xiaotian from Class A. A cheerful, friendly guy who'd become popular around here, even among the most standoffish of the class. Everyone loved him, except Wu Mingbai, who couldn't stop ranting about how they clashed in character. Cut it out with a little sunshine act. Lan Subing couldn't help but snap back at him, much to everyone's amusement. Back in the present, the two made their way to Su Bei, with Jiang Tianming taking the lead. Zhao Tian, we need to talk to Su Bei. Mo Xiaotian, chatting happily with Su Bei, blinked and asked, Wait, do you want me to leave now? Yep, seems like you're not wanted here, Wu Mingbai replied, all cheery but with a bite of sarcasm. Without hesitation, Jiang Tianming gave him a light smack on the head and said, Ignore him. You don't need to leave. Su Bei, can you step outside with us? Eager to escape from Mo Xiaotian's never-ending chatter, Su Bei quickly jumped up, eyebrow raised, ready to go. Deep down, he regretted ever being kind to Mo Xiaotian. Sure, Mo Xiaotian was like a little sunshine, but everyone knew such characters in manga usually had two big traits, being clueless about when to leave and talking non-stop. How does something as simple as, there's a new rose on Si Zhaohua's desk every class end up being a 10-minute monologue? Su Bei was done with it. The group made their way out of the classroom and onto the playground. Though the place was dotted with students, it still felt wide open and empty. They found a quiet corner with some exercise equipment. Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai settled on the sit-up machine while Su Bei easily flipped onto the horizontal bar, swinging his legs. So, what do you want to talk about? He asked. Jiang Tianming cut to the chase, his voice sharp. Do you know who the culprit is? Su Bei blinked, caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jiang Tianming's directness. Realizing his approach might be a bit too abrupt, Jiang Tianming quickly added, I just need some certainty. Su Bei understood the need for clarity if he knew they could trade information, securing their safety net. Even someone as composed as Jiang Tianming couldn't help but show a hint of anxiety when his companion's safety was at stake. Unfortunately, Su Bei didn't have the answers. I don't know, he replied truthfully, not needing to hide anything. Whether Jiang Tianming overanalyzed his response wasn't something Su Bei cared about. It was a reasonable answer after all. Jiang Tianming, though, didn't seem disappointed. Instead, he extended an invitation. Want to join me in the investigation? It's more fun when you're in the thick of it. His reasoning was simple based on Su Bei's past behavior. It seemed he had no ill intentions in this matter. He wouldn't have brought up targeting Sun's parents' company if it weren't for the timing, would he? With this in mind, bringing in Su Bei, someone truly skilled, to join their team seemed like the perfect move to track down the culprit. Yes! Yes! The voice of manga awareness suddenly chimed in, excited to see Su Bei step into the main action and steer the plot forward. But, to everyone's surprise, Su Bei turned them down, saying, if a spectator joins the stage, they become part of the play. That would be boring. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, his deep purple eyes unreadable, an air of exhaustion creeping into his gaze, replacing the earlier enthusiasm with a cold detachment. Jiang Tianming wasn't shocked by the rejection, but the strange flicker of emotion in Su Bei's expression caught him off guard. What was that about? Did his invitation really trouble Su Bei so much? But, as quickly as it had appeared, the fleeting expression vanished, and Su Bei returned to his usual smile. Once you find the culprit, make sure you attend class properly. I don't want my teammates dragging me down in the monthly exams. After dropping his last words, he seemed to lose all interest, lazily waving his hand and walking away. Watching him leave, Jiang Tianming blinked. After finding the culprit, was he that sure they'd track down the criminal? Meanwhile, the manga awareness voice buzzed incessantly in Su Bei's ear. Why'd you turn him down? Weren't you always itching to get close to the main characters? This is the perfect chance, and the protagonist himself invited you. Annoyed by the relentless questioning, Su Bei shot back. What's your rush? The voice instantly fell silent. Was it guilty? Su Bei smirked. It's only been 2 weeks since school started. Even if I join the main group, there's no way we can start solving any power issues yet, so why the hurry? Why do you want me to join the main character so badly? Su Bei asked, raising an eyebrow. I just thought you'd get more screen time, which would make it easier to mislead the readers, explained the manga awareness. Su Bei wasn't convinced. You know my goal is to mislead the readers, right? I only need to appear at key moments to display my power. The more I talk, the more mistakes I might make. If I get more screen time, it'd be easier to raise suspicion. You didn't overlook that, did you? After a long pause, Subei's gaze turned cold and serious. Let's be honest. We're in a partnership. If you want me to stay on track, stop trying to deceive me. The manga awareness sighed, admitting, all right, I do have selfish reasons. I hoped you'd form more bonds with the main characters, so your desire to save the world becomes stronger. Since Subei's revival, the manga awareness had never sensed a deep desire to save the world in him. Subei was using the story to enhance his power, but part of the manga awareness feared that once Subei escaped his destined death, he'd stop caring about the world altogether. Subei, always unpredictable, throws a curveball when he casually asks, what if I kidnapped Jiang Tianming and the gang and took them to the North Pole? The manga awareness reacts with confusion, struggling to keep up with the sudden change in direction. Trying to calm the situation, it urges Subei not to mess with the plot. But Subei, all innocent curiosity, wonders aloud if the manga would switch protagonists or focus on the group's icy adventures. His innocent demeanor hides the depth of his thoughts. What if this could rewrite the very story? The manga awareness, skeptical but calm, reassures him that no matter what, the plot would snap back to its usual course. Even if Subei tried to derail it, the story would always find its way back, and he'd fail in his attempt. Subei gave a thoughtful nod, a smirk tugging at his lips. No worries, I'm not planning anything big. Relax. But his mind was racing. Joining the main group meant diving into the heart of the story, a move that would entangle him in its twists. With his focus on fate, the plot's pull was inevitable. If he stayed as an observer, he could maintain his distance, his thoughts intact. But crossing into the main group would shift everything, pushing him off the rails. Could this be the work of the manga awareness? No, it wouldn't trick him so easily, especially not with the truth it had shared. Subei speculated. The awareness wasn't trying to manipulate him, just playing into the world's interests without realizing it. Much like before, when it slipped, apologized, and unknowingly pushed him, driven by nothing more than subconscious forces. For Subei, this discovery was far from a good sign. If the manga awareness had carried malice, it would have been easy to spot, like a dark dot on a blank sheet of paper. But it didn't. It was simply swayed by its subconscious, unaware that its actions were off track. It even thought it was doing what was best for him. Such unintentional manipulation wouldn't trigger his radar, so he had to rely on his own instincts. But it wasn't all bad news. The manga awareness still harbored goodwill towards Subei, which was a positive sign. They were now in a cooperative dynamic, and if their intentions started clashing, that would spell trouble. Since the manga awareness was being influenced by external forces, the key was to prevent that influence from affecting him. With that in mind, Subei steadied his thoughts and firmly declared, I will not join the protagonist group. Is it because you don't want too much interaction with them? The manga awareness asked, worried. It feared its hunch was right that Subei was planning to abandon his allies once the crisis passed, ignoring the world afterward. According to the story, the world's destruction would take at least 10 years, which meant Subei could live another decade without losses, even if he didn't save the world. Hearing the concern of the manga awareness, Subei explained, it's not that I don't want to interact with the protagonist group, I just don't want to be hated by the readers. The idea of being disliked terrified him more than anything. He wasn't interested in being adored, but he couldn't afford to fall into the pit of being hated. Subei spent his fair share of time browsing forums, so he knew how the readers worked. For characters they loved, they'd analyze every little move, searching for hidden meanings. Characters that didn't spark much emotion but were relevant to the plot would get a fair shake, dissected with logic. But characters they hated? Oh, they didn't need analyzing. They were just destined to be cursed. A mysterious character? Pretentious. Helping the protagonist? Clearly just a way to ride the wave of popularity. Powerful abilities? Forced power-ups that led nowhere. Characters that were disliked got no second chances. That wasn't the path Subei wanted to walk, so he made sure to avoid any situation where he could be despised by the readers. How could that make you hated? The manga awareness was puzzled. Not many people disliked Jiang Tianming and the others. After all, as the protagonists, they were always in the spotlight. Being on the side of righteousness usually made them hard to dislike, even if they weren't everyone's favorite. Subei chuckled lightly. Do you really think just joining the protagonist group guarantees acceptance? Isn't that how it works? Let's make a bet. With the Sunming incident, one of the new characters will definitely join the protagonist group. After it's over, we'll check the forum's reaction. If no one has any negative comments, I'll join the protagonist group in the next event. If there are negative comments, you'll stop giving me suggestions. Though Subi was clearly bluffing, manga awareness caught on quickly. That's not fair. You have too much of an advantage. Even Zhang Tianming has people who dislike him. If any new character gets negative comments, you'll win right away. Subi wasn't bothered at all when his little plot was uncovered. He simply rubbed his nose and said, "Alright, let's change it up. How many characters are planning to join the protagonist group this time? 2? How did you know?" The manga awareness asked, surprised. Subi just grinned and replied, "If these 2 characters together are disliked by over 10% of the forum, I win." 10% was no small number, and if that many people dislike them, the manga awareness would have to admit it misunderstood the readers. "Fine," it agreed, "but you can't start a thread to sway opinions." With that settled, Subi casually strolled back to class, continuing, "Besides, there's another reason I can't go with them to investigate the case." The manga awareness was puzzled again. "Why not? Are you bad at investigating?" "I thought your father trained you for this." Subi sighed. "I've already seen the murderer." The manga awareness finally made the connection. Subi couldn't go with them. He'd come face to face with the murderer, even if only through a mask, and now the killer might target him if they realized he was hunting them down too. Subi's death had been part of the original fate, and while that thread had been severed, if the murderer chose to strike again, the chances of Subi dying were nearly inevitable. After settling this, Subi, curious about his progress, asked when his abilities would change. Flipping his palm, he conjured a simple gear. It had been 3 days since the manga's first release, yet no change had occurred. The cycle might take longer or require other factors. The manga awareness explained that the next update of the manga would finalize the data. In the real world, updates were weekly, but in the manga world, timing was unpredictable. Subi wondered if every chapter had the same length. More or less, came the reply. So, unless something unexpected happened, the next chapter would likely begin after the Sun Ming incident concluded. In just a single day, everything flips upside down. From the grand opening ceremony to the chaos in class, a whirlwind of events unfolds. Races, run-ins in the infirmary, and tense confrontations with a handful of students. But the kicker? A murder discovered in the cafeteria that leaves everyone in shock. The author doesn't waste a moment, cramming plot twists and character building into every page. No fluff to be seen. Subi, the ultimate strategist, isn't phased. He knows the chapter will wrap once the murder mystery is solved, but what matters most is whether he can control how things play out. His prediction skills have already gotten him some unwelcome attention, but there's no turning back. No, he has to be involved in this, even if only to make sure readers understand his foresight is more than just luck. He's far from a typical student, with sharp intellect and quick reflexes, but his lack of abilities leaves him stuck in Class F. Still, he's managing to make waves, leaving an impression on everyone even without the flashy powers his peers boast. Maybe, just maybe, Class F won't be his forever. Subei's plan was simplify under the radar, blend into the background of the class, and focus solely on learning. But life, and the manga world he finds himself in, had other ideas. His secret? He didn't just want to survive, he needed to manipulate the story's logic to survive the twists and turns ahead. So, with a calculated change of heart, he realized that to capture attention, especially that of his classmates and the manga readers, she needed to make an impression, especially with the protagonists. By doing so, he'd not only build an air of authority, but could potentially shape his abilities into something far more powerful. The next test? Physical training. And it was time for Subi to step up and lead the Runa task that carried its own challenges, balancing speed and class morale. His presence on the field? An exercise in strategy, where every action and decision was a calculated move to further entrench his growing mystique, all while staying one step ahead of the chaos that was beginning to unfold around him. Subi found himself caught in a tricky situation. Slow down, and he'd face manhwa's wrath. Speed up, and he'd wear himself out. It was a lose-lose scenario. The task was usually handled by the stronger students, but the way it was presented today clearly singled out Subi. Glancing at Mutiran's empty seat, Subi wasn't surprised. The class monitor was off, assisting in another investigation his choice, naturally, to help his classmates, with Manhwa's blessing. With his physical enhancement abilities, the training drills were pointless for him, so skipping them to work on the case was a no-brainer. As for Mo Xiaotian from Class A, he had smoothly slid into the protagonist's group. That cheerful, sunny personality was a perfect fit for the manga world, and despite not being involved in the case, he found himself joining the main plot. Subi didn't care much to ask about it. He'd catch up with the details when reading the manga. Besides, staying silent meant he'd appear more knowledgeable later on. After leading the run for 10 laps and finishing a round of military drills, it was finally time for some downtime on the field. Just as Su Bei and Feng Lan were about to settle down, they spotted Wu Mingbai making his way over. His eyes were locked on Su Bei and Feng Lan, and without hesitation, he approached. "Su Bei, long time no see. Got a moment to predict something for me?" He was clearly fishing for a freebie. Su Bei raised an eyebrow lazily and smirked. "Better ask the guy next to me, he's the real prophet." Wu Mingbai turned his gaze to Feng Lan, knowing she had the prophecy ability. Though not in the same class, he had heard rumors and even thought of asking for her help. But Feng Lan had always seemed less approachable than Su Bei, who was more interested in the spectacle than actually getting involved. Still, now that Su Bei had pointed him to Feng Lan, Wu Mingbai decided to seize the moment. His eyes lit up with intrigue as he asked, "Really? You've got a prophecy ability?" Earlier in the cafeteria, Su Bei asked Feng Lan about his ability to predict the future. Feng Lan, having exhausted his specific prediction quota for the month, warned that anything beyond that would be a random guess, offering no real help. As expected, Feng Lan shook his head slowly, aware of the dangerous activities Wu Mingbai and his group had been involved in recently. Wu Mingbai, with a hint of disappointment, asked if there was any price they could pay for Feng Lan's help. Despite the tension, Feng Lan firmly declined, explaining that he couldn't make any more predictions until next month, and even then, getting him to make a prophecy wouldn't be easy. The scene was charged with the tension of unspoken secrets, as both Feng Lan and Su, despite sharing similar abilities, gave off drastically different vibes. Feng Lan was the mysterious, guarded seer, while Su Bei seemed more like a fortune teller, ready to spin tales of destiny under a bridge. Wu Mingbai's curiosity was piqued by the mention of a prophecy. "So, how do I get you to help me with a prophecy next month?" he asked, eager for an answer. Su Bei, equally intrigued, glanced over, aware that obtaining a prophecy from Feng Lan usually required offering enough entertainment. What would be the cost of getting one from him, though? Feng Lan responded casually, "It's very expensive, not in a bragging way, but simply stating a fact." He paused for a moment, clearly hesitating to reveal more. It was clear that while benefiting his family could sway Feng Lan to give a prophecy, there was another way, but what it was remained a mystery. Wu Mingbai, sharp as ever, quickly noticed the gap in information. "But if you don't clarify the other method, what if someone unwittingly meets it?" he pressed. Feng Lan's answer was simple. "In that case, I'll give them a prophecy voluntarily." Wu Mingbai nodded thoughtfully, then, with a polite farewell, he turned and left. Su Bei, meanwhile, watched Feng Lan as he quietly pulled out a book and began reading. Lost in thought, Su Bei remained silent, lost in thought as he observed Feng Lan, who remained calm and absorbed in his reading, unaffected by his gaze. Su Bei didn't ask any questions. After all, he had his own secrets who, was he to expect others to share theirs? As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, they both left the room as if nothing had occurred. Sitting back in his seat, Su Bei replayed the moment in his mind. If Feng Lan refused to disclose the alternative method, it suggested he wanted the condition to be met naturally, without forcing it. What kind of condition could that be? Something that, if pursued deliberately, would yield less success, yet would be fulfilled effortlessly by the protagonist group. It was clear that, in the future, the group would unknowingly meet this condition and receive Feng Lan's help. Could it be about becoming his friend? Or helping him in some way? But Su Bei knew better than to think they'd already reached that stage. Despite walking together often, they were far from friends at best. They were just companions for meals. Making friends? Now that was another matter entirely. Su Bei isn't the type to make friends. At the Ability Academy, his connections with people like Jiang Tianming, Lan Subing, and Feng Lan are driven by interest, not emotion. He believes that those with hidden agendas aren't worth trusting. The time he spends outside the main events of the story flies by, and by the second week of school, he finds himself in the Academy's massive library, searching for books on destiny. Su Bei has recently discovered that destiny and prophecy abilities are linked, with destiny being a broader concept. But bigger scope doesn't always mean more power. Just like with summoning, the strength of abilities varies. The library houses a book called The Little Thing About Abilities Destiny, which lists several known destiny abilities, like the intriguing Falling. Subei's ability to manipulate destiny causes him to fall in line with a unique set of powers. He's aiming for something bigger though, something that could rival even Feng Lan's powerful abilities. But here's the kicker, he's still pretty new to all of this. Sure, he's had 15 years of life under his belt, but when it comes to understanding abilities, he's barely scratched the surface. His current abilities? Surface-level tricks that wouldn't hold up for long when everyone else starts getting serious. And let's face it, staying in the shallow end is a recipe for exposure when things get real. He's not exactly thrilled with his situation, especially since he planned to just coast through school, but it looks like he's been dragged into something way messier. all because of a mysterious author and an even more mysterious murderer. The hunt for the murderer is on, and Su Bei and his classmates are desperately trying to create clues with their abilities. They don't have solid evidence yet, but they're not giving up just yet. The clock's ticking, and the game is far from over. Their investigation had zeroed in on the cafeteria staff, narrowing the list of suspects to the chefs, cleaners, and other personnel. Brother Bry, we're going to keep an eye on the cafeteria crew now. Catch you later. Mo Xiaotian, eyes sparkling with excitement, quickly waved goodbye to Su Bei as he dashed off with Jiang Tianming and the others. For a typical 15-year-old, diving into an investigation was thrilling. No wonder he was so eager. Mo Xiaotian had shared everything with Su Bei, not because he was careless, but because Jiang Tianming suggested helping Su Bei stay in the loop, while also hoping he'd offer some extra clues. After they left, Su Bei calculated their route and guessed they had reached the cafeteria by now. Pulling out his phone, he shot Jiang Tianming a quick message. "Don't forget the tips I gave you earlier. If you don't use them, I'll be disappointed." The message was read quickly, but there was no reply. At the cafeteria entrance, Jiang Tianming switched off his phone, prompting a puzzled Wu Mingbai to ask, "Who messaged you?" With a casual shake of his phone, Jiang Tianming replied, "Su Bi!" He reminded us not to forget the hint he gave. Wu Mingbai quickly pieced it together. "The purple-red smoke? Is that the clue to finding the killer?" Listening in, Lan Subing suggested a more intriguing possibility. What if he's already figured out who the murderer is? Jiang Tianming nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. With a clear lead from Su Bei, the pressure of facing a murderer in the cafeteria felt less daunting. But as the weight of the situation sank in, Jiang Tianming realized something critical. Relying on others could lead them into deeper danger. If they were to truly solve the mystery, they couldn't let their guard down. Trusting others too much could be their undoing. Mo Xiaoxian, happily chatting away with Su Bei, blinked and asked, "Huh? You want me to leave now?" "Yep. It seems you're not exactly welcome," Wu Mingbai replied with a grin, his words dripping with sarcasm. Without hesitation, Jiang Tianming gave him a playful smack on the head, shaking his own. "Ignore him. No, you don't need to leave. Su Bei, can you come out with us for a sec?" Grateful for the escape, Su Bei quickly sprang up, raising an eyebrow. "Let's go!" Deep down, he regretted ever being kind to Mo Xiaotian that day. As much as Mo Xiaotian was a little sunshine, he couldn't help but feel like a trapped audience to his endless chatter. He still couldn't fathom how a simple comment about roses on Si Xiaohua's desk turned into 10 minutes of non-stop rambling. Enough was enough! The group left the classroom and wandered to the playground, which, despite being scattered with students, felt eerily empty. They found a quiet corner with some exercise equipment. Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai plopped onto the sit-up machine, while Su Bei casually flipped onto the horizontal bar, swinging his legs. "So, what's on your mind?" he asked, eager to get to the point. In a world where destiny can be manipulated like gears, Su Bei's cunning knows no bounds. As the members of Class F rise through the ranks, their mysterious powers and Su Bei's increasingly prophetic predictions attract dangerous attention. Everyone seems to be questioning whether he's a secret villain or something more. Behind his facade, Su Bei weaves an intricate web of illusions and subtle manipulations, leaving his classmates in the dark about his true intentions. Tensions flare as a rogue upperclassman launches a surprise attack on Class F, pushing Su Bei to reveal his strategic prowess. But beneath the surface, something darker is at play, strange symbols, a killer lurking in the shadows, and a manga world that's slowly coming apart. The story is no longer under his control, and as the pages of fate continue to turn, Su Bei realizes that the plot itself may be shifting in ways he never expected. Could he be the architect of his own downfall, or is something far more sinister at work? The gears of destiny are turning, but who's really pulling the strings? Their investigation had zeroed in on the cafeteria staff, narrowing the list of suspects to the chefs, cleaners, and other personnel. "Brother B, we're going to keep an eye on the cafeteria crew now. Catch you later." Mo Xiaotian, eyes sparkling with excitement, quickly waved goodbye to Su Bei as he dashed off with Jiang Tianming and the others. For a typical 15-year-old, diving into an investigation was thrilling. No wonder he was so eager. Mo Xiaotian had shared everything with Su Bei, not because he was careless, but because Jiang Tianming suggested helping Su Bei stay in the loop, while also hoping he'd offer some extra clues. After they left, Su Bei calculated their route and guessed they had reached the cafeteria by now. Pulling out his phone, he shot Jiang Tianming a quick message. "Don't forget the tips I gave you earlier. If you don't use them, I'll be disappointed." The message was read quickly, but there was no reply. The cafeteria was packed with staff members who had worked that day, each wearing a grim expression. No one could take lightly being pulled into a murder investigation as a suspect. The Endless Ability Academy, known for training future ability users, didn't brush this off. Unlike ordinary schools, The administration supported the students in their efforts to find the killer, recognizing that such dangers were part of the territory for those training to face nightmare beasts. As the staff members nervously sat, Jiang Tianming began scanning the room, asking everyone to recount their whereabouts between 4 and 5 p.m. The tension was thick. Could they solve this on their own, or was there something darker at play? The moment the victim was stabbed in the back, everything changed, no chance for delay. Death was instant. Mutiran calmly noted, "If someone's story doesn't line up, others can call them out when they're done." The mechanical voice of Lan Subing's phone chimed in. Anyone with valid evidence will receive a 5,000 yuan reward. Despite her crippling social anxiety, Lan Subing had found a way to communicate through her phone during the investigation, though it didn't help much with her ability. But the reward? That sparked excitement in the group. Resentment faded as people began sharing their timeline. When a male chef stepped up, Jiang Tianming froze upon meeting his gaze. In that moment, he almost lost control, but quickly regained composure. Once the chef finished his account, followed by two others, Jiang Tianming spoke, "Let's take a break and discuss the info we've gathered." The cafeteria staff thought he was being considerate, but in truth, this break, it was a moment for something deeper to unfold. As they walked out of the cafeteria, none of them seemed too concerned. They were just suspects, after all, not actual criminals. However, Jiang Tianming's behavior immediately caught their attention. His face was serious as he spoke, revealing a detail no one had noticed before. One of the chefs had eyes that matched exactly the color Su Bei mentioned. The others froze. It was a huge revelation that Lan Subing and Wu Mingbai had missed entirely. Jiang Tianming's keen eyes had caught something subtle, something linked to the purplish-red smoke Su Bei had conjured with his ability. Wu Mingbai, ever trusting of his friend's instincts, nodded in agreement. None of the others had eyes like that. Lan Subing, piecing together the puzzle for the first time, started to understand the hint that had eluded her. But just as they were starting to connect the dots, Mo Xiaotian could no longer stay silent. He'd held his questions back, knowing Jiang Tianming had already been asked earlier, but now he couldn't help himself. "What hint are you all talking about? You can't still be keeping it a secret, right?" Jiang Tianming asked, already knowing the answer. "The clue we've got, it's got to point to the killer's identity. That purple-red smoke, it's the same color as the chef's eyes." Su Bei had dropped hints, but they weren't clear about the killer. Yet, with everything lining up, it was only logical. The killer was tied to those clues. No other explanation would make sense. "From Bibro?" Mo Xiaotian's eyes sparkled, then he snorted, amused. "He's so unfair, didn't tell me his ability was this epic. I'm definitely going to sulk at him later." Despite the playful tone, it was clear he wasn't angry. It was the kind of joy you feel for a friend who's leveling up, not just power-wise, but in life. In their world, a weak ability wasn't just a disadvantage, it was a straight-up death sentence. Everyone, strong or not, attracted Nightmare Beast attacks. There was no safe place, only personal strength that could guarantee survival. The moment Meng Wai spoke, the group realized the killer's abilities were limited. He could no longer harm anyone, and with the building sealed, finding him outside would be a walk in the park. Without a second thought, the group rushed out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Su Bei, leaving the library on his own, sensed something strange. The path he walked had become eerily silent, devoid of students, unlike usual. He paused, wondering what had happened. Was the school suddenly caught up in some chaos, or had he just missed something crucial? Something was definitely off, but Su Bei wasn't sure what yet. As the purple-red haze swirled, it wasn't just a visual spectacle, it seemed to have a deeper meaning. What could smoke represent? Jiang Tianming pondered, the thought lingering in his mind. "Smoking?" he muttered. Wu Mingbai, still grappling with the connection between the smoke and the color, tossed in, "A fire?" Mo Xiaoshan, however, with a flick of his hand, broke the haze of confusion. Isn't anyone thinking it could be an ability? The idea hit everyone like a spark. They hadn't considered it before, but now it seemed the most likely possibility. After all, the Endless Ability Academy was full of ability users, most of whom had weak powers, hiding their true abilities due to the threat of nightmare beasts. But this killer, this elusive figure, maybe it was someone using their ability in the shadow. Jiang Tianming acted fast, saying, "I'll ask the homeroom teacher about the ability testing machine. You all stay calm. Don't let anyone suspect anything." Jiang Tianming and Meng Huai split up to investigate. Jiang Tianming quickly tracked down Meng Huai and explained his plan, who, without suspicion, handed over a machine used to test students' abilities at the start of the term. Meng Huai had already thought of one step further, considering that the school staff had no one above D class. Any potential suspect with high-level abilities, even if not the killer, might have ulterior motives. With the machine secured, Jiang Tianming rushed back to the cafeteria, bringing Meng Huai along for safety. The killer might react violently if exposed, and Menghuai's presence could help. As they entered, all eyes turned toward them. When the machine was spotted, Wu Mingbai, who had been closely watching a prime suspect, noticed a slight change in the person's expression. However, the suspect quickly recovered, and Wu Mingbai almost missed it. The test went quickly with everyone's cooperation. In just half an hour, everyone had been tested, and no problem surfaced. Even the chef with purplish red eyes didn't possess any ability. Had they misjudged it all? Jiang Tianming couldn't shake off the doubt. Was the smoke really a clue about an ability, or was it something else entirely? If it wasn't the right guess, they'd hit another dead end. After all, Subei's clue had been so cryptic. Without locking eyes with the suspect, Jiang Tianming would never have caught on the purplish red smoke was actually two clues in one. The color and the smoke. The color pointed to the killer's eye color. Who could have figured that out? The others looked equally grim. They had thought they were so close to the truth, only to be thrown off course at the final hurdle. Had they truly gotten it wrong? Since nothing unusual was detected, I'll head out, Menghuai said, packing away his equipment. He was ready to leave. He knew his role was minimal here, and as far as he was concerned, students needed to grow through challenges. If they could crack it on their own, even better. He'd step back as much as possible. Jiang Tianming hesitated, still unconvinced that their guess had been wrong. As doubt clouded his mind, Wu Mingbai's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization, and he leaned closer, whispering. The detective's ability didn't work on the killer either. Jiang Tianming's mind clicked into place. Of course, the ability testing machine was designed to detect other abilities, essentially using one ability to test another. The detective had said he couldn't summon the victim's soul because of ability suppression, a restriction that kept abilities from working. If the killer could suppress the victim's abilities, surely they could do the same to themselves, rendering the machine useless. With this revelation, Jiang Tianming grew certain that the chef was their suspect. Now, with Menghuai right beside him, it was the perfect moment to expose the killer. Teacher, is there any way to lift ability suppression? He asked, knowing the suspect was likely already on to their suspicion. It was better to voice his concern openly than risk giving the killer time to prepare. Menghuai understood instantly. The atmosphere was tense as the detective revealed the victim's suppressed abilities. But before anyone could react, the chef with ominous purple-red eyes lunged forward like a predator, aiming to take Wu Mingbai hostage for an escape. His speed was unreal, leaving Wu Mingbai frozen, unable to react in time, especially with a first-year student's lack of experience against a high-level user. Yet, their homeroom teacher, Menghuai, wasn't just any ordinary instructor. With the precision of a seasoned fighter, he shot forward like a blur, positioning himself between Wu Mingbai and the attacker, ready to stop him. Menghuai's confidence was unmatched. He knew that no one below S-Class could escape his grasp, making him fearless even in the face of danger. Just as the killer neared Wu Mingbai, Menghuai was already there, reaching out to capture him. But the assassin had no intentions of being caught. With a swift shift, he transformed into smoke and vanished, slipping through Menghuai's fingers like vapor, leaving nothing but the threat of his next move. In a blink, he vanished into the air. Runs pretty fast, Menghuai noted nonchalantly, as though the escape didn't faze him. He tucked his phone away, showing no sign of pursuing, and turned to the group who were frozen in stunned silence. With a frown, he addressed the students, arms crossed. What are you all standing there for? Get moving. Find him. Even Jiang Tianming, puzzled, asked, how do we find him? Wu Mingbai, equally confused, echoed, aren't you going to look for him, teacher? Mu Tiren, the ever-responsible class monitor, raised a concerned eyebrow. We need to find him? What if he hurts someone? Meanwhile, Lan Subing was already typing away on her phone, then hit play with a focused look. Where? Mo Xiaotian, unable to stay silent, eagerly raised his hand. Mission accepted. Detective game, now it's hide and seek. Lan Subing facepalmed, pulling his hand down to shush him. Only after everyone spoke did Menghuai unhurriedly say, he can't hurt anyone. That ability won't last long and the buildings are sealed. Can you go find him now? With that calm assurance, Menghuai's confidence revealed that the danger was contained. The killer could only roam around the open areas of the school, making him much easier to track. The group, determined, quickly left the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Subei, having just left the library, was making his way back to the dorm. He wasn't planning on joining the chaos in the cafeteria and was instead aiming for something simple to eat. The atmosphere felt eerily quiet, though when had this area become so deserted? Normally, this path was busy with students heading to the teaching building, but now, it was completely empty. What was going on? Something felt wrong. Subei instinctively pulled out his phone, only to find two urgent messages waiting for him. The library had been blocking the signal, which explained why he hadn't received them sooner. One was from the class group, the other from the grade group, both saying the same thing. A dangerous individual has appeared on campus. Stay indoors, do not go outside. Subi sighed, rolling his eyes as he turned back to the library where safety awaited. It was obvious the dangerous individual was the one hunting Sunday Ming, and with his past entanglement with the killer, venturing outside would be like handing himself over. Better to stay inside and keep his life intact. Just as his hand touched the library door, a cold shiver ran down his neck. Without a word, he felt the sharpness of a dagger pressed to that fatal spot. A voice, low and threatening, hissed from behind. Stay still, move, and you're dead. The grip on his neck tightened as if ready to snap it at any moment. Subi sighed softly, giving in to the pressure. Don't choke me. If you kill me, who's going to be your hostage? The killer's grip eased just a bit, thinking Subi had no way out. After all, a high-level ability user like him was no match for someone at a lower level, and with his power, failure wasn't an option. Little did the killer know this was the same student who'd thrown him over his shoulder not long ago. But Subi wasn't about to try that stunt again. Last time, the killer was caught off guard, and his manga-like sense had helped him take control. But now, as a hostage, the killer wouldn't drop his guard. Escape wasn't an option. So, Subi settled into the situation. His nonchalant demeanor confused the killer. Aren't you scared? He asked. Scared? I'm terrified, Subi drawled, his voice oozing sarcasm. Truth was, he wasn't scared at all. His mind, once clouded with fury, had dissolved into indifference. This cursed K-Seed steered clear to save his own neck. Yet here he was, face to face with the killer. Fate had a cruel way of pulling the strings. And no matter what he did, death seemed inevitable. What was the point of trying? If he was destined to die, he'd drag this entire manga world down with him. Screw it live if he could, die if he couldn't, he'd played his part. Manga consciousness, coward, scared to utter a word, afraid of his outburst. You! The killer's voice faltered, but before another word could escape, footsteps rang out. His grip tightened, and with a forceful turn, Subi was pushed toward Jiang Tianming and the others. The killer's hoarse voice echoed in the air. Stay where you are! One step closer, and I'll kill him! The others, standing in stunned silence, exchanged uncertain glances. They weren't surprised that the killer had taken a hostage, but having it be Subi? That was unexpected. How did he get caught? One of them wondered. Didn't the teacher say no one would get hurt? Mutiren's brows furrowed as he mulled over the situation, his mind racing. Subei's eyebrow twitched ever so slightly, but he remained calm. Don't know, Jiang Tianming said, watching Subei's composure. Oddly enough, Jiang wasn't as worried as he should be. If anyone could handle this, it was Subi. The guy had always acted like he knew more than he let on. If he went down easily now, that would be strange. Jiang couldn't help but ask, Subi, do you have a way to save yourself? A moment of silence passed before Subi spoke, his voice steady. I do, but this is your stage. He wasn't about to help even if it meant his own life was at stake. But the truth was, they didn't need his help. Subi kept his cool as the 5 talkative classmates subtly synced their move scarves twitching, fingers twisting, nerves coiled. The killer? Too arrogant to notice, blade pressing closer to Subei's neck, a wicked line blooming red. No tricks! What's your way out? He hissed. The team froze, startled, eyes flicking to Subi in alarm. Was this part of the plan, or the moment he got sliced? But Subi just sighed, voice low and calm. If I can fool them, can I fool you? His tone was tired. Like a magician annoyed the audience, ruined the trick too early. Which way could I go? I just wanted to calm their nerves. The killer didn't quite buy it, but couldn't think of what else to do. He warned him again before turning back to the group. Let me leave the school, and I'll let him go. The 5 exchanged uneasy glances. Jiang Tianming spoke up. Don't hurt him. Head to the school gate first, and we'll talk to the teachers. Reaching the gate meant the school could open the doors, and the killer could leave. He nodded, dragging Subi forward with swift steps. Thud! A sudden impact echoed. The killer's head seemed to hit something, and his grip on Subi loosened. Seizing the chance, Subi burst free, sprinting away with everything he had. The killer instinctively went after him, but stumbled over a block of earth that had mysteriously risen from the ground. The moment he tripped, the killer's chance to reclaim the hostage vanished. In the blink of an eye, a cage made of twisting vines erupted from the earth, sealing the assassin in place. But this wasn't the work of Jiang Tianming, or the other Sit was the school's unseen hand at play. With the danger neutralized, the air lightened, and Mo Xiaotian, grinning ear to ear, flashed a thumbs up at Subi, his eyes practically sparkling. You were so fast, BEI, bro! Our teamwork is perfect. The signal from Mo Xiaotian's fingers had been Subei's cue to act, and it seemed the thing that had struck the killer was likely some hidden ability of his. Perfect teamwork with someone so goofy? Was that a compliment? Before Subi Ei could unravel that, Wu Mingbai leaned in with a sharp look, curious. So, did you really have a plan to escape? The others' gazes followed suit, all wondering how Subi Ei had pulled it off without their aid. Only Mu Tiren, with his heightened senses, remained unconvinced, having overheard Subei's muttered words to the killer. He knew Subi Ei had simply aimed to calm everyone, and, sensing the pressure mounting, he was ready to cover for him. Subi Ei had barely finished his dramatic plea when a sharp knock on his head cut him off. Meng Huai appeared from nowhere, his hand retracting as he grumbled, "What are you yelling for?" He shot a glance at the group, his lips curling into a sly smile. "Good job!" Just as the tension hung in the air, a cold, detached voice echoed, "King of Abilities has updated. Please take note to watch." And with that, the gears of destiny began to turn once more, each tick bringing more danger, more intrigue, and more chaos into the ever-shifting world of Endless Ability Academy. As the reminder from manga awareness echoes in his mind, Subi remains unfazed, his expression unwavering. With a subtle motion, he rubs the phone in his pocket, calming his thoughts before continuing his observation. Meng Huai, not one to waste time, gives a brief compliment and strides toward the cage. The prisoner inside is frozen, glaring at them with piercing purple-red eyes, refusing to acknowledge anyone for a while. "I'll take this person now," Meng Huai declares, and with a sudden twist of his wrist, a black box materializes in his hand. In a flash, the cage and its occupant are sucked into the box, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Jiang Tianming and the others, not accustomed to such phenomena, can only stare in awe at the magical tool, truly the mark of a skilled ability user. Subi Ei, though surprised, is more focused on the reactions of the protagonist group. When their homeroom teacher used a similar tool earlier, only Lan Subing and Mu Tiren remained unfazed. Lan Subing's lack of surprise makes sense, considering her noble background and familiarity with such abilities. But what of Mu Tiren? What secrets lie behind his calm demeanor? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Mo Xiaotian, ever eager, cheers and rushes forward. "Wow, what a magical tool! Teacher, can we play with it for a while?" The excitement was almost contagious. Subi Ei had to hold back a smirk. Was this guy really acting like a dog with his tail wagging in excitement? In a manga world, who could say what's impossible? Shaking off the thought, Subi Ei quickly refocused and joined the group. Meng Huai had already turned down Mo Xiaotian's request, explaining that these tools were only available at the school with points, and outside, they were priceless. Subi Ei had already checked his own points. In 12 days, he had earned a mere 10 points just from attending class. As for the tools, the prices were sky high, 100 points for the cheapest, and some were beyond reach. Clearly, these tools weren't meant for ordinary students, and with Class F being excluded from special events, they were left to watch from the sidelines. After scolding the naive students, Meng Huai pulled out his phone and read the message aloud. To thank those who helped catch the school attacker, the school is rewarding each with 100 points. Subi Ei, who is frightened, will get 10 points. Subi Ei complained, so little, but wasn't going to ask for more. Whether it was 10 or 100 points, it was better than nothing. Even combining the points with his class rewards, the best he could afford before the monthly exam would be a small storage ring. While useful, he wouldn't need it since he'd be taking the exam with the main group, and they already had rings. But then Jiang Tianming spoke up. "Subi Ei helped us a lot. Without him, we couldn't have identified the murderer, so I think he deserves 100 points too." The others agreed, knowing that Subi Ei had provided the crucial purple-red smoke clue. Meng Huai glanced at Subi Ei, slightly stunned. "Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Tianming pulled out his phone, showing a message from Subi Ei before they entered the cafeteria. "This should prove he helped us, right? As for the exact hint, we'd rather not say. Is that all right?" Meng Huai raised an eyebrow, giving Subi Ei a long, thoughtful look before nodding. "Fine, then he'll receive the same 100-point reward as everyone else. Anyone disagree?" Silence filled the room, and the matter was settled. Suddenly, Wu Mingbai remembered something and smiled mischievously. "Teacher, can we hand over the murderer to the Sun family tomorrow night?" It was the 12th day, 2 days before the deadline set by Sunday Ming's parents. The timing was perfect. Delaying the handover had been to give the Lan family more time to push the Sun family. Sometimes, even a single day could change everything. The emergency safety protocol was clearly triggered by Sunday Ming's death. But while it made everyone feel safer, it also raised a question. Was this investigation controlled by the school from the very start? However, there was one person who didn't seem to care. Physical enhancement? Increased speed? Strength augmentation? Mo Xiaoqian bombarded Meng Huai with guesses, not stopping until he figured it out. But Meng Huai, clearly annoyed, vanished suddenly. Mo Xiaotian, looking completely innocent, asked, "Hey, where did he go?" Wu Mingbai rolled his eyes and turned to Su Bei. Did you know that if you shout teacher, help, the teacher would come to your rescue? Earlier, when they asked Su Bei if he had a way to escape, he'd shouted, teacher, help! And Meng Huai appeared immediately, making everyone think Su Bei already knew the school's secrets. Jiang Tianming pulls out his phone, showing the message from Su Bei before they entered the cafeteria. This should confirm he helped us, right? As for the hint, we'd rather keep that secret. Is that alright? The message raises an eyebrow in Meng Huai. He gives Su Bei a long look before nodding. Alright, he'll get the same 100-point reward as the rest of you. Any objections? No one speaks up, and it's settled. Then, Wu Mingbai remembers something and smiles slyly. Teacher, can we hand over the murderer to the Sun family tomorrow night? Tomorrow marks the 12th day, just 2 days before the deadline set by the Sun family. The delay was to give the Lan family more time to pressure them. Sometimes, even one extra day could make all the difference. Su Bei knew exactly what was going on, but not as early as Wu Mingbai and the others had anticipated. It wasn't until Mu Tiren shouted, "Didn't the teacher say no one would get hurt?" that Su Bei made the connection. The teacher's promise wasn't a random one, and it was clear that there must be a way to ensure everyone's safety. Shouting help would likely bring exactly what was needed. Still, Su Bei didn't rush to call out for help. He wanted to give the main characters their moment to shine. He couldn't just steal their spotlight in the manga. Plus, since the teacher hadn't arrived yet, it was probably a chance for the students to learn. So, he decided to let things unfold. With a wave, he thanked everyone for the show and casually said, "I'll head back to the dorm now," before walking away. After all, he had manga to read. The emergency safety protocol was clearly triggered by Sunday Ming's death, but while it made everyone feel safer, it also raised a question. Was this investigation controlled by the school from the very start? However, there was one person who didn't seem to care. Physical enhancement? Increased speed? Strength augmentation? Mo Xiaotian bombarded Meng Huai with guesses, not stopping until he figured it out. But Meng Huai, clearly annoyed, vanished suddenly. Mo Xiaotian, looking completely innocent, asked, "Hey, where did he go?" Wu Mingbai rolled his eyes and turned to Su Bei. Did you know that if you shout teacher, help, the teacher would come to your rescue? Earlier, when they asked Su Bei if he had a way to escape, he'd shouted, teacher, help! And Meng Huai appeared immediately, making everyone think Su Bei already knew the school's secrets. Jiang Tianming hesitated, his words trailing off as he looked embarrassed. Mu Tiren, quickly catching on, finished his thought. We were kind of looking forward to you joining us. With a relieved nod, Jiang Tianming confirmed, adding seriously, consider it a gesture of friendship. Wu Mingbai, always quick with a quip, joked, surely you don't think the help you gave us isn't worth a meal, do you? Lan Subing, not missing a beat, punched him playfully before pulling Mo Xiaotian close and whispering in a hushed voice, please? Amid the noise of Mo Xiaotian's pleas, Su Bei paused, a touch of reluctance in his eyes. Finally, he nodded. Tomorrow. He had manga to read after all. As he walked away, Mo Xiaotian, now free, scratched his head in confusion, asking, what does that mean? Did Brother Bei agree? Are we eating today? This guy just doesn't get it. Everyone facepalms and yells in unison, we're eating tomorrow, you idiot! In Chapter 22, the tension continues to build as Su Bei, having his priorities straight, shrugs off dinner plans in favor of diving into the newly updated manga. I told you, I need to read the manga first. Otherwise, the meal's not going to be enjoyable, he states, eager to explore his latest abilities. Meanwhile, the real world around him is shifting, with dangerous new rules slipping into the story. In his dorm, Su Bei is caught up in a mix of excitement and nerves as he prepares to attend a banquet, fully aware that his actions are motivated by selfish interests, not pure intentions. As he opens his phone to catch up on the manga, it's clear that the web of events is unraveling fast, and Su Bei is in for a storm of twists that could reshape everything. As soon as he turned, Subei's senses kicked in, and he narrowly avoided the gust of wind that Mo Xiaotian shot towards him. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaotian lunged forward, but the spot was empty, ended up diving straight into the air like a comic character, before crashing face first onto the ground. Guess you really like the ground here, huh? Wu Mingbai couldn't hold back his laughter, throwing a mocking remark at Mo Xiaotian. But Mo Xiaotian, unfazed as always, just dusted himself off and grinned, eager as ever. We finally caught the bad guy. Let's celebrate with a feast. Su Bei shot him down, number. With a cool, almost indifferent motion, Su Bei placed his hands on Mo Xiaotian's shoulders, turned him toward Jiang Tianming and the others, and gently pushed him back into the group. He nodded at Jiang Tianming. Take him away. After pulling Mo Xiaotian aside, Jiang Tianming hesitated for a moment, then asked, you sure you're not coming? Bei was flipping through the manga pages, and just as he thought it couldn't get more intense, the tension exploded. The Academy's balance was crumbling, and Subei's carefully crafted mystery was unraveling before his eyes. With an assassin cloaked in smoke and bodies marked with distorted gear sigils, it seemed like someone was rewriting the manga, and it was a version only they could see. Class F, caught in the eye of suspicion, was at the heart of this storm. Amid all this chaos, Bei was pushing his luck, haunted by the fear that someone had figured out his identity as an outlier in the narrative. As Lan Subing's emotions swirled into turmoil, her power began to destabilize, while Feng Lan, caught in visions of fire and destruction, couldn't decide if Bei was a savior or the villain. Wu Mingbai's scheming ramped up. Could he be plotting to kill Bei to correct the story? A secret war raged between ability users, and the real protagonist, Jiang Tianming, was manipulated into a deadly duel against Bei. In the midst of it all, Bei faced a chilling possibility. Was he becoming the villain? Only time would tell if he could rewrite fate before it consumed them all. In the latest chapters, the Academy's balance starts to collapse as Subei's carefully woven plans unravel. The assassin cloaked in smoke strikes again, leaving behind bodies marked with distorted gear sigils, revealing a killer following a rewritten version of the manga only Bei can see. As Class F becomes the center of suspicion, Bei, haunted by the fear that someone knows his true identity, must navigate the growing tension. Meanwhile, Lan Subing's emotions deepen towards Bei, causing her power to destabilize, and Feng Lan begins to have terrifying visions, unsure if Bei is a savior or the final villain. Wu Mingbai's scheming escalates as he may be trying to kill Bei to correct the story. A secret war between ability users begins underground, and Jiang Tianming, manipulated into fighting Bei in a duel, must face the truth about his role in this twisted narrative. Amidst battles and betrayals, Bei struggles to rewrite fate before it consumes them all while being haunted by the mysterious ghost author who claims to be the original writer of their world. Seriously? But he's the protagonist! Is this some kind of jab from the author? Zhang really has it rough. When will shonen manga finally feature a protagonist who doesn't just get the worst of everything? And I can't be the only one who's worried, right? Subei's got prophetic abilities. What if all this is some kind of ominous prediction? Don't tell me this is the plot where the Dragon Slayer turns into the dragon. As for Mutirin, sure, he's the typical big brother type, but Subei's last glance of doubt as he walked away? Definitely a red flag. Is Mutirin really just a nice guy? Or is there more to him? Subei's relief is palpable when the manga delivers on this plot twist. It wasn't just some random act. The author didn't let him down. You can already feel the storm of theories it'll spark online. Meanwhile, things are getting heated as Jiang Tianming and the crew storm in, seething with anger, looking for a showdown with Bei. Subei's suggestion was delivered directly to the readers without any sugarcoating. The reactions from the comments weren't all in agreement. A few believed Subei's suggestion was too heartless, considering Sun's parents were already suffering enough, and some felt it led the protagonist group down a dangerous path. But the majority found it refreshing. Unlike many other shonen manga where themes like forgiveness and understanding take center stage, Subei's bold, shocking suggestion and the group's quick acceptance of it felt like a daring and satisfying twist. After Subei's idea, the protagonist group decided to unite and bring down the Sun family's company while also hunting down the true culprit. Meanwhile, the school's detective failed to deliver results, but he did introduce the idea of ability prohibition. Feeling the weight of the situation, the group tried to recruit Bei, but he declined with a quirky response. If the spectator goes on stage, they become part of the performance. And that would be boring. What amused Subei was that the manga didn't waste his half-true, half-false performance, even illustrating his lonely expression afterward. However, the portrayal was slightly unsettling, making him appear less like an observer and more like a jaded mastermind. Subei's charm remains unshaken as the readers erupt with theories swoon over his looks. Others question if he's the secret villain. As the class president Mutirin joins the investigation after Subei declines, it's clear the plot refuses to leave Subei alone. While the protagonist group dives into mystery, viewers can't help but suspect Subei is pulling hidden strings. His smirk, his silence, his refusal, they all scream setup. Is he the mastermind or just another pawn in a twisted rewrite? Either way, everyone's eyes are glued to the panels where Subei appears, waiting for the moment he finally steps onto the battlefield. In the chaotic world of the Academy, Mo Xiaotian first appeared with the intention of seeking out Subei. However, his bright, eager, and harmless personality allowed him to quickly bond with the group of protagonists. His curiosity shifted from a personal mission to a deeper desire to uphold justice, making him seem like the perfect shonen manga hero. But Su Bei noticed something odd that others didn't. The investigation Mo Xiaotian had so eagerly joined wasn't as coincidental as it appeared. On the day of the incident, he had casually asked Su Bei about the cafeteria event, and throughout the story, he kept bringing it up, subtly steering the conversation toward the mystery. It all pointed to Mo Xiaotian's connection to the organization behind the culprit, making his involvement seem less innocent. Still, his behavior seemed focused solely on helping solve the case, with no ulterior motives revealed until Su Bei discovered the subtle inconsistencies in his action. When Su Bei was kidnapped, Mo Xiaotian played a critical role in capturing the criminal, proving that, despite his quirks and the misunderstandings they sparked, his intentions might have been more genuine than initially believed. As the investigation moved forward, the protagonist group began narrowing down the suspects, but just as they were about to confront the cafeteria staff, Su Bei received a mysterious message. The comic panel hit hard with a chilling message. Don't forget the hint I gave you earlier. If you don't use it, I'll be very disappointed. The comment section exploded. Oh, I almost forgot about that hint. It was the purple-red smoke, right? Still no clue what it means. Came back after reading ahead, and Su Bei is still the best. Wides. I love these strategic, handsome guys. They don't even have to directly participate, but they steal the show at all the right moments. How did Su Bei send that message so accurately? Is he watching the protagonist group? That last comment made Su Bei raise an eyebrow. He never expected the manga author's choice to skip over Mo Xiaotian's mention of the cafeteria would spark such a wild theory. But then again, maybe this misunderstanding was a blessing in disguise. He could totally use it to his advantage. The investigation in the cafeteria takes an intriguing turn as the protagonist group uncovers the mystery. The purple red-eyed chef is instantly suspected, and the manga even dives into his thoughts, leaving no room for doubt about his guilt. Su Bei is genuinely impressed when Jiang Tianming pinpoints the culprit's identity through his eye color. Su Bei hadn't expected them to crack the purple-red smoke clue, and he thought they might only realize the smoke-related ability. However, their self-discovery, especially when Jiang Tianming identifies the culprit early on, makes Su Bei's hint more impactful. The team's connection of the inability to detect the culprit's power to ability prohibition almost made Su Bei applaud them. He finally understands the value of good teammates who make everything run twice as smoothly. The manga also showcases a conversation between Su Bei and the culprit before the others arrive, which Su Bei experienced firsthand. Though Su Bei was ready to give up, the manga portrays him as fearless, making him look far braver than he actually felt. It's a brilliant twist when the hostage boy seems like the mastermind, and the kidnapper ends up more nervous than the hostage. You're not afraid? The tension thickens, with each turn keeping the readers on edge. The tension rises as the kidnapper's dagger rests against the blonde boy's neck, and though his voice wavers with uncertainty, a surprising twist makes everyone question what's really going on. Wasn't Su Bei the one holding the kidnapper captive? The next panel reveals Su Bei, casually leaning back with a laid-back attitude and a calm face, declaring, "Afraid? Of course, I'm scared to death." His seemingly lazy and effortless confidence hits just the right note, winning over readers, despite Su Bei himself thinking he looks ready to be punched. The comments flood in full of admiration. "So handsome, brother Bei." Handsome, that's all I have to say. What are you afraid of? The kidnapper should be scared. I'm dying from the handsomeness. Even with his immense power, Su Bei's fearlessness leads fans to wonder, could he truly take down the culprit, even if he's still new to this world? Ha 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 ha! I'm back from the future! This scene is legendary. I'm making it my new wallpaper. The moment when the team arrives to save the day was just perfect. Su Bei was watching everything closely, analyzing each of their powers. Jiang Tianming took the lead, distracting the villain with his words, while Mu Tiren used his height to shield the others from view. Lan Subing, with her word spirit power, stirred the villain's impatience, making him fidget. Wu Mingbai quietly tripped him with a subtle earth manipulation, while Mo Xiaotian, whose ability was still a mystery, created a transparent cube, trapping the villain and giving Su Bei a chance to escape. Everyone was cheering for the flawless teamwork. Jiang Tianming and the rest really made new allies, but there was a small group of readers who weren't thrilled with the new members, especially Mo Xiaotian. In the academy, chaos brews as Su Bei's carefully spun plans begin to unravel, all while a mysterious assassin strikes again, leaving bodies marked with twisted gear sigils. Su Bei finds himself at the heart of suspicion, with his identity as an outlier growing more precarious by the day. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaotian's personality shines through as a ray of sunshine, drawing both fans and critics in equal measure. Some love his quirks, while others see him as a burden. When Mo Xiaotian gets involved in a rescue operation, Critics accuse him of hogging the spotlight, claiming the author is pushing him too hard. Subei, unfazed, wagers with a fellow manga enthusiast that this new character wouldn't earn much support, and with time, his bet proves right. The tide of public opinion shifts, with Mo Xiaotian drawing attention and overshadowing the others. With his predictions accurate, Subei breathes a quiet sigh of relief, realizing just how unpredictable this manga world has become. With the promise secured, Subei could finally relax no more accidental chaos from manga awareness messing things up. But the end of the chapter delivered more than just Mengwai's casual, well done. Subei's sharp eye caught a silent bombshell in the background. A villain's collar tugged down during a scuffle, revealing a black lightning sigil, an ominous hint planted with surgical precision. The panel layout wasn't random either. Students faced forward, Mengwai had his back turned, and that plant cage framed it all like a hidden riddle. Subei snapped the manga shut and dove straight into the buzzing forum, where updates always triggered frenzy. One thread gleamed with personal dread. Polaris assembles! And there it was. A fan obsessed enough to rename themselves. My God, Subei number 0. Proudly pledging allegiance to his image. Blonde hair, violet eyes, and a dangerously handsome face that could either rewrite fate or become its final page. Subei's allure is undeniable, and it's impossible not to fall for his charm. With golden hair and violet eyes, he strikes a powerful, mysterious presence that captivates anyone who crosses his path. The suspense builds as his world collapses around him, with twisted events unfolding at the hands of a mysterious figure who manipulates the very pages of the story. His struggle to maintain control becomes ever more intense, especially as the lines between hero and villain blur. Fans who adore the complexity of his character find themselves irresistibly drawn into the chaos, cheering for the anti-hero caught in a battle not only against enemies but against the very fate written for him. The clash between destiny and rebellion ignites, and with it, the perfect storm of uncertainty and prophecy. Every moment feels like the calm before an explosive storm. The Academy is cracking under pressure, and Subei's mind is spiraling as reality bends around him. Just when he thinks he's in control, the manga rewrites itself, killing by gears, mocking his plans. His scream for help mid-chaos? Hilarious. But it hides a darker truth he knew the school's hidden defenses, even as others stayed blind. Now, suspicion swirls around Class F. Lan Subing's unstable power erupts with emotion, and visions of Subei burning in prophetic flames shake even his ally. Wu Mingbai's tricks get deadlier. Jiang Tianming is baited into a battle that could flip destinies, and the ink itself watches. Somewhere, the real author lurks in dreams, whispering the end. As the balance within the Academy crumbles, Subei's carefully laid plans begin to unravel, revealing new forces at play, and even the manga's reality is shifting before his eyes. The assassin, marked by gear sigils, reappears, leaving Subei in the center of a deadly mystery where only he seems aware of the hidden rewrites in the story. Class F becomes the subject of suspicion, with Subei trying to control events, yet haunted by the fear that someone knows he's more than just a student. As Lan Subing's emotional breakdown causes her powers to spiral, Wu Mingbai's secret schemes escalate, and the threat of him taking down Subei grows. With the real protagonist, Jiang Tianming, manipulated into facing Subei in a fateful duel. Subei struggles with the terrifying realization that he might be becoming the villain himself. Meanwhile, visions of fire and destruction haunt his closest allies, adding to the chaos. As the hidden war among ability users rages on, Subei must figure out how to rewrite his fate before it's too late. As the Academy's balance begins to crumble, Subei's carefully crafted mystery begins to unravel, revealing a new, unpredictable set of rules. The assassin strikes again, leaving bodies marked with distorted gear sigils, and Subei discovers the killer is following a rewritten version of the manga that only they can see. Class F becomes the center of suspicion, and while Subei manipulates events, he's haunted by the fear that someone knows his true identity as a narrative outlier. Lan Subing's emotions destabilize her power. Feng Lan foresees Subei amidst fire and destruction, unsure if he's a savior or the villain. Meanwhile, Wu Mingbai escalates his scheming, possibly aiming to eliminate Subei to correct the story. A secret war brews underground, with Jiang Tianming being manipulated into fighting Subei in a duel. Subei faces the growing possibility of becoming the villain as he struggles to rewrite fate before it consumes them all. The true author of the manga world appears in Subei's dreams, warning him that Chapter 40 is his last. Subei's world is spiraling out of control, and he's not okay with that. Every time his abilities evolve, it's a waiting game for the next manga update. But that's way too slow for him. To level up faster, he needs to shake things up fast. So, before the next chapter drops, he launches a new thread, hoping to give readers something fresh to chew on about his powers. But there's a deeper mystery lurking. Someone's figured out his hidden source of intelligence. Subi always seems to know what's coming next, like when he messaged Jiang Tianming right before he entered the cafeteria. It's like he can predict events before they happen, hinting at a secret knowledge source. But the question remains, how far does his power go? And who's really controlling the narrative now? The threads of destiny are starting to unravel, and Subi must navigate a world where reality itself is being rewritten by unseen forces. The web of mystery surrounding Subi grows tighter as his carefully laid plans begin to unravel. The Academy's stability is crumbling, and Subi is in the middle of it all, trying to maintain control over a world that's rapidly changing. The assassin, cloaked in smoke, strikes again, leaving eerie gear-shaped sigils on the bodies of victims. But what's more chilling is that the killer seems to be following an altered version of the manga known that only they can see. As suspicion turns toward Class F, Subi is haunted by the idea that someone might know his secret identity, making him an outlier in a narrative he's trying to control. Meanwhile, emotions run wild as Lan Subing's powers become unstable, Feng Lan struggles with prophetic visions, and Wu Mingbai's scheming escalates. It's a game of survival and a twisted plot where Subi faces the harsh reality. He might just be the villain he fears. As alliances shift and the lines between fate and free will blur, Subi must rewrite the story before it's too late. The Academy's fate is on the line, and so is his. The true author of this world seems to be watching, but what role will they play in the end? The final chapters are coming, and Subi is running out of time. Subi posted something but didn't rush to refresh the page, choosing instead to focus on studying his ability. He summoned a gear again, but this time it was different. It was empty. Not hollow, but ready for something to be added. Realizing something important, Subi stepped out of his dormitory, noticing the busy evening hallway filled with students. Instinctively, he closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw something new, the fate compasses above everyone's heads. Intrigued, he returned to his room, put on sunglasses, and went back out to the hallway, pretending to admire the scenery while secretly observing these compasses. They were intricate, blending Eastern and Western styles, much like a mechanical feng shui compass, with a pointer at the center. Subi could feel that the direction it pointed to was where someone's fate would soon change. Subi nearly bursts into laughter when an absurd vision flashes through his mind. A street-side fortune teller? Absolutely not part of the plan. Shaking off the nonsense, he refocuses on the compass before him, wrapped in that strange aura he once made up. Turns out, he wasn't entirely bluffing. Gears soaked in this aura unlock prophecies, while empty ones are useless. But then comes the twist: what if the prophecy isn't fixed? What if he can steer it by nudging the gear or shifting the compass? That idea sparks a storm of curiosity and danger. He could test it on himself, but that's a gamble with no save point. Much smarter to try it on the main characters. They're built for chaos anyway, and if the manga world senses trouble, it might just rewrite itself to protect them, or erase him instead. Subei's plan was clever. Using Jiang Tianming for his experiment could show more of his own abilities. With a calm smile, he took off his sunglasses, pocketed them, and knocked on Jiang Tianming's door. Choosing Jiang wasn't random. His bad luck made him the perfect subject for an experiment that could spark curiosity. When Jiang answered, surprised to see him, he invited Subi inside. Normally, Jiang wouldn't let anyone into his room, but he felt something important was going on. After all, they'd worked together before, and Subi had helped him when it mattered most. Something was about to unfold, and Subi was ready to write his next move. Subi, with his usual cool composure, removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his pocket as he stood before Jiang Tianming's door, ready to knock. His decision to choose Jiang Tianming for this experiment was anything but random. The unluckiest person in the academy seemed like the perfect subject for Subei's curiosity-driven test. After all, even if this moment were to be written into the manga, readers would undoubtedly sense that there was more to Subei's visit than met the eye. Jiang Tianming, thinking it was a visit from someone else, was surprised to see Subi when he opened the door. Though Jiang Tianming had a natural sense of territoriality and typically kept his space private, he made an exception for Subi. Despite not being close friends, their past collaboration and Subei's help had earned him a degree of trust. Jiang Tianming couldn't shake the feeling that Subei's arrival was more than just a casual visit. It had to be important. The Fate Compass, a mysterious tool that only reveals itself when Subei's gaze falls on it, holds the power to connect with the mental energy of others, casting a chilling aura over Jiang Tianming's black compass. Subi, with no knowledge of its true nature, might have believed it was a sign of an impending antagonist. As he approaches it, ready to make contact, he discovers it is untouchably an illusion to his bare hands. However, using a gear he conjures, he successfully connects with the compass. The moment the gear makes contact, Subi feels his mental energy draining. The gear is beginning to change. It becomes clear that the compass limits him. He can only predict the fate of 3 individuals before he's nearly exhausted. This realization frustrates him, making him regret not acting with more confidence earlier. With a sigh, he shifts his focus to another section of the compass, determined to uncover more about this mysterious force at play. The gears shift once more, and this time, something feels different. Su-Bei feels the connection to his mind still intact, but it's not absorbing his energy. Instead, it's more like a tether, pulling at the edges of his consciousness. If he breaks it, the gear will finally become what it's meant to be, fateful gear, bearing destiny's weight. But if he keeps it in place, he can continue using it to drain the power from other compasses, weaving their fates into a single prophecy. It's an eerie sensation, like the rules are being rewritten before his very eyes. As the school gears up to teach about mental energy, Su-Bei realizes that there's more to this power than he first thought. He can touch only one part of a compass at a time, each section revealing its own story. If he tries to touch more, it's as if the past is erased, overwritten by the present. The gear he holds is a ticking time bomb, still unstable, but controlled only by the faint trace of his mental energy. If it slips from his grasp, it will activate. He doesn't have much time, and it's clear he's got a lot of work ahead of him. But it's also a clue, a hint, that there's more to this destiny than he could have ever imagined.
You can see next part on the small window here.
Su-Bei had to sharpen his control over his mental energy. The gears, which absorbed fate aura, would remain stable longer with stronger mental energy. If he could separate his mental energy, leaving some inside the gear, it would stay stable even if it left his hand. Jiang Tianming looked at the complex gear in Su-Bei's hand, intrigued. The last time a prophecy was made, it happened too quickly for him to get a good look. Now, he sensed an unexplainable aura from it, as though it was connected to him. After a pause, he asked, "Can this gear predict my future?" Su-Bei nodded, explaining that releasing the gear would activate its power. However, if Jiang Tianming wanted to see it now, it would cancel the prophecy Su-Bei had already promised. Jiang Tianming quickly shook his head. The upcoming monthly exam in 2 weeks was crucial, and he wanted to use the prophecy then to leave Class F. "Let's wait until it's really needed," he said. Su-Bei chuckled in response, shaking his head. "Destroy it, that's such a waste." "If you don't want to see it, I'll just sneak a peek myself." Jiang Tianming stared blankly, almost blurting out, "If you're going to look anyway, why not include me?" Su-Bei, sensing his frustration, gave him a playful pat on the head. "Sometimes knowing your own fate isn't a gift." With that, he turned to leave. Just before walking out, Su-Bei paused and added, "Oh, and don't breathe a word about today's experiment to anyone." Jiang Tianming, surprised, asked, "Not even to those two?" Su-Bei nodded, offering no more words, and left for real this time. He wasn't worried that Jiang Tianming would spill the beans. After all, Jiang Tianming was the protagonist, and protagonists always had the good qualities. As soon as he returned to his dorm, the manga awareness curiously asked, "Why didn't you let him tell anyone about this?" Lying on his bed, Su-Bei looked up at the night sky outside the window and said with deep meaning, "The fewer people who know about this, the better." After all, Mo Xiaotian has already infiltrated the protagonist group. Secrets, once shared with others, no longer stay secret. Mo Xiaoxian had already managed to get into the protagonist circle, and despite Wu Mingbai and Mo Xiaoxian's fans fiercely arguing online, the reality was they were more like bickering frenemies. If their relationship were truly disastrous, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing wouldn't have allowed Mo Xiaotian to stay with them. If Jiang Tianming told Wu Mingbai and the others what happened today, it wouldn't take long for the villainous organization to find out as well. Leaking a plan could bring failure. The organization could easily discover that he hadn't fully mastered his abilities, especially a powerful ability that was still in development. The consequences could be endless trouble. Manga awareness wasn't foolish. Once it heard Su-Bei's concerns, it understood right away. Given the nature of the organization, it strongly agreed with Su-Bei's caution. "You're right, it's better to be safe than sorry." The manga consciousness had no idea that its response was giving Su-Bei crucial insight. By agreeing with Su-Bei, it confirmed that the Black Lightning organization did, in fact, target children with undeveloped abilities, forcing them to join or face severe consequences. The real question, though, was whether Mo Xiaotian had willingly joined, or was he just brainwashed? His past sense of justice seemed to suggest he wouldn't support such an evil organization, yet here he was, seemingly loyal. Su-Bei's theory? Mo Xiaotian had been brainwashed. This revelation would lead readers to a deeper understanding of Mo Xiaotian's abilities when the truth finally surfaced. Meanwhile, Su-Bei experimented with his fate gear, watching it rise in the air as he felt his mental energy drain away. It confirmed his suspicion she could only predict the fates of 3 people at once, and the gear itself could only be summoned once per day, regardless of his mental energy. But there was a catch: if the gear didn't activate, he could create an unlimited number, just drawing on the aura of fate. In the blink of an eye, a bizarre scene unfolds as 2 lipsticks materialize in the air and clash like warriors locked in battle. Their movements, swift and unpredictable, are like a martial arts performance, a flurry of twists and turns, until they vanish into thin air after a short but intense display. Su-Bei is left utterly dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process what he's just witnessed. What on earth was that? After moments of stunned silence, he begins to analyze the scene, his thoughts racing. Earlier, he'd used a gear to absorb the fate aura, selecting a section the needle had pointed to. According to his theory, this would predict an upcoming event. With the closer the section was to the center, the sooner it would happen. The event he anticipated? Probably tomorrow, involving the handover of a criminal and a celebratory banquet. But the fighting lipsticks? Could this signify a girl fight about to break out? No. Su-Bei quickly dismisses the idea, shaking his head. There's something deeper, something more complex happening, and it's just the beginning. He wasn't worried about Jiang Tianming spilling the beans. After all, Jiang Tianming was the protagonist, and protagonists always had the best traits. As soon as he returned to his dorm, the manga awareness curiously asked, "Why didn't you let him tell anyone about this?" Lying on his bed, Su-Bei stared at the night sky outside the window and replied with a cryptic tone, "The fewer people who know about this, the better." Mo Xiaotian has already infiltrated the protagonist group. Secrets, once shared, are no longer secrets. Mo Xiaotian had already slipped into the protagonist circle, and though Wu Mingbai and Mo Xiaotian's fans were at each other's throats online, their true relationship wasn't as hostile as it seemed. In fact, they were more like bickering frenemies. If things were truly bad between them, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing wouldn't have let Mo Xiaotian stay. If Jiang Tianming were to spill the details to Wu Mingbai and the others, it wouldn't take long before Mutiaran and Mo Xiaotian caught wind of it, and if the plan leaked, it could spell disaster. If the villainous organization found out that Su-Bei hadn't fully mastered his abilities, or that a powerful one was still under development, it could bring him endless trouble. Manga awareness wasn't foolish. Upon hearing Subei's concerns, it immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and agreed with the caution. Better safe than sorry. He wasn't exactly old, but he had already died once. If fate hadn't turned him into cannon fodder, if manga awareness hadn't dragged him into this mess, and if he hadn't become entangled in the story, he would still be the bright, hopeful 15-year-old he once was. Thinking about it made him sigh, but that was only for a second before his mood lifted again. After all, in most mangas, the hero begins saving the world at 6. Here he was, a late-blooming savior at 15. With his spirits lifted, Su-Bei pulled out his phone and checked the post he'd shared. It had already gotten tons of replies. "The OP is a genius. Everything they said makes sense," one reply read. Another one speculated, maybe Subei's spying on the school? Someone else wondered, isn't this getting a little too conspiracy theory-ish? The story's unraveling, and Subei's tight grip on his mystery world is slipping fast. New rules are being written in real time, ones that even he can't predict. A cloaked assassin, leaving bodies marked with gear sigils, is following a twisted version of the manga script tone only they can see. Class F is in the crosshairs of the Academy's suspicions, while Su-Bei, haunted by his growing fear that his identity as a narrative outlier is exposed, struggles to maintain control. Meanwhile, emotions run wild. Lan Subing's unstable power, Feng Lan's visions of Su-Bei either saving or destroying everything, and Wu Mingbai's deadly scheming against him all threaten to tear apart the fabric of their world. With a secret underground war brewing, Su-Bei is forced into a showdown with Jiang Tianming, the so-called true protagonist. Is Su-Bei the villain or the hero? The lines blur as he faces fate's rewriting, all while the true author of the story lurks, ominously warning him that chapter 40 is his last. "Yeah, I see it now," one person chimed in as the thread buzzed with excitement. "The OP's onto something. It's all connected to Subei's power, right?" His ability deals with fate, so if he can see that, who knows what else he's capable of seeing. A second reply came quickly. "Haha, nice theory, OP. Totally buying it." But not everyone was convinced. "I thought the OP was serious at first, but turns out it's just a joke," one commenter laughed. The thread exploded with laughter and playful banter, but some weren't laughing so hard. "Honestly, the OP might actually be onto something here," another added, amidst the chaos of replies. "The OP's analysis makes perfect sense. It seems like Subei's power is being used in a very specific way, almost like a secret weapon. If what you're saying is true, Subei's ability is a game changer." It's got the power to predict, monitor, and some even think it's got offensive capabilities talk about a triple threat. And the crazy part, he's only just awakened it recently. But hold up, it doesn't necessarily mean he just unlocked it. Who says everyone has to wake up at 15, right? Still, the guy's a real powerhouse, and his beauty is matched only by his strengthlets. Just hope the creator doesn't throw him into too much suffering. You've cracked the creator's code, but I still can't resist the allure of beautiful, powerful, and tragic. Same here. Without the tragic, the beautiful and powerful lose their meaning. Could Subei's source of power be a hidden organization behind him? What organization could possibly monitor everything at the Academy? Could it be the Academy itself backing Subei? Subei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wow, hadn't considered that before. It was actually a pretty good idea, maybe he could run with it. That's actually a possibility. Sometimes the least likely answer ends up being the truth. Prophet number 57's response echoed through the room, and a burst of laughter followed. Nobody seemed to take him seriously, but Subei wasn't bothered. All he wanted was to plant a seed, something to make them think. Maybe just one mention wouldn't do the trick, but what if he dropped hints over and over? The second time? The third time? People would start to wonder. So, he continued manipulating the threads, making sure the story bent in his favor. Then, just for fun, he clicked on a thread that had ignited a full-on argument. Is he a royal character? The creator is practically begging to give him more screen time. A comment caught his eye. I don't get it. What's this character even supposed to do? Act dumb? The conversation swirled, and Subei couldn't help but smile. He can't seem to do anything right. Every plan needs a detailed explanation, and he goes out of his way to mess with Wu Mingbai. I can't help but get frustrated on Wu Mingbai's behalf, but the creator still gives him this weird power that gets him into Class A. What's that about, if not favoritism? The final panel of Chapter 1 made it even clearer they just handed him the spotlight when that should have been Wu Mingbai's. If the story wasn't trying to highlight this guy, Wu Mingbai would have ended everything by tripping the villain. It's obvious, right? No way, you say? Well, the comments are saying it all. Big Brother's got a point. And they're not wrong. Big Brother makes a solid point. While I'm all for Wu Mingbai fans, what's really going on with this never-ending back and forth between him and Mo Xiaoqian? It's got that whole cheerful vibe, sure, but why does Mo get so much screen time? It's like the creators are trying to ride the wave of Wu Mingbai's popularity by giving him a royal spotlight. Seriously, if you're watching this saga unfold, you've got to admit the drama between these two has its hooks in you. Our protagonist, Mo Xiaoqian, is undeniably adorably unlike others who speak one thing and mean another. If anyone's trying to hitch a ride, it's certainly not her. Why would a black-hearted character like you try to feed off our little angel? Angel? Don't make me laugh. You think you're worthy of calling her that, huh? And now, Aunt Wu has completely lost it, calling everything a disaster. But let's be real. It's clear that Mo Xiaoqian is trying to ride the coattails of Wu Mingbai's fame. After all, no one with less popularity would ever try to feed off someone with more, right? In a world where reality bends to the whims of a manga script, Subei, a master manipulator, faces the looming fear that he's becoming the villain in a story he cannot control. His carefully crafted mysteries unravel as the pages of the manga are rewritten, and even the laws of the world he inhabits start shifting unpredictably. With each chapter, he is pushed further into a corner haunted by a killer who follows an alternate version of the manga, and watched by classmates who are drawn into his fate. As alliances form, including a secret pact with the outcasts of Class F, Subei fights to rewrite his destiny before the story consumes him. Meanwhile, other characters like Lan Subing and Wu Mingbai grapple with their emotions and powers, their destinies intertwined with his. The stage is set for a high-stakes duel between Subei and Jiang Tianming, who is unknowingly manipulated into challenging him. With each page turning, the lines between friend and foe blur, and Subei's struggle to avoid becoming the villain of his own narrative intensify. The suspense thickens, as Subei's greatest enemy isn't just the assassin stalking him, it's the very script he's trying to rewrite, controlled by a mysterious, unseen force. The real question now, can Subei escape the fate that's been penned for him? Subei couldn't help but be amused by the chaotic thread unfolding before him, people arguing, gossiping, and even pairing characters off. It was a wild, unpredictable mix of opinions, exactly what he expected from a hot debate. But what caught him off guard was the cold and detached comment from Manga Awareness, muttering to itself, "You're right. I really don't understand you humans." Subei grinned, closing the post with a cheerful remark. "Well, you're not human after all. We humans are just so emotionally rich." With his goal achieved, he headed off to wash up, excited for the show awaiting him the next day, ready to rest and recharge. The sun was just beginning to rise on a quiet Saturday, and while many students were still fast asleep, Subei had already laced up his running shoes. Unlike his peers, he didn't have the habit of sleeping in, so he jogged to the school track alone. It was eerily empty, with only a few first years milling about. As he walked toward Feng Lan, preparing to run alongside him, the latter caught him off guard with a blunt question. Have you found the culprit yet? Normally, Feng Lan was always straightforward, but this time, Subei wasn't sure how to respond. He hadn't mentioned anything about the investigation, so how did Feng Lan know? Feng Lan simply shrugged. The school asked me to make a prediction. Subei raised an eyebrow, confused. For the culprit? Feng Lan nodded, unfazed. Subei's mind raced, thinking about the black lightning tattoo on his neck, something the school couldn't possibly overlook. If they found out, they'd tie him directly to the shadowy organization lurking behind the scenes. It was only a matter of time before everything unraveled. It was only a matter of time before they'd want to study him. But what caught him off guard was that the school asked Feng Lan to make a prediction. Subei couldn't help but wonder what kind of future Feng Lan might foresee. When Subei first crafted his ability, he intentionally chose a different path from Feng Lan to keep their fame separate. Back when Feng Lan predicted something will happen at the start of school, Subei sensed it wasn't about a single person but a much bigger event. With that in mind, Subei honed his skills to focus on individual predictions, making sure to keep his power distinct and balanced. He wasn't interested in just prophecy, his ambitions reached far beyond that. Feng Lan nodded. The school only mentioned a murderer on campus, but I think it's probably the one you've been investigating. Subei, equally intrigued by the organization behind this killer, felt the need to understand what Feng Lan had predicted. He casually asked, will the results be shared with the victim's parents? If that happened, others involved might learn too. Unfortunately, Feng Lan shook his head. It's not cheap to hire me. Subei's journey takes a dark turn as his carefully crafted mystery begins to unravel. He races against time as new, unpredictable rules emerge within the world and the assassin strikes again, leaving behind chilling gear sigils. As the Academy's balance collapses, Subei realizes that the killer is following a rewritten version of the manga only they can see. With suspicions mounting around Class F, Subei manipulates events from the shadows. But he is haunted by the growing fear that someone knows his true identity as a narrative outlier. Meanwhile, Lan Subing's emotional turmoil destabilizes her powers, and visions of Subei amidst flames blur the line between hero and villain. As Wu Mingbai escalates his scheming, even trying to kill Subei to correct the story, the fate of the Academy hangs by a thread. The real protagonist, Jiang Tianming, is manipulated into a fateful duel against Subei, forcing him to confront the terrifying possibility that he's becoming the villain. Amidst an underground war between ability users, Subei struggles to rewrite fate before it consumes them all. As the manga world shifts, Subei dives deep into research, seeking the secrets of the Fate Compass, an object-based ability that holds the key to his ascent. But the compass isn't the only mystery he faces. Must also battle the shifting rules of the manga itself, racing to avoid a destiny he can't escape. Subei quickly shifted his focus from weapons to something far more intriguing: the power of compasses. In the Academy's 200-year history, there had been only 10 recorded cases of compass-related abilities, and among them, one was particularly extraordinary a power tied to fate and prophecy. This ability, known as the Fate Compass, made Subei's heart race with excitement. He devoured every detail about it, as if unearthing a priceless treasure. The Fate Compass granted its user the power to see the future through the movement of the compass needle, using mental energy to ask questions and receiving answers in return. The concept was rooted in the ancient art of feng shui, where the compass, with its intricate markings, could reveal answers much like fortune-telling. But mastering this power was no easy feat. Even the original user of the Fate Compass had failed to fully unlock its potential, and by the time they graduated, they could only use the compass to help people find lost items. Subei understood all too well how easily such a gift could go to waste, realizing that had he possessed the Fate Compass, he too might have squandered its immense power. The sun was just beginning to rise on a quiet Saturday, and while many students were still fast asleep, Subei had already laced up his running shoes. Unlike his peers, he didn't have the habit of sleeping in, so he jogged to the school track alone. It was eerily empty, with only a few first years milling about. As he walked toward Feng Lan, preparing to run alongside him, the latter caught him off guard with a blunt question. Have you found the culprit yet? Normally, Feng Lan was always straightforward, but this time, Subei wasn't sure how to respond. He hadn't mentioned anything about the investigation, so how did Feng Lan know? Feng Lan simply shrugged. The school asked me to make a prediction. Su Bi raised an eyebrow, confused. For the culprit? Feng Lan nodded, unfazed. Su Bei's mind raced, thinking about the black lightning tattoo on his neck, something the school couldn't possibly overlook. If they found out, they'd tie him directly to the shadowy organization lurking behind the scenes. It was only a matter of time before everything unraveled. The moment Su Bei stepped outside, his phone rang with the same notification sound as yesterday, freezing him in place. For a brief moment, he thought the culprit had escaped, but quickly realized the school wouldn't be that incompetent. He pulled out his phone, and to his relief, there was no dramatic escape. Instead, manhwa had simply messaged him to come to his office at 5 p.m. to wrap up the case. Su Bei raised an eyebrow, anticipating some argument later, and decided to give the protagonist group a little gift. The rest of his afternoon was spent scrolling through forums, reading posts about himself. The forums reflected the reader's thoughts, and by understanding them, Su Bei could see his own future. It didn't take long before he concluded that readers were particularly drawn to his mysterious and powerful traits, many even thinking he would become the villain. However, the idea of him becoming a villain was out of the question. He wasn't interested in the exhausting and doomed fate of a villain. He was focused on the power and mystery, aligned with what readers loved, and that made him feel like his years of reading manga weren't wasted. Su Bei's carefully crafted world is falling apart, and he's beginning to see cracks in the very narrative he's been manipulating. As mysterious deaths marked by gear-shaped sigils start popping up, Su Bei realizes that someone is rewriting the story, a version only they can see. While some readers love the idea of him walking the villain's path, Su Bei knows he's too complex to be just a hero. He's the gray area anti-hero who balances between good and evil. But his world is getting darker, and the rules are changing faster than he can keep up. A deadly duel with Jiang Tianming looms as Su Bei fights to keep his identity secret while the Academy suspects him of crimes he didn't commit. Even his friends, like Lan Subing, are becoming unstable, their powers more unpredictable. With the true author haunting his dreams and the threat of destruction hanging over him, Su Bei must navigate the tangled mess of fate and find a way to rewrite his own ending before it's too late. Will he become the villain, or will he escape the cycle that's trapping him? He wasn't worried that Jiang Tianming would spill the beans. After all, Jiang Tianming was the protagonist, and protagonists always had the good qualities. As soon as he returned to his dorm, the manga awareness curiously asked, "Why didn't you let him tell anyone about this?" Lying on his bed, Su Bei looked up at the night sky outside the window and said with deep meaning, "The fewer people who know about this, the better." After all, Mo Xiaotian has already infiltrated the protagonist group. Secrets, once shared with others, no longer stay secret. Mo Xiaoxian had already managed to get into the protagonist circle, and despite Wu Mingbai and Mo Xiaoxian's fans fiercely arguing online, the reality was they were more like bickering frenemies. If their relationship were truly disastrous, Jiang Tianming and Lan Subing wouldn't have allowed Mo Xiaotian to stay with them. If Jiang Tianming told Wu Mingbai and the others what happened today, it wouldn't take long for the villainous organization to find out as well. Leaking a plan could bring failure. The organization could easily discover that he hadn't fully mastered his abilities, especially a powerful ability that was still in development. The consequences could be endless trouble. Manga awareness wasn't foolish. Once it heard Su Bei's concerns, it understood right away. Given the nature of the organization, it strongly agreed with Su Bei's caution. "You're right. It's better to be safe than sorry." The tension escalates as a couple's joke forces a reluctant participant into a deadly hunt for a culprit, believing their mocking jest will go unchallenged. Wu Mingbai, not one to be taken lightly, smiles through the moment, hiding his true intentions, censuring their company's collapse when they leave the campus. His initial sympathy fades, replaced by cold logic. Their grief doesn't justify irrational behavior. They failed to grasp Wu Mingbai's full resolve, thinking him an easy target for manipulation. As their frustration reaches its peak, the culprit is revealed, trapped within a plant cage. With emotions still running high, the parents lash out in anger. But the moment of reckoning is just beginning. As the web of consequences unfolds. "No," Sun's father said calmly, his eyes tinged with red. "I want you to hand over the one responsible so we can exact our own revenge for Xiaoming. This should count as part of your compensation, right?" The Academy had already offered a large sum of money and promises of justice after the student's tragic death on their grounds, but it seemed the Sun family desired more. They wanted the killer in their hands. Normally, such a request would be acceptable. But this wasn't just any culprit. Meng Huai shook his head with regret. "I'm sorry, but we can't allow that. This person must be kept under strict control." "Why?" Sun's mother roared, fury burning in her eyes. "He killed my son! Why can't I take him with me?" Sun's father stayed composed, holding back his anger as he looked at Meng Huai. "What's the background of this person?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. A dangerous organization, Manhwa answered, his gaze icy as he eyed the unconscious culprit. We still need to investigate. Upon hearing that even the prestigious Ability Academy wasn't sure, Sun's father decided against taking the culprit by force. If the man had a powerful group behind him, attempting to act rashly could backfire. Sun's mother, though reluctant, understood the gravity of the situation and reluctantly agreed to hold off. But her confidence in the academy led her to insist, once the organization is exposed, I want to handle him myself. In the ordinary world, such actions would be prohibited by law, but in the world of abilities, things weren't so simple. Meng Wai gave a vague response. We'll let you know when the time comes. Curious, Mo Xiaotian asked, what kind of organization could this be? At that moment, Su Bei, who had learned a bit about Mo Xiaotian's true identity, couldn't help but glance at him, but quickly shifted his attention back to Meng Wai. Su Bei's lips curled into a sly, almost mocking smile. Inside his head, he couldn't help but think to the manga awareness, maybe it'd be better if I just disappeared. I've got no family left, so no one would miss me. The manga awareness stayed silent, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Moments later, Meng Huai walked in, accompanied by Sun's parents. They looked drained and weary, their faces showing little more than exhaustion despite the news that the culprit had been caught. The three students exchanged glances, a flicker of sympathy passing through them. After all, these were grieving parents. Had they been too harsh on them? Before they could dwell on it any longer, the couple approached Wu Mingbai with an attitude completely different from the one they had displayed before. Oh, we're so sorry, we just lost control that day. Honestly, we were joking, not really expecting you to help find the culprit. Who knew you'd take us seriously? The words, dripping with insincerity, wiped away any remaining empathy the three students had left for them. Subi Ei, with his mischievous nature, couldn't resist revealing just enough to spark curiosity without giving too much away. He shared a hint about an organization that was more than a match for the Ability Academy, but stopped short of revealing Mo Xiaotian's true identity as part of it. If he spilled too much, it would spoil the fun and disrupt the careful persona he'd crafted. Deep down, Su Bei knew he would have exposed Mo Xiaotian's secret immediately if he were being true to himself. But he stuck to his plan, knowing that Jiang Tianming, who was no stranger to direct questions, would likely put the pieces together if he thought hard enough. Yet, Jiang Tianming was too focused on the strength of the organization to connect the dots. As they left, Mo Xiaotian bubbled with excitement, eager for a celebratory meal, blissfully unaware of the shifting tides around them. Jiang Tianming quietly sidled up to Su Bei, his voice barely audible over the ongoing conversation. Did you see the mark on the back of the culprit's neck earlier? The question hit Su Bei like a bolt of lightning. Of course, the protagonist had figured it out. Su Bei had intended to reveal the secret himself, but now it seemed unnecessary. With a nod, he responded, Why ask me? Jiang Tianming's answer was simple. I noticed you were looking that way earlier. I figured you'd seen it too. Realization dawned on Su Bei. The reason for Jiang Tianming's caution became clear. He didn't want anyone else to uncover his secret. And honestly, Su Bei couldn't blame him. The stakes were higher than ever. There was no telling where this story would lead, or who would survive the chaos. Despite the twists, Su Bei couldn't help but appreciate Jiang Tianming's straightforwardness. Su Bei liked people like Jiang Tianming, who asked questions without hesitation, so he shared just enough to tease that organization isn't simple only something beyond demons could take on the Ability Academy. Deep down, he wanted to expose more, maybe even point out Mo Xiaotian's involvement, but that would ruin the fun and go against his mischief-loving persona. A real troublemaker would stay quiet just to watch the chaos unfold. Yet if he acted true to himself, he would have reported Mo on day one. Instead, he dropped a hint and left Jiang Tianming to connect the dots. Good. Such a powerful group have only one member at the school, but Jiang didn't think that far, only growing more alert about the threat. After the troublemaker was dealt with, Meng Huai dismissed them. Mo Xiaotian jumped up, cheering for a victory meal, clueless that the real game had only just begun. As the clock struck 5:30 p.m., it was time for dinner. Lan Subing, a little nervous but determined, sent everyone the restaurant details on her phone. Even though the school had a strict curfew, the students could go out as long as they returned before 11 p.m. Most of them didn't care much for exploring the area, except for one who was always eager for adventure. But this time, Lan Subing had done her homework. She nervously introduced the dinner plan, her voice soft but clear. There's a snack street just outside the school. I've booked a 6-person meal at a stir-fry place there. I heard it's really good. As she spoke, her fists clenched anxiously, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding any confrontation. The others, sensing her nervousness, stayed silent, offering her the space to speak. Once she finished, she exhaled deeply, as if she had just overcome a major hurdle. With a swift motion, she pulled her scarf back up to cover her mouth, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifting. You really picked a good one. Wu Mingbai said with a playful wink, fully aware of the unspoken rule not to criticize someone treating you to a meal. Jiang Tianming, with a sharp eye, immediately leaned in and whispered to Lan Subing, "He's just pretending to be nice." That sparked a fun, playful back and forth between him and Wu Mingbai. Mo Xiaotian, already feeling the pangs of hunger, grinned wide, "I'm a big eater. I'll eat it all." Mu Tiren checked the restaurant's reviews and nodded in approval. "Lots of good reviews from our school, so it's legit. Subing really knows how to pick a spot." He smirked at Mo Xiaotian. "Let's see who can eat more then. I've got a pretty big appetite too." Just then, Lan Subing's phone pinged. She opened the message to find that Su Bei had sent her 50 yuan. In Chapter 27, Su Bei's mindset is straightforward. It's all about principle. This was a celebration dinner, and it only made sense for the beneficiary to pay. So, naturally, it was supposed to be covered by Sun's family, the school, or at least Wu Mingbai. But Lan Subing? Not involved. However, since Lan Subing had reserved the restaurant, Su Bei understood that meant sharing the cost. As such, it seemed perfectly normal for him to send over his part in advance. Lan Subing, stunned by his gesture, had never imagined splitting the bill. Growing up, she'd always been the one to pay when eating out with classmates. After meeting Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai, they never assumed she'd pay. But the vast financial difference often meant they chose the venues. This time, though, since it was her choice of restaurant, she instinctively thought she'd treat everyone and hadn't even considered the idea of sharing the expense. Su Bei's willingness to split the bill unexpectedly moved her. Just as that feeling settled in, another 50 yuan transfer appeared, this time from Mu Tiren. Lan Subing glanced up, meeting Mu Tiren's nod, and understood she wasn't alone in this. Lan Subing's gaze shifted away, and suddenly, something clicked. She'd never encountered this before. Her money had boomeranged back to her. Was this what normal friendships were like? Then it hit her. How did they know the exact cost of splitting the bill at 50 yuan? Without hesitation, she sent a friend request to Su Bei and messaged Mu Tiren. Silent and passionate Bing 66. "How did you know the split would cost 50? Mu Tiren replied instantly, "Mu Sang Xiang. I checked the restaurant, found a group deal for 6 people, 299 yuan, right?" Smile. Lan Subing's eyes widened in realization. She couldn't help but admire the meticulousness of Mu Tiren and Su Bei. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should I hire them as accountants? Nearby, Wu Mingbai scowled in irritation, hearing Lan Subing's phone ping repeatedly. "Is it those two again?" he muttered. After the couple left the academy, the Lan group sprang into action, and within hours, the Sun family found themselves teetering on the edge of financial ruin. The Sun family, despite their wealth and connections, quickly realized that the Lan group was behind their downfall, leading them to suspect Lan Subing's involvement after their recent encounter. Desperate, they flooded Wu Mingbai and Lan Subing with calls, hoping to salvage their business. Meanwhile, Lan Subing remained calm, dismissing their pleas. When they arrived at the restaurant, the packed atmosphere made it clear they had made the right choice. As the staff led them to a private room, Wu Mingbai's infectious charm helped ease the tension. But before they could get comfortable, a disturbance outside caught their attention. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Tianming opened the door, only to get caught up in the chaos himself. The fat troublemaker outside spotted him and immediately strutted over. "Hey, aren't you the poor kid from Class F? How much did your reservation cost? I'll pay you 5 times that amount. Now get lost!" Su Bei sighed inwardly. Just as expected, trouble always seemed to follow the protagonist. In his first 15 years of life, he'd never encountered someone like this guy. But now, after just one outing with the protagonist, here he was, dealing with him. He had been wondering when yesterday's prediction of an argument would happen, and now it was here. If he remembered correctly, he had crossed paths with this fat man before. On the first day of school, during lunch, Su Bei had gone to the cafeteria with friends. While they left a good impression, this guy, purely negative, small-minded, and arrogant. Jiang Tianming immediately snapped, "In your dreams." It didn't take long for him to recognize the fat man. This was the same guy who had been with the others on that fateful day. They had managed to stir up trouble with Si Zhaohua, thanks to this guy's influence. Now, with more allies on their side, even without using their powers, the fat man didn't stand a chance against them. In fact, just Jiang Tianming alone could probably take him down. Despite his physical limitations, he had a wealth of battle experience, and dealing with a pampered fat man would be an easy task. When rejected, the fat man sneered, "Don't be ungrateful. I'm from Class A. I could wipe you all out in an instant with my ability." He believed everyone in the room was from Class F, aside from Mo Xiaoxian. Mo Xiaoxian's abilities hadn't shown much offensive power yet, though, so the fat man wasn't worried. "Wow!" Wu Mingbai exclaimed, pretending to be oblivious. I've never fought with abilities outside of school before. The fat man's face froze as he remembered that the school strictly forbade new ability users from using their powers outside. The consequences would be severe if they were caught. At that moment, Mo Xiao-Chan innocently delivered the final blow. Huh? Are you guys planning to use your abilities to fight here? They had managed to argue with the big guy thanks to some clever prompting. Now, with more allies backing them up, even without using their abilities, the bulky man didn't stand a chance. Actually, just one of them, let's say, Jiang Tianming, could easily knock him down. Despite not having the strongest physical strength, Jiang's combat experience would make short work of a pampered fool like him. When the big guy tried to make threats, claiming his Class A status and his power to wipe them out in an instant, he underestimated the situation. He assumed everyone in the room was from Class F, except for one person. But the reality was far from his expectation. As he continued to puff himself up, one of them, pretending to be clueless, casually remarked about how interesting it was to experience powers outside of school. The fat man immediately froze. Using abilities outside was strictly forbidden, and the consequences of breaking that rule were severe. And then, like a dagger to the heart, the final blow was delivered. So, are you guys planning to use your abilities here? He almost forgot about it. If things went south after inviting them, his family would surely blame him. These people weren't easy to deal with, and his top priority now was finding a new restaurant quickly. With that thought in mind, he shot a fiery glare at Su Bei, and the others slammed the door shut and rushed out, pulling out his phone. How did you know he was inviting people? Mu Tiran asked, eyes full of curiosity, after the fat man left. He'd been ready to call for help, thinking the fat man's bluster might cause serious trouble. They had just helped the school catch a culprit, so getting help from the school would have been easy. But before he could make the call, Su Bei had already resolved the situation with one simple sentence. Wasn't it obvious? Su Bei replied lazily, as though it was nothing. There are plenty of empty seats outside, yet he insisted on getting a private room. He must be planning to treat someone. The group suddenly understood. If he was only dining with a couple of classmates or alone, a spot outside would have sufficed. Only someone hosting a gathering would need a private room. Su Bei, with his sharp intuition, had pieced things together quicker than everyone else. As he stood there, others admired his insight, but he quietly questioned his manga awareness, asking, "Did I just mess up the plot?" The response came with a sigh. Yes, you were supposed to make things more intense between Si Zhaohua and the main group. Subei's intervention had completely derailed the tension-filled storyline. Intrigued, he asked, "So, even without this scene, will there still be a clash during the exam?" "Of course," came the confident reply. "Another plot line will replace this one." The conflict was always going to happen. Su Bei wasn't surprised. He knew well enough that if a small interruption could unravel the entire story, everything would fall apart. After their brief exchange, Su Bei had a hunch that Si Zhaohua and Baozhu wouldn't remain enemies. Instead, they'd likely join forces with the main group. As he finished his meal, he realized the restaurant was everything the academy had, promised delicious and fairly priced. He made a mental note to bring Feng Lan there soon. After all, Su Bei had once been treated to a meal at the school's cafeteria by a friend, so repaying the favor seemed like the perfect opportunity. With that in mind, the group made their way back to school. Jiang Tianming turned to the class representative and asked, "Did the teacher mention anything about the monthly exam?" Mu Tiran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "The teacher said this month's exam will be team-based, and it looks like we'll be mixed with students from other classes." The idea of teaming up with students from different classes made everyone curious, especially since stronger abilities usually kept to their own unless they were close friends. Everyone was eager for more information, hoping the exam might be their chance to climb up the rank. But Mu Tiran only knew a little more, offering reassurance instead. "Don't worry, the teachers will give us the details a week before the exam. We'll know soon enough." Once back in the dorm, Su Bei threw himself onto his bed, letting out a long sigh. The monthly exam loomed large in his mind. Despite his confident front, he couldn't help but feel a knot of anxiety. His ability had evolved from Gears to Gear of Destiny, but it still lacked offensive power, and the prophecy function could only be used once a day. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was bluffing his way through, hoping for a miracle. How could he possibly keep up his disguise during the exam under these crazy conditions? If he got exposed, the fans who worshipped his so-called power would ditch him faster than you could blink. Without their wild fantasies of his insane abilities, what would he even have left? No, he had to figure something out. With those thoughts spinning in his head, he slowly drifted into sleep. Then, early Sunday morning, Su Bei was jolted awake by a notification from Manga Awareness. A new chapter of The King of Superpower is out. Don't miss it. Chapter 28. The notification caught him off guard. He scratched his messy blonde hair and muttered, "Why is it so fast this time?" Then it clicked. Right. Manga Awareness had mentioned that manga in the real world updates weekly. But in the manga world, updates depend on how much content builds up in a week. Still, he thought back and realized it had only been 2 days since the last update. Could they really have crammed that much content into such a short time? Curiosity pushed him to ask the question. Subei's understanding of the manga world deepens when he learns that bursts of content are tied to the author's participation in events. After a moment of absurdity, Subei moves on, trying to make sense of things. He dives into the latest chapter, realizing it's a direct continuation with no filler. The plot picks up where manhwa left off, with everyone receiving points as rewards, and Subei's knowledge of the situation becomes apparent. Amidst the action, the mystery surrounding the assassin with distorted gear sigils intensifies, and Subei feels more entangled in a web of unpredictable new rules. His fears grow as he faces the possibility that his actions might be shaping him into the villain. As tensions rise and the world around him shifts, Subei races against time to rewrite the story before it consumes everyone. The plot is getting even more intense as secrets start to surface, with Subei's carefully crafted plans unraveling. The Academy's balance is slipping, and a mysterious assassin cloaked in smoke leaves behind bodies marked with gear sigils. The twist? The killer is following a new, rewritten version of the manga that only Subei can see. Class F becomes a hotbed of suspicion, and while Subei pulls strings from the shadows, the fear of someone discovering his true identity looms. The bond between the characters feels real until it's all revealed as a facade. Lan Subing's emotions begin to destabilize her powers, and Feng Lan's terrifying visions show Subei either as a savior or the villain. Wu Mingbai's plots intensify, and it's clear he might want to kill Subei to correct the story. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming, the real protagonist, is manipulated into a deadly duel with Subei. As the story grows darker, Subei must decide whether he's becoming the villain or rewriting his fate before everything spirals out of control. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have believed the story too. Sigh. So, the page flips again right to Jiang Tianming, drenched and towel, headed in his dorm, and there I am, knocking like some shady time traveler. Want to help me test my abilities? I ask, acting all casual. He says yes to, trusting, poor guy. A few flashy hand signs later, boom, a gear spins into existence, ticking out his future like a cursed clock. I won't read it in front of him, too dangerous. I tell him to keep quiet and vanish like a ghost. Word is, the forums are already buzzing. Me? Vulnerable? Unthinkable. But hey, always looking invincible is a trap. This isn't a comic where the hero wins every page. I'm not immune to falling, and the higher you climb, the more glorious the crash. By subtly revealing his lack of experience and incomplete grasp of his abilities, he sets the stage for future mistakes, leaving room for his fans to defend him. It's a clever move, as it gives him an out regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. But here's the twist. This could also be seen as a deliberate attempt to forecast Jiang Tianming's fate, carefully placing himself in a position where he can spin the narrative in his favor. The next day, the confrontation with the culprit begins. As Meng Huai steps in, everyone's on edge, with the Sun family's hypocritical speech making the characters and the reader cringe. The readers can't help but express their disgust, doubting everything the Sun family says. Sure, losing a child is tragic, but sympathy is hard to muster for them. Thankfully, Wu Mingbai and his team followed Subei's lead, targeting the Sun family's business, avoiding pointless pity. The fun begins when the Sun family steps out of the campus, only to find their empire crumbling. The tension intensifies when Meng Huai reveals there's more to the culprit than meets the Iron organization pulling strings behind him. As Jiang Tianming catches Subei's gaze, the tattoo on the culprit's neck becomes a pivotal clue, sparking Subei's contemplation. Could he twist this part of the plot to make readers believe he has ties to the Black Lightning organization? The stage is set, and nothing is as it seems. The scene flashes back to a nervous Lan Subing, overwhelmed by the pressure of the mission to search the restaurant. Alone in her dorm, she mumbles anxiously to herself, even sneaking to a small restaurant to gather intel. Back in the present, her friends notice her discomfort and offer support, with Subei and Mutirin even sending her money to help ease her worries. Lost in her thoughts, Lan Subing is haunted by faceless figures repeatedly asking for her help, the memory compressed into a couple of panels. She snaps back to reality, questioning, so this is what normal classmate relationships are like? This part of the plot shines a light on Lan Subing's endearing nature, capturing her wild imagination, optimism, and occasional silliness. As the only girl in the main group, her charm naturally draws in fans, and the comments section fills with sympathy for her. Subei, amidst the praise, feels a sense of satisfaction, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Outside the private room, chaos erupted as the door burst open to reveal the return of the round, loudmouth side character from Chapter 1, stomping in like he owned the place. Big mistake. The group snapped into action, shoving him back with a mix of grit and teamwork. And it was Subei who landed the final, effortless blow, sending the guy packing without a second glance. When asked about it later, Subei dropped a casual bomb. He already knew why that guy barged in. After the dust settled and dinner ended, the class pres broke the tension with news about the upcoming monthly exams. Back at the dorm, Jiang Tianming brought up the strange case of Black Lightning, prompting Lan Subing to promise she'd get her high-powered parents on it. After flipping through the comments, Subei was about to close the manga when he unknowingly swiped ahead, revealing an unexpected bonus scene. It showed him sitting on his bed, tossing a gear into the air, which transformed into two lipsticks battling each other. In the next panel, Subei, surrounded by question marks, looked adorably confused. He finally muttered, "Does this mean Jiang Tianming is going to argue with someone tomorrow?" The comment section erupted in laughter. "Lipsticks fighting? Really?" one said. Another added, "Prophecies are supposed to be grand, not this silly." And yet another chimed in, "Subei's confusion is priceless. How did he even come to that conclusion?" Ha ha ha, Subei, are you kidding me? Even Subei never imagined he'd be the main character in this manga short. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you bribe the author?" The manga awareness quickly denied, "No way. Even the author has no idea their world has gained sentience." Subei was stunned. How is that possible? When someone's going off script like me, how would the author not notice? He couldn't fathom how a character, one who wasn't even carefully planned, could keep appearing in the story. The manga awareness paused before explaining, "I've been covering for you. In simple terms, my existence prevents the author from noticing your anomaly." Subei still didn't get it. "What do you mean?" "I understand you're hiding me, but how exactly are you stopping the author? And that to be precise part? I'm lost." Normally, if Subei didn't understand, he'd drop it. But this time, something felt off. He didn't want to look dumb. Sure, but this wasn't about pride anymore. This was about everything. In this warped manga world, Subei had always assumed the author pulled the strings, even for a character like him who'd broken free of the storyline. But now, with the manga awareness shielding him from detection, a wild truth unfurled free will might actually exist. The manga's just a world. I'm something more, it said, half cryptic, half chilling. It could puppet the part of the author tied to King of Superpowers, which meant as long as it played dumb, Subei stayed invisible. Subei's mind spun. If this awareness was still part of the author, then was he ever free? Or just another narrative trick? No time to untangle that knot. He shelved the thought, heart pounding, as if the panels themselves might start closing in. Subei knew there was no need to hurry. Once the manga reached its end, everything would fall into place. If the world still existed after that, it would be free to follow its own course, no longer bound by the author's hand. Only then would Subei truly feel at ease. After finishing the manga, he browsed the forum. This chapter, which focused more on everyday moments, had sparked fewer discussions, with most posts being dedicated to character fan pages or various ships. Popular pairings included the trio mixed together, as well as Mo Xiaodian x Wu Mingbai, Subei x Mo Xiaodian, and Subei x Feng Lan. The Subei x Feng Lan ship, despite their minimal interactions, gained traction thanks to their subtle presence in the manga, even as stick figures with distinctive white and blonde hair. But following this chapter's release, the Subei 10-0 Jiang Tianming ship surged in popularity, alongside a new post pairing Subei with Lan Subing. Subei was taken aback. Though he enjoyed reading manga, the shipping phenomenon was beyond him. How could anyone ship him with Lan Subing just because of a money transfer? The real shock wasn't just that Subei wired money to Lan Subing, it was that he wasn't the only one. Suspicion twisted tighter around him as Subei, playing it cool, tapped into one of the rare posts dissecting the chaos, a breakdown of prediction powers between him and Feng Lan. New characters were crowding the manga like stage props for comparison. Wu Mingbai versus Mo Xiaotian, Subei versus Feng Lan. Their powers weren't clones. The contrast was intentional. As the thread's author broke it down, the comment section lit up like a virtual campfire, everyone waiting, guessing, hanging on each theory like it was gospel. Somewhere between shadows and gears, the truth crept closer, page by rewritten page. In the swirling chaos of Destiny's gears, Subei's careful plan starts to crack under new rules. Someone or something has rewritten the manga's world, and Subei can't predict where it will lead. An assassin cloaked in smoke, marking his kills with distorted gear sigils, follows this twisted narrative. As Subei manipulates his way through this mess, the Academy suspects him, and a secret war between ability users boils under the surface. But Subei isn't just a pawn, he's the story's outlier, and now he has to face the horrifying possibility that he may be becoming the villain. With visions of fire and destruction haunting his every step, he struggles to rewrite his fate before it consumes him. Meanwhile, enemies like Wu Mingbai and Jiang Tianming play their parts, pulling the strings from the shadows. Each chapter leaves us dangling on the edge of a cliff, where truth and destruction are just one twist of fate away. Will Su Bei conquer the gears of rebellion, or will the author of this world have the final say? The balance of the Academy is falling apart. Su Bei's web of control starts to unravel as new, unpredictable rules are introduced into the world rules that even Su Bei can't control. An assassin, cloaked in smoke and marked by gear sigils, strikes again, leaving a trail of bodies behind. Su Bei realizes the killer is following a rewritten version of the manga, one that only they can see. Suspicion falls on Class F as Su Bei continues to manipulate the events, haunted by the fear that someone knows his true identity as a narrative outlier. Meanwhile, Lan Subing's emotions destabilize her power, and Feng Lan sees dark visions of Su Bei, unsure whether he's a savior or the ultimate villain. As Wu Mingbai's schemes become more dangerous, it seems like Su Bei might be the one to be eliminated in order to correct the story. A hidden war begins among the ability users. Su Bei must face a terrifying duel with Jiang Tianming, manipulated into fighting him as the real protagonist. As events spiral out of control, Su Bei starts to wonder, am I becoming the villain, or am I rewriting fate before it consumes us all? Crack! The Academy shudders as Su Bei's careful schemes spiral into chaos. Someone's rewriting the story behind his back. Gears spin in blood, bodies fall marked by cursed sigils, and Su Bei realizes he's trapped in a tale only the killer understands. Class F becomes the hunted, secrets flare, and Lan Subing's feelings ignite powers that fracture reality itself. Feng Lan sees flames and falling paper skies, Su Bei standing at the center of ruin. Underground, the war of abilities erupts, and Jiang Tianming, the so-called hero, is twisted into battling Su Bei in a school-wide duel. Manga panels whisper of a final chapter. Su Bei races fate, haunted by ink-born ghosts and one chilling truth. The villain's name might be his. A new force shakes the Academy as the balance begins to collapse. Su Bei's plans unravel when a mysterious assassin strikes again, leaving bodies marked with strange gear symbols. But there's more. This killer follows a rewritten manga, one Su Bei can't predict. As suspicions rise, Su Bei's secret identity is at risk, and with his own manipulation spiraling out of control, the tension builds. Meanwhile, Lan Subing's emotions destabilize her powers, and Feng Lan's visions paint Su Bei as either a savior or a villain. With secret alliances forming and a deadly duel set to unfold, Su Bei realizes he may not be the hero he thought he was, but the villain of his own story. In this tangled web of destiny and danger, Feng Lan's prophecy ability once seemed unbeatable. But wait, things aren't as clear-cut as they seem. Su Bei, with his sharper edge, has been out-predicting him time and again. It's like watching a prophecy battle, but the real twist is in the numbers. Su Bei's predictions are on fire, and Feng Lan might be in the shadows, playing catch-up. There's a lot going on here, two powerful abilities, both locked in a game where the rules are shifting and the stakes keep getting higher. It's not just about who's better at predicting, it's about rewriting the very fabric of fate itself. Why not combine their abilities into one person? Wouldn't that be more convenient? That question haunts Su Bei as the Academy teeters on Kaioshi's calculated control, slipping with every new page rewritten by a hidden author only he seems to notice. Gear-shaped sigils in blood, whispers from ink-stained ghosts, and duels that tear the sky. Su Bei plays the part of fate's mastermind while being hunted as its glitch. Lan Subing's powers spiral with her feelings. Feng Lan sees him burning in prophecy, and Wu Mingbai sharpens his betrayal behind a sly grin. The killer isn't just following a story, he's living a version no one else can read. Su Bei, once the manipulator, now questions if he's the villain of a tale he no longer writes. The Academy is falling apart, and Su Bei's carefully crafted world is unraveling. The lines between reality and the manga's rewritten pages blur as a new assassin strikes, leaving distorted gear sigils on the bodies. Su Bei soon realizes that the killer is using a version of the manga only they can see, pushing Class F into the center of suspicion. As Su Bei manipulates events from the shadows, fear grips him. Someone knows his true identity as a narrative outlier. Meanwhile, Lan Subing's emotions spiral, destabilizing her power. Feng Lan, torn between visions of Su Bei as a savior or a villain, struggles with her conflicting feelings. With Wu Mingbai scheming in the background, Su Bei faces the possibility that he might be the true villain, forced to rewrite his fate before it consumes them all. The stage is set for a deadly duel, a secret alliance, and a clash with destiny itself, as Su Bei's world teeters on the edge of collapse, and the true author of the story lurks in the shadows, waiting to reveal the final act. In a world where fate is constantly being rewritten, Subei is trying to prove he isn't just a bystander, he's here to change the narrative. But with the plot already spiraling away from the original manga, his every move is being watched. He has a few clues to work with: the identity of someone who might not be who they claim, a secret ability that could turn the tide, and a few strange figures whose fates may not be set in stone. As Subei tries to navigate through his growing fears and the possibility that he might actually be becoming the villain, a clash with his fate seems inevitable. Caught between rewriting the world and facing off against enemies who may be manipulating him, he's forced to act fast. But can he control the story, or is he just playing into the hands of the real writer behind it all? Time is running out, and as the lines between hero and villain blur, Subei must choose whether to embrace his dark destiny or fight to change it before it's too late. Frustration started creeping up again as Subei tugged at his hair. Jiang Tianming's ability was a mystery, and although Subei had some vague idea from the manga, revealing his suspicions wouldn't help him now. It could add an unexpected twist to the plot, but it'd be risky, especially with his current situation. As for Zhao Xiaoyu, it was all just a guess. Even if he was right, what could he do except get closer to those two? Taking a deep breath, Subei tried to calm his nerves, closing his eyes and forcing himself to relax. It was the world of a manga, after all, and that realization made him uneasy. But there was no need to hurry. He still had a week to prepare, and even if his abilities didn't improve before the monthly exam, it wouldn't matter much. If things went wrong, the worst outcome would be the same as before death. At least now, every day was a bonus. The killer was dead, and even doing nothing, he could live for years. With that in mind, what was there to worry about? Only do as much work as you're paid for. They killed him, revived him, gave him a slight edge, and expected him to save the world. If he couldn't handle that, how could he even respect himself? After quietly repeating this to himself, his impatience faded. Subei reconsidered the few clues in his possession. There are no useless clues, only useless people. These 3 clues may seem trivial if exposed, but if kept hidden, they might lead to unexpected results. Without knowing the monthly exam's content, there wasn't much to do. Partnering with the main group already secured enough screen time. He'd pushed himself to his limits, and now it was all about adapting to whatever came. But what if things went south, and he was eliminated in the first round? Subei thought for a moment. Then there was only one thing left to do: activate the second personality. Monday arrived, and the school started teaching methods to boost mental power, an essential skill for ability users, as mental power is the medium through which they channel their abilities. In the mental power enhancement class, the teacher elaborates on how stronger abilities drain more mental energy, but less potent powers are by no means useless. Every ability has its unique worth if used correctly. He pauses, offering a serious thought. No matter how powerful or seemingly weak an ability is, there's always a counter, and the right situation can turn any ability crucial. Subei, however, starts to zone out. His manga awareness voice questions his distraction, wondering why he's losing focus in a class he had eagerly anticipated. Subei snaps back to attention, shaking his head thoughtfully, not quite zoning out but realizing something interesting. Intrigued, manga awareness presses him for more details. If anyone else had asked, Subei might have kept the thought to himself, but manga awareness is different. It sees all the hidden truths of the world, and Subei knows it's worth sharing this rare insight. Subei had been playing a dangerous game, carefully weaving his actions to control the narrative, but things were starting to spiral out of his grasp. He noticed the teacher's strange behavior deliberately balancing students' mindsets. It seemed too calculated, like they were trying to keep the peace between the weak and the strong, telling them the same story. Small powers could change the world, but even great powers had limits. He realized it was an effort to maintain equilibrium, but something about it felt off. When he pressed the mysterious entity Manga Awareness for answers, he was met with silence, confirming his suspicions. Subei argued that teachers don't typically give such broad advice, even in ordinary schools. That silence spoke volumes, leading him to suspect something bigger was at play. Meanwhile, the academy's balance began to collapse as a hidden war raged beneath the surface. Subei, once a manipulator, found himself struggling with the reality of becoming a villain in a story he couldn't rewrite. Regular schools never teach you this kind of thing, so when I asked, if our mindsets go unbalanced, will there be consequences? I didn't expect the silence. Manga Awareness hovered there, glitchy and hesitant, like even it didn't want to break the fourth wall. I was about to drop it when suddenly, don't forget your mission. Then gone. No explanation, no answers. Just that. I stood there, gears grinding in my head, trying to decode the meaning. Of course I hadn't forgotten I'm supposed to save the world. Remember? But why the cryptic reminder now? Was it a warning, a threat, or a hint that someone or something thinks I'm straying from the path? That can't be it. I've been leveling up, planning, rewriting. This part of the story is clearly in chill mode, slice of life pacing, or is that what they want me to think? Subei's mind buzzed as he pondered his earlier question. Does an unbalanced mindset really have such drastic consequences? The answer hit him hard. If his mind was out of sync, he'd fail his mission. The mission? Save the world from a growing evil force that was tipping the scales of power. He quickly realized that if students or ability users had unstable mental states, they could tip the balance even more. His shock echoed through him. Could mindsets truly affect the world this much? After some quick thinking, he remembered the old manga stories he'd read at academies with strict hierarchies once led to dark turns, with former students becoming evil, wreaking havoc. This must be why the school cared so much about mental health. Subei shook his head in disbelief, wondering just how cliché this world was. His thoughts couldn't help but let out a hint of amusement, as if the manga awareness itself might be listening in. Manga awareness was fuming, feeling insulted, couldn't hold back any longer and snapped, "Stop guessing if you can't do it right," before disappearing into thin air. Subei, however, remained calm. He hadn't believed his own guess, but it seemed plausible enough to play along. Now that the mystery had been dismissed by manga awareness, he felt a wave of relief. If it had been true, things would have gotten messy. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Subei decided to move on. He knew that the answers would come in time when he was strong enough to face them. For now, though, the real issue was turning around and leaning over Feng Lan's desk, ready for whatever came next. Feng Lan glanced at Subei with a raised eyebrow, his voice dripping with casual disdain. "Didn't you pay attention? The mental power enhancement class is key to everything." Subei's response was sharp, eyes narrowing as he shot back. "Wasn't it you who was snoozing on your desk just a second ago?" Feng Lan didn't flinch, his tone unbothered as he replied, "I've already mastered this stuff at home. What about you?" Subei's frustration was palpable. "Seriously, why does everyone around me have it all together?" He couldn't help but feel that if he didn't know Feng Lan's nature, he'd think the guy was intentionally flaunting his knowledge. But that wasn't Feng Lan, he wasn't boasting, just stating a simple truth. If you already know the material, listening again is optional. But for Subei, who was still struggling to catch up, it wasn't just helpful, it was essential. It was all manga awareness's fault for distracting him from the lesson. Subei, though, had already come up with a good excuse, but of course, it wasn't something he could just say out loud. He cleared his throat and replied confidently, "But you were asleep. How would you know if the teacher said something you didn't catch?" Feng Lan, however, wasn't easily caught off guard. "I was in light sleep," he explained. "I still know what the teacher was talking about." Subei, with a gleam of victory in his eyes, couldn't resist. "Then let me quiz you. What did the teacher say in the last class?" Feng Lan's face froze, speechless. "Subei, I'm not an idiot," he muttered, though he still listed out the key points of the class. After hearing this, Subei felt relieved. The class hadn't really covered anything groundbreaking, just some theories straight out of the textbook. The only method suggested for boosting mental power was exercise. If your body gets stronger, so does your mind. During the break, Subei overheard some students mocking the suggestion, dismissing it as the teacher's way of brushing off Class F. Subei, a fitness enthusiast, firmly believed in the power of regular exercise. When his abilities were altered by the manga, his mental strength also grew, allowing him to predict the fates of 3 individuals simultaneously. Despite only a slight increase in his mental power, it was clear his original strength was formidable. Subei attributed this to his lifelong exercise routine. As for those who dismissed exercise as pointless, he had no words for them. What truly intrigued him was the idea that if the manga could enhance his mental power, perhaps he could exploit this to his advantage. Even if he couldn't alter his abilities for now, focusing on strengthening his mental power seemed like a promising pathone that could be the key to deceiving others, as there was a noticeable gap between ordinary and advanced mental abilities. Subei, on a mission to unlock the secrets of advanced mental power, dives into the library with determination. Amidst the endless rows of books, he stumbles upon the only rare find-a text on the higher tier abilities of mental power, hidden deep within the school's vast archives. The book reveals how, unlike basic mental power that simply amplifies skills, advanced mental power takes form and can even manipulate objects directly. It also features a detection function, where users can sense when someone is observing them, as shown in an intriguing experiment. Subei is excited by these discoveries, knowing these 2 key traits, control over physical matter and the ability to detect others' presence, are exactly what he's been searching for. Now, with this knowledge, he's one step closer to mastering the mysterious force that could change everything. He placed the book where no one would notice and walked out of the library. While washing up in the dorm, the voice of manga awareness suddenly spoke, asking what he'd been up to. Though it didn't monitor him constantly, it checked in now and then, and Subei had been quietly staying away from the spotlight for 2 days. No plot meddling, no dramatic moments, just a focused look in the library. Still, Subei smiled while crafting something with his hands and replied, "You'll find out tomorrow." Comforted by his confidence, manga awareness didn't push further. At 6 the next morning, before the sun even rose, Subei entered the classroom alone. No breakfast, no jog, just silent determination. The room was still, his setup precise. Everything depended on this plan. And right on cue, footsteps echoed in the hall. Jiang Tianming was arriving. Subei slipped his phone near the door, camera peeking just enough to confirm the target, then casually returned to his seat. The echo of footsteps drew closer, and with trained ears, Subei gauged the exact moment Jiang Tianming would arrive. "Time to test the distance," he muttered, tugging a near-invisible string. A piece of chalk zipped into his palm from the podium. The steps halted. A faint smile crept across his face. Half the plan had landed. Playing the part, he raised his voice, feigned surprise, and checked the hallway. Empty. He yawned and flopped onto his desk, the perfect nap pose. Hours later, as class ended, 2 glances sharp and deliberate from Jiang and Lan confirmed it. The bait worked. Keeping up the act, Subei dragged through the day, even asking the teacher silly questions, all to nudge the story where he wanted. He slipped the book into a hidden spot, carefully out of sight, before stepping out of the library. "What have you been up to lately?" The voice of manga awareness suddenly spoke, catching Subei off guard as he was washing up in the dorm. Although manga awareness wasn't always active, it would occasionally check in on its chosen savior. Subei had spent the last couple of days buried in the library, avoiding interaction with the main characters and steering clear of the storyline. Had it not known about his concerns over the upcoming exams, manga awareness would have thought him slacking off. Subei, knowing what the voice was implying, smiled while fiddling with a small craft. "You'll see tomorrow," he responded. Reassured by his confidence, manga awareness didn't press further, trusting that Subei's actions were purposeful. The following day, at the crack of dawn, Subei arrived at the classroom. Typically, the academy started at 8, and he would normally wake at 7, jog, eat, and then head to class. But today, he was early, the first to arrive. The room was eerily silent, no other students in sight. This moment was crucial. Whether his plan succeeded or not hinged on it. He set everything up, then sat back and waited. Anyone observant would notice that Jiang Tianming was always first to arrive in Class F, followed by class leader Mu Tiren. No one knew if it was due to his background, but Jiang Tianming's habit of waking up early meant he always got to class first. As footsteps echoed closer, Subei prepared himself, suspecting Jiang Tianming had arrived. Subei was facing nearly impossible odds, with only a 3% chance of success in his task. And yet, as always, he found a way to keep his mind open to possibilities. Despite everything, he casually joked about opening a hardware store, highlighting his simplicity despite the overwhelming challenges of saving the world. To him, power, wealth, and influence held no allure. Even if he triumphed, he wouldn't obsess over the spoils. But was he truly above all desires? Of course not. He wouldn't turn down what was rightfully his. Still, he wondered if, once the battle was over, his powers gained through the manga would even remain. Assuming the worst, he figured he'd return to his original plan if they faded. After all, he had a second chance at life, and that was enough. Days passed quickly, and by the 3rd week of the new school year, manhwa appeared unexpectedly. His arrival during self-study sparked rumors. Then, the reason became clear. A big exam was coming, and manhwa was about to explain the process. The students, eager for answers, buzzed with excitement, their whispers filling the room as curiosity turned to anticipation. Manhwa's forehead twitched ever so slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he picked up a piece of chalk. With that simple movement, the classroom fell into an eerie silencino. One dared test Manhwa's pinpoint accuracy with chalk. Missing out on the exam details would be a disaster, especially if a stray piece knocked them out cold. Once the tension settled, Manhwa broke the quiet. nodding with satisfaction as he announced, "The monthly exam will consist of two parts, individual battles and team battles. The first part, individual battles, was a straightforward arena. Match first one out, or declared the loser by the referee, was out. The winner moved on. These would stretch over 3 to 4 days. If you lost early, you could rest before the team battles began." The mention of individual battles had Su Bei suppressing a frown. His skills weren't ideal for one-on-one matches, but against the weaker students of Class C or D, he could hold his own. However, facing someone from Class A could risk exposing his secret. As his mind raced, a classmate raised their hand, voicing the shared concern. "Teacher, are the battles randomly matched? If we face a Class A student, should we just surrender?" Manhwa shook his head and answered, "The school has already considered this possibility. The competition is heating up. For the first 2 days, each class faces opponents no more than 2 levels above them, meaning Class C is the highest you'll encounter. No sweat for those who know their way around. But brace yourself for day 3, when the floodgates open wide and anything goes." Su Bei breathes a sigh of relief. Class C is tough, sure, but he's not worried about facing students who aren't experts in their abilities. Then, the second competition is revealed. The team battle, a 3 to 6 member squad. But here's the twist. At least one student from Class A has to team up with one from Class F. No sneaky two. Class A combos rules are rules. This leaves everyone laughing as they realize the academy already thought ahead. The final score? The total team score divided by the number of members. No big team advantage, as the average score will determine everything. But one student questions this, pointing out that more members equals an advantage. Manhwa isn't having it. "Speaking out of turn, to the back," he orders. With a sneer, he explains that more members might bring a few weak links, dragging down the team's overall score. Quality over quantity after all. Manhwa's forehead twitched ever so slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he picked up a piece of chalk. With that simple movement, the classroom fell into an eerie silencino. One dared test Manhwa's pinpoint accuracy with chalk. Missing out on the exam details would be a disaster, especially if a stray piece knocked them out cold. Once the tension settled, Manhwa broke the quiet, nodding with satisfaction as he announced, "The monthly exam will consist of 2 parts, individual battles and team battles. The first part, individual battles, was a straightforward arena match first one out, or declared the loser by the referee, was out. The winner moved on. These would stretch over 3 to 4 days. If you lost early, you could rest before the team battles began." The mention of individual battles had Su Bei suppressing a frown. His skills weren't ideal for one-on-one matches, but against the weaker students of Class C or D, he could hold his own. However, facing someone from Class A could risk exposing his secret. As his mind raced, a classmate raised their hand, voicing the shared concern. "Teacher, are the battles randomly matched? If we face a Class A student, should we just surrender?" Manhwa shook his head and answered, "The school has already considered this possibility." Su Bei gave a calm nod, but secretly questioned the system if he hadn't joined. Who would have taken the 6th slot? He didn't want to rob another character of their chance to exist. Maybe joining the protagonist group wasn't so bad. He could always switch later, maybe even to a villain's team. But then came the twist. Manga Awareness responded that the team size had actually changed because of him. What was once a 3 to 5 limit had quietly shifted to 3 to 6. So he hadn't stolen anyone's spot. He'd rewritten the rules without realizing that hit differently. Relaxed, Su Bei returned to his dorm, opened the app, and scanned the earlier chapters, piecing together the shifting gears of the story once more. Su Bei leaned back with a smirk in his violet eyes, watching Jiang Tianming head to class and muttering, "Looks like I made the right bet." His interface confirmed it. Congratulations. While the readers went wild, the scene cut to Jiang Tianming freezing at the classroom door as a piece of chalk flew across the room, followed by Su Bei's cool voice, still tricky even at advanced level. The manga exposed Jiang's thoughts. That voice? Su Bei? When Su Bei suddenly asked, "Who's there?" Jiang slipped into hiding, sneaking in later like nothing happened. Comments exploded with theories show, did Su Bei sense him? What does advanced mean? And is this a hidden skill? The tension only deepened when Jiang whispered everything to Lan Subing, and together, they began quietly watching Subi Ei from the shadows. Subi Ei had a rough day, feeling strangely drowsy. Lan Subing noticed him asking the teacher about mental power, and soon the two of them, along with Wu Mingbai, headed to the library. There, they discovered a book on advanced mental power, which revealed key abilities like remote manipulation and heightened senses. Jiang Tianming quickly confirmed their suspicions. Subi Ei had become an advanced mental power user. Afterward, Subi Ei checked the online forum, where fans were already buzzing about his new abilities. Excited, he snapped his fingers and asked Manga Awareness about the next update. The response came, the manga would update during the individual battles. Although it wasn't as soon as he hoped, Subi Ei was confident he'd make an impact in the upcoming days, especially after seeing posts about the team battle. Time to prepare for what's next. The team battle is on. With powers like the Death Summon, Word Spirit, Wu Mingbai's Earth Element, and Mo Xiaotian's Air Block, it's clear this group is ready to surprise their enemies. And don't forget Subei's mysterious mental power. This team's battle plan is locked in tight. But there's more brewing under the surface. The monthly exam might just be the key to uncovering some hidden truths about Mu Tirang. His physical enhancement ability doesn't seem to align perfectly with the others, but no hate, he's still a vital piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, the characters keep us guessing. Who exactly are Subi Ei and Mo Xiaoxian beyond their abilities? Stay tuned, because we're about to learn a lot more than just who wins this battle. Subei's next move is, crucial classmates from Class A are set to face off against Jiang Tianming and his crew. But there's a twist. They'll need backup from Class F, and that's where Feng Lan comes in. Betting on her being part of the team feels almost too obvious, right? It's the perfect setup. But who else will join them? The matchups start to fall into place. Jiang Tianming versus Si Zhaohua, Lan Subing facing off with Ai Baozhu, Wu Mingbai squaring up against Zhou Kaishuan, and of course, Subi Ei against Feng Lan. Who will the others face? With tensions rising and alliances shifting, things are bound to get wild. Just reading about it makes the anticipation unbearable. In the chaotic world of shifting destinies and reality-bending powers, Subi Ei is forced to confront a system set to erase him from existence. Bound by rules and surrounded by classmates from two different factions, he finds himself pitted against a rubber-bodied opponent whose elasticity could be his greatest challenge yet. Meanwhile, alliances form and fracture as Subi Ei uncovers deeper truths about the Academy, the narrative that controls them, and a mysterious force that wants to rewrite it all. As his battle against fate intensifies, the lines between protagonist and antagonist blur, pushing Subi Ei to rewrite the story and defy the destiny the world has scripted for him. Each move becomes a high-stakes gamble where one wrong step could lead to erasure, but if Subi Ei plays his cards right, he might just rewrite the ending to his favor. Will he survive the ultimate loop, or will the narrative crush him under the weight of its unyielding plot? Only time, and a few gears, will tell. Subi Ei really shouldn't have overestimated his chances. Out of 200 students, he managed to face one of the toughest opponents in the first round, proving that his luck could hardly get worse. His opponent's abilities were a nightmare for Subi Ei, a combat-focused fighter. A body made of rubber wasn't just hard to hurt it, made his usual moves like shoulder throws nearly impossible to pull off. Subi Ei didn't flinch though. He bet everything on himself. What choice did he have? No one would notice their match, and no one would bet on him. But if he won, he could at least take his opponent's points. Even as he placed his bet, he wondered if his terrible luck was tied to his cannon fodder status. Manga Awareness sighed, explaining that his bad luck had started the moment he died and was slowly returning to normal, a process that would take months. In the meantime, Subi Ei would likely face even tougher opponents soon. But for now, he focused on one thing: how to beat the Rubber Man. As he drifted off to sleep, the competition was about to begin. With 10 arenas set up for simultaneous battle. The arena was set, 20x, 20 meters, with 2 referees keeping an eye on things from the main stage, overseeing 5 arenas each. It was almost time for Subi Ei to step up in the third round. Jiang Tianming and the others cheered him on from the sidelines, though Subi Ei didn't really need it. Standing on the arena, his opponent, a green-haired boy, began twisting his body into bizarre shapes, flexing his ability. He boasted loudly, "You're from Class F, right? Surrender now. You'll get a 4-day break and we both save time." Subi Ei raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with realization. The boy's ability should have placed him in Class B, but here he was in Class C. Subei pretended to be impressed. Is that your ability? That's amazing. You can change into so many shapes. The boy smirked, flaunting his skill even more. Of course! After this exam, I'll probably move up to Class B. You're just unlucky to face me. Surrender now before you get hurt. Subi shook his head, pretending to be troubled. Subei spoke gently, claiming he didn't want to fight, blaming his weak ability and a strict teacher for not surrendering outright. The green-haired boy, reassured by Subei's calm tone and unimpressive class label, let his guard down, confident a Class F student posed no threat. When Subei suggested a plan just demonstrate a powerful move so he could surrender, with dignity it sounded fair. The boy eagerly complied, transforming his body into a snake-like coil, boasting about his suffocating grip. But after retracting his power and forcing a pale grin, Subei stepped forward with a smile and offered a handshake. And yet, the green-haired boy wasn't foolish enough to think that was the end. I really don't want to fight either. My ability, well, being placed in Class F shows it's not very useful. But our class teacher is extremely strict. If I surrender outright, I'll definitely be punished after the exam. The green-haired boy hadn't been to Class F himself, but he'd heard stories of their fierce teacher, someone who could probably break a student just by glaring at them. So when Subei mentioned surrendering, the green-haired boy's confidence shot up. He'd always thought a Class F student wouldn't be much of a challenge anyway. So what do you want to do? Just pretend to fight? He asked, his voice relaxed. No need for anything too complicated, Subei replied, a sly smile forming. Just show me some powerful moves. If my teacher sees how strong you are, he won't mind me surrendering. The green-haired boy liked the sound of that. He quickly demonstrated his constricting ability, his body twisting and coiling like a massive snake. See this! I can wrap around someone and squeeze until they can't breathe. After a dramatic display, he released the ability and forced a grin. Now you can surrender, right? Subei nodded, still smiling as he approached. Let's shake hands and end this peacefully. But the green-haired boy wasn't as naive as he seemed. The green-haired boy's face turned ghostly pale from overexerting his powers, yet his cheeks burned with anger as he pointed at Subei, shouting, "You cheated!" Without a care, Subei strolled down the steps from the arena, tossing a casual wink as he said, "All's fair in war. Thanks for the victory and the points." In that moment, the green-haired boy recalled the 20 points he had staked on himself, the 15 earned over 3 weeks of classes and 5 from assisting the teacher. His eyes widened in horror, and he fell to his knees, letting out a dramatic cry, "My points!" His anguished gaze met the sky as he vowed, "I'll never forgive you." Subei, unfazed, merely stared at him, thoroughly exhausted by the bizarre world he was trapped in. But the rest of the crowd was indifferent to the scene. Mo Xiaotian rushed to Subei, beaming. "You were amazing! You didn't even break a sweat against someone from Class C." Zhang Tianming, still stunned by the green-haired boy's loss, sauntered over with a sly smirk. That was ruthless. What if he just stayed there, not getting up? Subei, casting one last glance at the boy, grinned and said, "If you lose today, you get a 4-day break. Isn't that great?" The green-haired boy froze, realizing the words sounded eerily familiar. They were the very words he had said to Subei before the match began. The tension escalates as Subei faces an enraged adversary, his fury bubbling over as his face turns crimson. He stands up, finger pointed, but words fail him, leaving only sputtering frustration. Subei, unfazed, glances at Zhang Tianming, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. See? He actually got up. The crowd erupts into laughter, with Wu Mingbai clutching his sides, utterly amused. Remarking how he's learned a new trick, though, whether it's a combat move or a way to irk people is anyone's guess. Lan Subing, always composed, gives Subei a thumbs up, and though she remains silent, Subei swears he hears her inner voice cheering him on. Meanwhile, their class leader, Mu Tiran, slaps Subei on the back with an approving smile, offering to spar sometime. Subei eagerly agrees, recognizing Mu Tiran as a strong potential training partner. After the others scatter, Feng Lan quietly approaches, asking if Subei had been conserving his strength. Subei pauses, remembering his previous comment about saving energy during their first run together. He realizes the tricky situation he's in and, uncertain about how things will unfold, decides to stick to his usual evasive tactics, knowing that if things go wrong, he might just be written out of the story altogether. Su Bei gave a mysterious look and said, "Guess." Not long after, it was Feng Lan's turn to compete. If things went as planned, the main characters' matches would be later, and as the matches got fewer, the bets would soar. Feng Lan's opponent was a Class D student known for his ability Sharp Tongue, which allowed him to make his tongue as hard as steel. It wasn't lethal, but it was gross. As long as Feng Lan kept his distance from the guy's head, it would be fine. Otherwise, it was no surprise he ended up in Class D. On the surface, Feng Lan didn't seem to have much of an offensive ability either. His physical fitness was top-notch, but Su Bei, who ran with him every morning, knew he had never trained in actual combat techniques. His family valued abilities over regular methods and only pushed him to build mental strength, not learn self-defense. That left him and his opponent evenly matched. However, Su Bei knew there was more to this than met the eye. If Feng Lan was truly on par with a Class D Esper, what kind of legend would he be? Su Bei was intrigued, just as Feng Lan was, about what tricks Su Bei had up his sleeve. It wasn't just them who were curious. The main group arrived, followed by Si Zhaohua and his team. They exchanged disdainful glances but kept quiet, avoiding a scene for others to enjoy. Surprisingly, Zhao Xiaoyu and Wu Jin also appeared. As the moment of confrontation arrived, the boy from Class D, fueled by anger, aimed a punch at Feng Lan. But with a swift tilt of his head and a quick step back, Feng Lan dodged both his strike and an attempted trip, leaving the Class D boy to fall flat on his face. Realizing the massive gap in their abilities after missing not one but two attacks, the boy hesitated, then conceded, saying, "You're too strong, I surrender. Let's both step down together." Feng Lan nodded calmly, and the two made their way toward the stairs. But as they reached the stairs, the boy tried to sneak a sinister push on Feng Lan's back. Baozu, watching from below, gasped. But the isolation of the arena prevented her from warning Feng Lan. Just as the boy thought victory was his, Feng Lan sidestepped, letting his opponent tumble down uncontrollably. As Feng Lan descended the steps, the referee declared, "Feng Lan wins." Below, Su Bei, observing Feng Lan, realized her power, wondering how she could dodge attacks with such precision. It became clear Feng Lan had the gift of prophecy, allowing her to foresee movements seconds before they happened, all while remaining unfazed and seemingly untired. Just when the punch was about to land, Feng Lan, with a slight tilt of his head and a quick step back, dodged effortlessly, leaving the Class D boy crashing to the floor. Realizing the strength difference, the boy hesitated, surrendering, and suggesting they both leave. Feng Lan calmly nodded, walking toward the stairs, but as they neared, the boy pushed him from behind, hoping for a cheap shot. The audience gasped, thinking Feng Lan would fall, but with a swift sidestep, he avoided the push, leaving the boy tumbling down the steps. As Feng Lan descended, the referee declared, "Feng Lan wins." Meanwhile, Su Bei, observing carefully, understood that Feng Lan's ability to dodge every attack was no accidente, was using a prophetic power, allowing him to foresee movements just moments before they happened. And with his effortless performance, it was clear this ability didn't drain his mental energy. It was a brutal display of strength raw, sharp but lacking finesse. Su Bei watched Feng Lan get surrounded and shook his head. "What a waste of potential," he muttered, tapping out a quick message to Dong Xinan. "You need real combat training." Just as he hit send, he turned toward Jiang Tianming. "So, who's up next? The class monitor?" Mu Tiran stood, cracking his knuckles. 20th round, my turn. And sure enough, it was. No flair, no speeches, just power. He stomped into the arena, grabbed his stunned opponent from Class F, and tossed him off the stage like a rag doll. Done in seconds. Lan Subing blinked, half dazed. Is that what raw power looks like? Her fingers touched her arm as if she was thinking of picking up a sword tomorrow. Jiang and Wu jumped like startled cats, each grabbing one arm. "You're a mage!" Jiang stammered. "Please don't try to body slam anyone." Wu nodded furiously. "We love your ambition. Just maybe don't go full tier N on us, okay?" Hey, hey, hey! Mutirin chuckled, pretending to scold, but the mood shifted fast as Subei's gaze locked onto Woojin, now stepping into the ring. His opponent looked like he'd already seen his fate hand lost. Subei's steps echoed loud on purpose, drawing attention like a slow zoom-in panel. Behind him, Jiang Tianming and the crew followed instinctively, confusion painted across their faces. Wu Mingbai asked, "You know him?" Subi just smirked, pointed, and said, "Same squad as Feng Lan." Also, not your biggest fan. Wu Jin, with that long violet hair and nerd glasses combo, somehow managed to stay invisible all semester. Jiang blinked. "He's in our class?" Mo Xiaotian raised a hand half-heartedly. "Never talk to him." Even Lan Subing whispered, "He's quieter than me." A silent character stepping into the spotlight just as the story starts cracking. In the midst of the intense battle, Wu Jin's relentless struggle in the ring is met with little hope as he faces an inevitable loss. Bruised and battered, his determination barely holds as his opponent overwhelms him. Meanwhile, Wu Mingbai watches in disbelief, questioning the excitement in what seems like a one-sided match. His friends agree, knowing the abilities of both fighters. One has a power that nullifies all noise, while the other possesses double strengthening abilities. The outcome appears set in stone. But then, Su Bei, ever the unpredictable one, snaps his fingers and presents a challenge to fate itself. He bets all his points on Wu Jin, the underdog. His boldness catches everyone off guard, 400 points. A huge gamble. But as the confusion settles, a question lingers. Where did Su Bei even get that many points? This unexpected turn of events promises to rewrite the odds, and everyone is left wondering if Wu Jin can defy fate itself. In a room full of stunned faces, the number 400 sent shockwaves. Jiang Tianming, ever sharp, guessed it instantly. Su Bei won by betting. But Su Bei's smile offered no confirmation, just mystery. Everyone was in awe, but Mu Tiren remained uneasy. He warned Su Bei that Wu Jin had no shot at winning. Why risk it all? Yet Su Bei didn't flinch. Holding a strange gear, he spun it casually in his hand, violet eyes gleaming. His voice calm, but words absolute. Since I've placed my bet, then whether he wants to or not, he has to win. The group froze. Could Su Bei truly alter outcomes? Jiang Tianming believed he could. With just a few hundred points, most would be satisfied. But where did the 400 come from? The group was stunned. Jiang Tianming, always sharp, quickly deduced the answer. "You're betting, aren't you?" Su Bei simply smiled, offering no response. His silence only deepened their amazement as they realized he had accumulated all that in a single day. But one person, Mu Tiren, couldn't shake the worry. "How did you guess before, and in this match, Wu Jin has almost no chance of winning? Are you really not afraid of losing it all?" The others couldn't help but agree. Subei's boldness felt reckless now, putting himself in the spotlight. But Subei's smile remained, confident and relaxed. His hand spun a strange gear, its pattern unfamiliar to them. With a steady voice, he declared, "Once I place a bet, the outcome is sealed. Whether he wants it or not, he will win." His words hung in the air, leaving the others in confusion and awe. Could he really control the match? Jiang Tianming was the only one who seemed to think so. The blue-haired boy, thinking victory was in his grasp, swaggered off the ring, expecting the referee to declare him the winner. But as the crowd remained strangely silent, his confusion grew. They weren't looking at him, but rather at someone else, a striking blonde boy. Unwilling to share the spotlight, the blue-haired boy tried to step forward, only to hear footsteps coming from behind. Turning around, he froze. The very person he thought he'd knocked out, Wu Jin, was calmly stepping down from the ring. Shocked, the blue-haired boy demanded an explanation. Before Wu Jin could respond, the referee stepped forward and declared, "Wu Jin wins." Furious and disbelieving, the blue-haired boy grabbed Wu Jin by the collar, his face flushed with anger. "What's your ability?" he snarled, still struggling to understand how he'd been outplayed. "How did you vanish just now?" Most students didn't realize they could uncover others' abilities by just glancing at the campus walls. Quick thinkers like Su Bei were rare gems. If the blue-haired boy had known, he wouldn't have been so shocked. The referee swiftly intervened, pulling him away with a warning, "No attacking outside the ring. Do it again, and it won't just be a warning." In this academy, breaking the rules could get you everything from point deductions to expulsion. After being warned, the blue-haired boy simmered down but still couldn't understand his defeat. His face darkened as he stared at Wu Jin, demanding an explanation. Wu Jin's victory didn't seem to lift his spirits. He remained just as gloomy, replying with a flat tone, "It's called no presence." He didn't reveal the drawback, that staying silent was the only way to become undetectable. Although it wasn't a fatal weakness, it was better kept secret in case he faced someone who could counter it. The blue-haired boy finally realized what had happened. Wu Jin hadn't fallen out of the ring like he thought. He had erased his presence. The boy had foolishly walked off the ring, assuming the win, only to lose. He had sensed something was off but didn't push further. Annoyed, he huffed like a bull, took a moment to calm himself, and shot one last glare at his opponent before storming off. Wu Jin, victorious but silent, glanced at Jiang Tianming and the others, aware they had been watching his match, but said nothing. He simply walked away. Jiang Tianming and the others were too stunned by Su Bei's surprising actions to engage. As the group reflected in silence, Jiang Tianming sighed and turned to Su Bei, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "Did his win have anything to do with you?" he asked. It was clear that Wu Jin's victory had been influenced by Su Bei's clever strategy, but Jiang Tianming couldn't shake the feeling that Su Bei had orchestrated more behind the scenes, especially after the mysterious gear had appeared. His suspicion grew, as the gear's disappearance seemed to imply it played a crucial role. But Su Bei, with a shrug, claimed innocence. Nope. Yet, no one believed him. The recent events left no room for doubt that Su Bei was involved somehow. Mo Xiaotian, usually the most inquisitive, simply stared at Su Bei, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Manga Awareness anxiously wondered if Su Bei had risked everything with his bold claim. Did he really think Wu Jin would win, or had he made a huge mistake? If Wu Jin lost, Su Bei's confidence would become a joke. In the midst of uncertainty, Su Bei stood unfazed, even as the weight of surprise and curiosity hung in the air. His calm exterior masked the relief that surged inside he had won the bet. With a subtle smile, he responded to Manga Awareness. "Isn't a 99% probability worth betting on?" His words held truth when the odds were nearly certain. Risking it all was almost an obligation. Manga Awareness, though intrigued, couldn't help but wonder, where did you get that 99%? After all, until now, Su Bei's understanding of Wu Jin was based mostly on speculation. Su Bei's explanation revealed the depth of his reasoning. Wu Jin's inclusion in Si Zhaohua's team had catapulted the probability to near certainty. The team, designed to contrast with the protagonist, had to win, setting Wu Jin up for a victorious match. With a 95% chance of success, the pieces were falling perfectly into place, and the analysis made all the sense in the world. Manga Awareness narrowed its eyes, feeling the weight of the bet, but still pushed forward. "What about the final 4%? Didn't you say 99%? Su Bei smirked, hands buried in his pockets, eyes gleaming like someone watching the plot unravel just right. He kept talking from the moment he entered. His ability is silence, so why speak unless he's holding back waiting? That means he wants to win. And just like that, the last pieces clicked. Wu Jin wasn't meant to lose. With that burning intent and a plot that needed him, failure was almost impossible. Almost. Su Bei still left room for that cursed 1%, the unpredictable chaos of the author's pen. In a world ruled by panels and rewrites, even certainty had a glitch. Manga Awareness, stunned, finally understood the power hidden in that missing percent. If anyone could rewrite fate, it had to be Su Bei. Once alone, Su Bei let the mask drop for a heartbeat. Even knowing the plot, nerves still bit deep when the stakes were inked in deletion. But he'd done it. He hadn't ignored the fragile clue Wu Jin might be important. At the time, that info felt like static barely useful. But in a manga where details rewrite lives, even the faintest line could become the key. And that key had just turned. Su Bei was in a tight spot, trying to figure out how to handle things with Wu Jin. But it wasn't until he saw Wu Jin step into the ring that a brilliant idea struck him. After a moment of thinking, Su Bei took a risky yet rewarding decision. The plan had high chances of success, and the rewards were worth the gamble. Once he pulled it off, he already had his sights set on how to steer the public opinion on the forum. Up next, the matches were set. Mo Xiaotian, Wu Mingbai, Lan Suibing, and Jiang Tianming were all going to face off. Mo Xiaotian, a Class A member, was up against a Class B opponent. With just a few transparent blocks, he easily shut down his opponent's fiery attacks, making the enemy retreat in frustration until they fell off the ring. After Mo Xiaotian's victory, the group went for lunch, knowing the second half of the matches would kick off at 2 p.m. During the break, Jiang Tianming asked the burning question everyone had. What exactly is your ability, Xiaoshan? Mo Xiaotian, not one to hide things, answered honestly, it's air. But right now, I can only solidify small portions of it. The group couldn't help but be amazed. Air. What a terrifying power-controlling air means controlling life itself. The sheer dominance of such an ability sends a chill through the group. Even Wu Mingbai, usually all jokes, goes quiet, eyes wide as he murmurs in awe. If air is only ranked Class A, then what kind of monsters sit in Class S? Doubt creeps in as Jiang Tianming questions whether Class S even exists. But it's Mu Tiren, the always composed class president, who shuts that down with quiet certainty. He's seen the signs, read between the lines, and he knows the truth. The silence that follows confirms what everyone fears. Class S isn't a rumor. It's real, and it's coming. Subei's thoughts spiraled around the mysterious class. She already knew from the manga that Manhwa, their current Class F teacher, had once mentored some of those elite students, so there was no doubt Class S was real. But then came Wu Mingbai's question. If someone with the powerful air ability only landed in Class A, what kind of monsters must be in Class S? The room tensed. Jiang Tianming turned to Su Bei, awkwardly fumbling over his name Su, realizing Su Bei felt too distant, too formal. He remembered how Mo Xiaotian called him Bega, which carried a brotherly warmth, though saying it himself felt cringe. Still, brushing past the awkwardness, Jiang asked, Su Bei, do you know about Class S? Su Bei was blank, but he couldn't let that show. Admitting ignorance would kill his mystique and waste the golden chance to shape Class S through the manga's unwritten pages. So he faked it. Cool as ice, he nodded. Yes, I know. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up. The room charged with curiosity and unspoken awe. Everyone expected Su Bei to know about class. She always seemed like the guy with all the answers. He even knows this? Mo Xiaotian exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. But truth be told, Su Bei had no clue about Class S's real strength. Still, he couldn't admit that, not in front of the readers. In a world ruled by narrative illusion, the readers believed whatever he said. So instead of downplaying, he exaggerated better to inflate the power of Class S than risk collapsing the human side of the story. But then, a wild thought hit him. If the manga could weaken humans, couldn't it weaken Nightmare Beast too? His heart raced at the possibility. Maybe the crisis wasn't irreversible after all. But now wasn't the time to drift. He focused, smirked, and whispered mysteriously, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Even though he had no clue, Subei's statement still held weight. Class S wasn't always stronger than Class A. After all, he, from Class F, had once defeated green hair from Class C. With the right tactics, even a rabbit could take down a tiger. It seemed like he'd spilled some hidden info, but it also felt like he said nothing at all. Regardless, the protagonist group didn't catch on and took his words to mean that Class S was unique, not necessarily stronger, but special in its own way. After lunch, everyone headed back to their dorms. As soon as Su Bei entered his room, he immediately began grilling manga awareness. Though he'd calmed down a bit, he still held on to a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, manga awareness gave him a straightforward no. You can't change the world's basic framework, and the Nightmare Beast's strength is part of that. Basic setting? Su Bei raised an eyebrow. What's this basic setting exactly? Manga awareness couldn't spill the beans, though. Being a character in the manga, Su Bei couldn't know everything, so he was left to figure it out himself. With a sigh, Su Bei realized that the Nightmare Beasts were probably linked to the basic setting. Maybe after the exam, he'd dive deeper into it. But for now, he'd focus on the present. Su Bei stood still, his gaze fixed on the arena as Wu Mingbai prepared for his turn. A student from Class D, Wu Mingbai's Earth Element ability was clearly powerful, but potential alone wasn't enough. The path ahead could lead to greatness or failure, with many succumbing to mundane lives if their mental strength faltered. Elements like earth and wood were less aggressive, often relegated to lower classes, while the more combative elements like fire found themselves higher up. But for now, Wu Mingbai's future remained uncertain. After a quick rest, Su Bei checked the clock time for Wu Mingbai's match. As he arrived at the sports field, the crowd had already gathered, and soon enough, the competition began. Wu Mingbai's opponent was a Mysterian upper-class student from Class B, whose abilities were unknown to Su Bei. He hadn't invested in intel for Classes A or B. The information from Classes C and D was enough for now, though he knew that the higher-tier students often experience rapid changes in ability. The mystery of their abilities was something he'd have to figure out through observation. In the arena, Wu Mingbai, known for his fire element ability, finds himself in a tense standoff. His opponent, a purple-haired girl, is no pushover. Unlike the introduction and enrollment suggested. She's not just throwing flames, but enveloping herself in fire and hurling fireballs with deadly precision. Wu Mingbai, unsure of her true strength, takes a cautious approach, hopping around the edge of the ring like he's enjoying a carefree stroll, but making no aggressive moves. The girl, equally cautious, sizes him up but remains hesitant, disdainful of his playful demeanor, yet unwilling to attack hastily. The crowd grows restless, murmuring in frustration at the lack of action. One boy, eager for his bet to pay off, voices his impatience, but is quickly silenced by a sharp remark from Lan Su Bing, who, with a quick flick of her phone, shoots him down. The boy, feeling a bit embarrassed but undeterred, explains that the match's stakes were too high for him to ignore. He had money on the line, and the clash of two vastly different classes had the potential for a big win. The suspense hangs in the air, as both combatants seem locked in a mental battle as much as a physical one. The purple-haired girl, with her strength from Class B, wasn't going to hold back against the clumsy brown-haired guy. Confident in her power, she summoned a brush, its simple yet elegant design emitting a rustic charm. With a flick of her wrist, she wrote the word sword in the air, and in a moment, the ink twisted into a sharp, long blade. But the girl's face paled, exhausted from the strain on her mental energy. Still, a smug expression crossed her face. This was her ability. Magic brush Ma Liang, where anything she wrote would materialize. She had chosen the sword for its offensive power, hoping it would guarantee her victory. As the weapon took form, she felt invincible. But just as she was about to strike, the ground shifted. A massive pillar of earth shot up from below, colliding with her sword before she could react. The purple-haired girl couldn't take it anymore watching. The brown-haired guy flail around like a clueless extra lit a fire in her. With a flick of her wrist, an ancient-looking brush appeared, its tip dripping with dark ink. She slashed the air and scrawled the word sword, and the ink trembled, twisting into a gleaming blade. Her face went pale from the strain, but pride danced in her eyes. This was her power. Magic brush Ma Liang, whatever she wrote became real, forged from her own mind. Her energy was weak, so she stuck to weapons, and sword was simple and deadly. A perfect choice. In her head, it was already over. Weapon versus no weapon, easy win. But just as the sword solidified and began to drop, boom! The ground erupted. A jagged pillar of earth shot up, slamming into the sword before it even touched down. Her victory vanished in an instant. The sword, meant to fall directly down, was deflected by an impact and shot straight toward Wu Mingbai. Without hesitation, Wu Mingbai seized the moment, leaping up to grasp the sword firmly in his hand. He looked at it with a grin, giving it a playful weight, and said, "What a fine sword! Keep your praise to yourself." The purple-haired girl snapped, furious. "Give me back my sword!" The sword was the product of nearly all her mental energy, and losing it meant certain defeat. She couldn't afford to let someone else take it so easily, especially since her ability to create another one was doubtful. Wu Mingbai wasn't about to return it, though. He smiled, nodding. "I'll give it back after I leave the ring." "Who'd want it then?" she retorted, growing even angrier. Deep down, she knew she'd likely lose it for good. She couldn't let her creation slip away just like that. Wu Mingbai, ignoring her protests, simply walked toward her, holding the sword with ease, and asked, "So, will you step out voluntarily, or let the referee declare your loss?" The latter option meant more than just losing. It meant facing a fatal blow. He shook his head with regret and muttered, "Sorry. Even if I lose tomorrow, I want it to be my own loss." With those words and that fiery look, he looked like a classic manga protagonist. But for those who truly understood him, it was clear he was mocking her, hinting that even if she won today, she'd lose tomorrow. The result was already clear, and everyone turned away. But the boy who had bet on the girl with purple hair kept staring at the ring, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Sadly, his hopes were crushed in front of Wu Mingbai. When the referee declared Wu Mingbai the winner, the light in the boy's eyes faded. "No, this can't be real!" he cried dramatically, collapsing to his knees, clutching his head. "My 50 points!" The purple-haired girl, despondent, walked over. Seeing someone else mourn for her, she joined him in crying, "Boo-hoo! I lost in the first round! I'm so miserable!" Subi couldn't hide his exasperation. Once again, he felt fed up with this manga world. Puzzled by the awkwardness of it all, he asked his manga awareness in his mind, "Why do I feel so embarrassed? Aren't I part of this world too? Why does it all seem so ridiculous?" He shook his head with a sigh and said, "Sorry, even if I lose tomorrow, I want it to be my loss alone." With those words in his demeanor, he truly embodied the fiery spirit of a manga hero. But for those who knew him better, it was clear he was mocking her, suggesting that no matter the outcome today, she'd lose tomorrow. The result was already sealed, and everyone looked away. Except for the boy who'd placed his bet on the purple-haired girl, still staring at the ring, clinging to the hope of a miracle. His hopes were dashed the moment Wu Mingbai was declared the victor. The boy's eyes lost their light as he fell to his knees. "No, this can't be real," he cried out dramatically, clutching his head. "My hard-earned 50 points." The purple-haired girl, disheartened, walked over. Seeing someone share her misery, she joined him in weeping. "Boo-hoo! I lost in the first round. I'm so miserable." Subi, completely frustrated, couldn't help but wonder, why did he feel so embarrassed by all this? Wasn't he a part of this manga world too? Why did it all seem so ridiculous to him now? "Because you've seen the real world," the voice of manga awareness said calmly. "That's what pulls you away from the world of manga." Subei's sigh caught everyone's attention, like a red flag. Jiang Tianming, startled like a cat, spun around, eyes wide with concern. Why the sigh? The group looked at Subei, confusion written all over their faces. Subei paused, thinking quickly, and then shrugged it off. "You all took some of my points this time, so my earnings were way less than before." Everyone exhaled in relief. Mo Xiaotian, always upbeat, grinned. "I'm betting with you next time, brother Bei." Wu Mingbai's eyes sparkled with interest, recalling Subei's uncanny luck during Wu Jin's match. He nodded eagerly, joining Mo Xiaotian. "We're counting on you for some big wins, brother Bei Tilda." Subei's smile was forced as he replied, "You can follow my bets, but remember, you won't know the exact odds for each person." Mo Xiaotian was clueless. "What do you mean?" The smarter ones quickly caught on. Subei could intentionally bet on someone likely to lose, and if the others followed, they'd be left holding the bag. Before anyone could react, Mo Xiaotian slung an arm around Subei's shoulder and laughed. "Who cares? I'm with you, no matter what." Subei shot him a knowing, amused glance. "Do as you like." The group exchanged smiles, silently agreeing to ignore Subei's warning. After all, a chance to earn points was too good to pass up. In the arena, Subei's eyes briefly flickered as Zhao Xiaoyu stepped into the ring, facing off against a classmate. The match was hardly exciting, with no one betting on it, though both competitors had placed their own wagers. Class F offered little to gain, with only the class monitor earning a few extra points. The rest of them only had 15 points each, a meager sum, but even a small profit still counted. Subei glanced at his companions, but the potential points for everyone involved were so small that it wasn't worth the hassle. With plenty of points already, there was no need to bother. When Jiang Tianming noticed his glance and asked if he was considering betting, Subei shook his head, muttering there was no profit to be made. Yet, when asked who would win, he saw an opportunity to build his image, answering decisively, Zhao Xiaoyu. It was a moment for self-promotion, after all. Subei calmly predicted Zhao Xiaoyu would use her ability, even when everyone else dismissed it as useless. Laughter speech? Make the bed? Class F's finest indeed. But Subei's mysterious certainty left everyone stunned. Lan Subing broke her silence with a sarcastic jab, Jiang Tianming questioned his judgment, and even manga awareness couldn't explain it. How could Subei be so sure she'd win using that? His answer was simple. Instinct. Confidence. A refusal to believe any ability was meaningless. As the stage lit up and the bet hung in the air, one thing was certain, Subei never speaks without reason. even when the script hasn't caught up yet. Zhao Xiaoyu had a clear goal: to become a powerful ability user. She kept her powers hidden, paid close attention in class, and tackled every exam with seriousness. In a world where only offensive abilities guarantee survival against the nightmares, mastering one's power was a matter of life and death. Even the detective ability was useful in battle, allowing its user to exploit an enemy's weakness. Zhao Xiaoyu's ambition meant she would not shy away from using her ability, especially during this month's exam, a perfect stage to demonstrate her ability's potential. Su Bei, aware of this, bet on her showing her skills even though no one could quite predict how. If she didn't, he'd simply claim disappointment, offering a simple explanation to cover his tracks. The fight itself was more a clash of amateurs than experts each contestant, relying more on physical endurance than real combat prowess. They had been training, sure, but their skills were raw, their strikes clumsy, and so they battled. Not with the finesse of trained warriors, but with the awkwardness of students trying to make sense of their powers. At the beginning, neither side dared to go all in, knowing they were classmates and would still have to interact after the match. Their strikes were tentative, each trying to talk the other into surrendering. But as the fight wore on, their tempers flared, and things quickly escalated into full-blown blows. Li Qian, being bigger and stronger, had the upper hand, pushing Zhao Xiaoyu, though she wasn't short, step by step toward the edge of the ring. Though she wasn't as embarrassed as Wu Jin earlier, it was clear she was being overwhelmed. With her options running thin, it seemed unlikely for Zhao Xiaoyu to come out on top. Jiang Tianming, watching from the sidelines, stole a glance at Su Bei but held his tongue. After the incident with Wu Jin, he wasn't about to second-guess Su Bei's judgment until the referee made the call. Su Bei, however, was unbothered. He was confident Zhao Xiaoyu would win just as Wu Jin did, so there was no need for concern. As Zhao Xiaoyu was finally backed into a corner, Jiang Tianming suddenly felt a strange sense of deja vu. Wasn't this just like Wu Jin's situation earlier? Could there be a reversal in the making? Everyone else, noticing the same, grew tense with anticipation. And then, out of nowhere, Zhao Xiaoyu spoke, her voice steady. "You're definitely going to lose." Li Qian, taken aback, laughed it off. "What are you? Ha 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 ha!" As Li Qian's words hung in the air, his laughter took over, uncontrollably bubbling up, yet confusion still flickered in his eyes. The very moment of weakness had arrived, and Zhao Xiaoyu seized it, her strength throwing him from the ring. Victory was hers! It's laughter speech! Mo shouted and exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. She timed her ability to perfection! The sudden turn of events left Mu Tiran speechless, his gaze shifting to Su Bei. She really used her ability to win, he muttered in disbelief. Su Bei just smirked, keeping his thoughts to himself. Had Zhao Xiaoyu failed to use her power, he would have shared his insights. But now, with her success, he chose silence. The room buzzed with speculation. Could laughter speech be so powerful? If it lasted long enough, it could cause real damage, Mu Tiran thought, impressed by the hidden potential within Class F. Wu Mingbai shook his head. Not yet, it's short-lived. If it were longer, she would have used it earlier, he observed. The stage was now set for the final showdown, Lan Subing versus Jiang Tianming. As Jiang Tianming looked at her, the question hung in the air. Will you be able to use your ability when it's your turn? Maybe looking at them will help you speak, Jiang Tianming suggested, trying to come up with a reasonable solution. Lan Subing's eyes lit up. It's worth a try. With weapons banned on the ring, a photo seemed harmless enough. Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai quickly grabbed a 1-inch photo each from their dorms, knowing they were the ones Lan Subing trusted the most. Grateful, she hugged them both before nervously stepping onto the ring. As soon as she got on stage, she pulled out the photos, attempting to use word spirit to send her opponent flying off the ring. But as she stared at the cold, lifeless images, her lips refused to move. Despite her efforts, her throat was blocked, rendering her unable to speak. The opponent, a Class D student with a weak ability, initially thought the photos might be some kind of trick. But after waiting and seeing no action, he cautiously moved forward. Realizing her retreat, he smirked, thinking, so she's just bluffing. I'll throw her off the ring, but maybe I should get her contact info first. Maybe looking at them will help you speak, Jiang Tianming suggested, thinking it was the most reasonable idea he could come up with. Lan Subing's eyes lit up. It's worth a try! Weapons weren't allowed on the ring, but a photo should be fine. Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai hurried back to the dorm to each grab a 1-inch photo for her. They were the two people Lan Subing was most familiar with, so their photos were perfect. With the photos in hand, Lan Subing gratefully gave them each a hug before nervously heading up to the ring. As soon as she got on stage, she took out the two photos, trying to use word spirit to send her opponent off the ring immediately. But unfortunately, as she looked at the cold, lifeless photos, her lips felt glued together. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her mouth, and her throat felt blocked, making it impossible to make a sound. Her opponent was a student from Class D with an ability that wasn't very useful in combat. When he saw the blue-haired beauty across from him take out two photos as soon as she got on stage, he was startled, thinking it might be some kind of ability. But after waiting for a while without seeing her make a move, he cautiously stepped forward. Noticing his movement, Lan Subing quickly retreated. Her combat skills weren't strong, and if they actually fought, she could easily be thrown off the ring. As Wu Mingbai said, she was a pure mage. Seeing her back away, her opponent realized what was happening. He suddenly felt excited, thinking, so she's just bluffing. I'll throw her off the ring, but maybe I should get her contact info first. With a swift movement, he surged forward, ready to strike. But Lan Subing, though unable to speak, wasn't paralyzed by fear. The moment she saw her adversary about to attack, she bolted without hesitation, not even considering a counterattack. Thanks to weeks of grueling training under their homeroom teacher, the students of Class F had perfected one skill, running. The boy chased her for what seemed like ages, but his stamina couldn't keep up, leaving him panting in exhaustion. How are you so fast? He wheezed, standing still, breathless. Stop running. You can't win. Just step out of the ring. Lan Subing, now realizing she was faster, felt a new confidence rise within her. If she kept running, he couldn't catch her. She was going to outlast him. His words sounded like nonsense to her now, so she decided to speak her mind. Why don't you? She froze midway through her sentence, shocked to find she could speak again. Seizing the chance, she quickly corrected herself. Why don't you step off the ring? The boy froze, suddenly feeling his body moving against his will. Before he could understand what was happening, his legs carried him toward the stairs, out of the ring. Wait, what's going on? He shouted, barely able to believe it as he was tossed out of the ring. Left behind, Lan Subing stood in a daze. The crowd watched, stunned by the shocking turn of events. No one expected Lan Subing to break free from her usual shyness and use her power in such a moment. Is this a straight man moment? Muttered Su Bei, watching the scene unfold. Lan Subing was still in a fog, walking off the stage and glancing at Jiang Tianming and the others, confused. Did I win? She asked. You won, confirmed Jiang Tianming. Seeing her still not quite understanding, Wu Mingbai laughed, throwing an arm around her. Not bad, you actually spoke up in front of everyone. Their bond felt like something out of a manga, the kind that forms between the main characters after countless chapters, a connection no one else could break. Except for Mo Xiaotian, who didn't catch the vibe. He rushed over, hugging them all. Xiaolan, you're amazing. That word spirit ability is so strong. After this exam, you'll move up to Class A, right? Lan Subing finally laughed, her mind clearing up. As she processed everything, she realized it wasn't that simple. Shaking her head in response to Mo Xiaotian's words, she admitted, no, it's not that easy. Before she could respond, Jiang Tianming shook his head. I don't think it'll help much. The homeroom teacher clearly wants to help you with your social anxiety. If he hasn't mentioned a psychologist specialized in abilities, it's probably because they can't cure you. That made sense. Mu Tiran remembered the first day when manhwa had forced Lan Subing to introduce herself. He frowned. What if I ask the homeroom teacher? I've already finished my match today, so it's no trouble. Thank you, Lan Subing said gratefully. After all, this wasn't part of the class monitor's duties, and Mu Tiran was only helping because they were friends. At that moment, the boy Lan Subing had defeated walked over with a gloomy expression. What kind of ability do you have? How did you end up in Class F? He wasn't dumb. He knew that an ability to control someone wasn't simple. Being placed in Class F with such an ability seemed ridiculous. It's word spirit. I ended up in Class F because I have severe social anxiety and can't speak to use my ability. Seeing him approach, Lan Subing carefully stepped back, quickly typing her response on her phone. Hearing this, the boy scratched his head, then smiled. Before she could say anything, Jiang Tianming quickly interrupted. I don't think it would help. The homeroom teacher clearly wants you to face your social anxiety. If he hasn't suggested seeing a psychologist specialized in abilities, it's probably because they can't fix it. That made sense to Mutirin. He recalled the first day when Manhwa forced Lan Subing to introduce herself. Frowning, he offered, Should I ask the homeroom teacher? I've already finished my match, so it's no trouble. Thanks, Lan Subing said, grateful for his offer. It wasn't part of the class monitor's duties, but Mutirin was helping because they were friends. Just then, the boy Lan Subing had defeated walked over, looking gloomy. What's your ability? How did you end up in Class F? He wasn't dumb. He knew an ability like hers couldn't be that simple. Being placed in Class F with such an ability seemed like a joke. It's word spirit. I ended up in Class F because I have severe social anxiety and can't speak to use my ability. Lan Subing carefully stepped back and quickly typed out a response on her phone. Hearing this, the boy scratched his head and suddenly smiled. So, if you can talk to me, does that mean you're interested in me? Before he could finish, a mechanical female voice from the phone interrupted. I realized I could beat you without even using my ability, and somehow that made me feel less anxious socially. Thanks for that! The boy was speechless, his face covered as he fled, tears in his eyes. Lan Subing turned, puzzled. Why is he crying? Did he lose that badly? Wu Mingbai, grinning, gave her a thumbs up. Exactly! Now it was Jiang Tianming's turn. Subi was curious. Would Jiang Tianming use his ability this time? He'd only used it once before, passively, during the first day's run, but if he summoned the dead, would people notice? Subi wondered if the spirits he called upon were somehow tied to him, maybe even those he'd killed. Wu Mingbai, knowing the darkness in human nature, whispered a warning. Be careful with your ability. Jiang Tianming stepped up to the stage, his eyes sharp and focused. His opponent, a Class C student, wielded the power of hair, a dangerous ability that allowed her to control her hair as a weapon long range, and up close, it was a deadly advantage. She'd clearly studied him, knowing nothing about his ability but assuming it couldn't be anything special given his Class F status. Without hesitation, she taunted him, offering him the chance to forfeit. Her claim? That she could easily bind him with her hair and throw him off the stage before he even had a chance to move. Jiang Tianming, however, wasn't the type to back down. He quickly saw through the flaw in her words. If her hair was really that powerful, why waste time talking? A real threat would end it in an instant. The Class C girl faltered, realizing her bluff had been called. She awkwardly adjusted and lunged forward, determined to prove her strength. But Jiang Tianming knew better than to underestimate his opponent after all. Class F students didn't make it this far without their own kind of strength. She had only lied earlier to save time, but now, with her trick exposed, it was time to fight with sheer force. As Jiang Tianming saw her charging, he immediately backed off, ready to execute the same tactic. Lan Subing had used running circles around the arena to wear her out. However, after only a few steps, he realized his plan wouldn't work. The Class C girl couldn't throw him off the stage with her hair, but she could stretch it an extra meter, control its hardness, and shape its movement. This extra reach made it impossible for Jiang Tianming to escape. In fact, he was now at risk of being trapped. The stage wasn't large enough for him to keep running away, and the strands of hair behind him gleamed like dark needles, aiming straight for his neck. If they touched him, the referee would instantly declare him the loser. So, he gritted his teeth and pivoted to shake off the hair. But the Class C girl expertly maneuvered it to follow his every move. This was a prime example of how the tournament showcased students training her control over her powers was impressive. But Jiang Tianming knew he could easily win if he used his ability. The problem, however, was that using it in front of so many people would expose him. He needed a subtler way to handle this. His eyes shifted to the edge of the stage, and suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. With the last ounce of his strength, he charged toward the edge. The Class C girl, almost on his tail, watched in frustration as he quickly pulled ahead with an unexpected burst of speed. She furrowed her brow, her mind racing, wondering how he was managing to keep up such a pace. But she remained calm, knowing his sprint couldn't last much longer. Sooner or later, she'd catch up. The urgency in her heart began to fade. Just as Jiang Tianming neared the stage's edge, he suddenly dropped low. If his pursuer wasn't careful, she might overshoot and tumble off the stage. But the Class C girl wasn't so easily tricked. Too many had fallen for the same move throughout the day. She wasn't about to make that mistake. However, as she tried to slow down, she felt a sudden tug at her clothes, like someone pulling her back. It was enough to tip the scales. Unable to counter the momentum from her sprint, she stumbled over Jiang Tianming's back and fell off the stage. He had won! The audience was left in stunned silence, mirroring the disbelief of Lan Subing's victory. He really won? In this chapter, the plot twists as Jiang Tianming's move leaves everyone questioning the nature of his power. After a quick action, he is seen calmly watching a Class C girl fall from the stage, seemingly without lifting a finger. His composed demeanor makes it look like he knew exactly how things would unfold. When the girl finally stands and accuses him of using some hidden ability, Jiang Tianming's response is smooth and innocent. With a look of confusion, he claims that her fall was simply due to her own overcharge, leaving her unsure of what to think. Watching from the sidelines, his friends exchange knowing glances, amused by his acting skills. It's clear that Jiang Tianming has a way of making even his most subtle moves seem completely natural, making it impossible for anyone, except the girl herself, to catch on to his true tactics. She wasn't even sure someone had pulled her just a faint tug, maybe even her own misstep. No one had been in front. Could she have lost by mistake? Gritting her teeth, she stomped the ground and glared at Jiang Tianming. "You got lucky this time. Better pray we don't meet in the group battle." With a huff, she stormed off, leaving tension cracking like thunder. Jiang blinked, then casually shrugged. So, dinner? It was only 5 p.m., matches still grinding on like rusty gears. Wu Mingbai wasn't ready to leave. With a sharp nod, he pointed toward the stage. "Let's watch his match first." All eyes turned as Si Zhaohua stepped forward, uniform crisp, sleeves rolled with ritual calm. His team watched from below, only Ai Baozhu truly anxious, the others cold as stone. Su Bei squinted at the challenger, brow raised. "That short guy Class A too?" Mo Xiaotian nodded, eyes fixed on the unfolding clash. Mo Xiaotian's eyes sparkled as he playfully widened them, mimicking the laser eye ability. "It's like something straight out of the movies. So cool!" Zoos, 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 he gestured dramatically, clearly enjoying the moment. Su Bei turned his attention to the 3 students from Class A. "Do you know what power Si Zhaohua and the others have?" he asked. Mo Xiaotian thought for a moment. "Zhou Renji has a defensive power. He says no one can break through it, except Si Zhaohua. As for Ai Baozhu and Si Zhaohua, I haven't seen their powers in action, but I suspect Si Zhaohua's is offensive," he explained. Su Bei nodded and moved toward the center stage. "This will be perfect. Let's see Si Zhaohua's ability in action. Without it, he won't be able to handle a laser user." The others followed as they reached the stage. The short guy was serious, his hands and eyes glowing faintly. "All right, Si Zhaohua, show me what you've got." 2 lasers shot from his left eye and right hand, attacking from high and low. But to everyone's shock, Si Zhaohua's school uniform ripped open from the back, revealing 2 massive white wings. They crossed over each other, forming a protective shield, blocking the lasers effortlessly. The stage lit up with divine power, leaving everyone breathless. Even the ever-joking Wu Mingbai couldn't hold back his shock. Su Bei and the others stood frozen, eyes wide, overwhelmed by the overwhelming display. Lan Subing whispered what they were all thinking. This wasn't just a school duel. It was a war of another level. Su Bei, half smiling, muttered something about her breaking the 4th wall, but deep down he knew this was real power. The short boy's attack failed, and when Si Zhaohua revealed his undamaged form with wings unfurled, even defeat looked noble. Shaken yet respectful, the boy asked for one last glimpse of judgment, and Si Zhaohua, calm and composed, responded with a raised brow, as if deciding whether the world was ready to see it. "I may not be able to execute it," he said, his voice calm. The shorter boy mistook the meeting, thinking it was about energy limits, and urged him to try anyway. Si Zhaohua nodded once, unfolded his wings, and soared into the air with effortless grace. His face remained detached as his hand lifted to block out the sunlight. Then divine judgment. Shadows fell, the air trembled, debris spun wildly. Just before the strike landed, the referee's voice cut through. "Si Zhaohua wins! Stop the skill!" Only then did the short boy realize he hadn't meant he couldn't use it, but that it was too overwhelming to be allowed. Silently, he walked off the stage. Si Xiaohua bowed politely, glanced at the others, then returned to his team as a quiet cheer rose behind him. That was incredible, Si Xiao. You never disappoint. In this thrilling chapter, Si Xiaohua stuns everyone by effortlessly demolishing Class A, leaving Zhou Renji in awe. His praise takes a sharp turn as he suggests Si should be in Class S, a comment that raises more questions than answers. Si Xiaohua, ever the composed figure, dismisses the idea, hinting that Class S is still a distant possibility. The news is a revelation to Su Bei and the others, making them wonder if there's more going on than meets the eye. As the group absorbs this information, Zhou Renji tries to steer the conversation into less flattering territory, throwing a snide remark about others never catching up. Sai, unfazed, walks away, his silence louder than any words. The group feels the sting of being ignored something more cutting than a confrontation. Jiang Tianming, troubled by the tension, suggests it's time for a break. They walked in silence. The weight of battle and secrets thick in the air. Su Bei didn't care what the others, though. This mind churned with gears of doubt. Si Xiaohua's ability was overwhelming. A flawless fusion of offense and defense. What if Class S hit even stronger monsters? Had he designed his own power too weakly? No, he needed intel, not self-doubt. Set the upper limit too low and he'd script himself into a corner. The quiet cracked when Mutirin clattered into the cafeteria, confused but cheerful, until he noticed the grim faces. Your match? He asked Jiang Tianming, who simply said, I won. That wasn't the issue. Mutirin, still clueless, blinked. Then why do you all look like someone rewrote your endings? Jiang Tianming looked away. The truth wasn't about victory or loss, it was about what they saw and what came next in the plot. We watched him fight. His power? Beyond belief. It's not just strong, it's overwhelmingly strong. He didn't even need to fully use his ability, and yet the pressure he put on everyone was unbearable. The sky darkened, the wind shifted, things no novice or veteran could pull off. Can anyone really stand up against him? When the truth hit that his ability was angel, Mutirin didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed, saying, Who cares? Famous abilities are always written about. We'll find his weakness and use it against him. Everyone froze for a moment. Could it really be that simple to defeat him by exploiting his weakness? It might just work. Jiang Tianming stood up, ready to head to the library, but Mutirin stopped him, urging him to finish his meal and rest. There's still time before the big battles, after all. Watching this unfold, Su Bei finally understood Mutirin's value. He might have seemed like the odd one out before, the less flashy member, but now it was clear. He was essential to the team's survival. Mutirin wasn't just a background extrait, was the unshakable lock that kept the gears from flying apart when despair cracked the frame. Jiang Tianming and Wu Mingbai, two sides of the same sharp-edged coin calculating. Proud. Brilliant. But when one falls, the other spirals. Lan Subing, sweetly fragile, still trembling behind her voice, couldn't shoulder the group's weight not yet. Mo Xiaotian burned with eternal optimism, but his flames only warmed, not shielded. Only Mutirin stood like ink that wouldn't smudge, holding the script steady when the others blurred. Su Bei? Off panel when things got hot, but just when everyone started drifting, he threw down a line like a gear snap. Worried about the top threat already? You haven't even cleared Class B. Boom, just like that, the manga jolts back on track. He wasn't the hero they followed, he was the editor behind the curtain, kicking the plot back into motion. Despite knowing they'd make it to the final day, Su Bei couldn't help but notice the others didn't share his certainty. They were stressing over how to beat the top student, already doubting their chances. Wasn't that ridiculous? If not for him, the group might have realized they were simply momentarily distracted by a small setback. But since he was there, he figured he might as well nudge them back on track before things got worse. With that, he picked up his tray and left the cafeteria. As soon as he walked out, the group exchanged glances, and Jiang Tianming spoke first. Instead of reacting with anger to Su Bei's almost mocking words, he nodded seriously. It wasn't pleasant, but it's true. Lan Subing, fired up, clenched her fist. Let's work hard tomorrow, at least until we face Si Xiaohua. She had her pride as the eldest daughter of her family. There was no way she would fall behind in the first 3 days. Mo Xiaotian, barely affected, cheered with enthusiasm. After the exam, everyone joined Class A. Wu Mingbai swiftly covered his mouth, glaring at others who were starting to stare. "Shut up," he hissed. But Mutirin, unbothered, carried on without a care. Stretching out his long arms, he rounded up the crew with a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha, let's go. Class A might be tough, but we'll give it our best." Meanwhile, back at the dorm, Subei wasn't resting. He was scheming. Without wasting a moment, he darted off to the library, mind spinning. The others didn't worry about Si Xiaohua yet, but he did because Subei wasn't here to play catch-up. He was here to stay ahead. Learning about Si Xiaohua's ability wasn't curiosity, it was strategy. Class S wasn't formed yet, and that gave him room to maneuver. When Si Xiaohua spoke earlier, Subei realized his offhand reply to Jiang Tianming wasn't just luck, it was foreshadowing. No rush. He didn't need to be in Class S, he just had to be able to. Whether he'd go depended on one thing, the protagonist path. Where the lead went, he'd follow. Angel, the ability Si Xiaohu awakened wasn't just rare, it was a professional grade power, like programmer, blending battle and career potential. Combat, coding, both could be enhanced. Deep in a dusty tome on specialized powers, Subei found it. Angel. Rare, but not mythical. A pattern emerged. Every wielder rose to prominence, no deviations. Its evolution wasn't branching but ascending like faith, unwavering. One pair of wings, then two, then three no forks. No mutations, just pure sacred escalation. Just as Subei dives into the mysteries of the angel ability, he stumbles onto something even crazier ability, evolution. Wait, abilities can evolve? Eyes wide, curiosity blazing, Subei forgets all about Angel for a moment and grabs a stack of books like a kid in a candy store. Turns out, once your power hits a certain level, it can transform like Fireball, turning into Fire Element, or singing, mutating into full-blown sound. Not exactly secret knowledge, but still kind of epic. Evolution's just the power leveling up so hard it changes its name. Bored by the basics, Subei flips back to Angel, which is basically a divine Swiss army knife. Wings tougher than blades, feathers like razors, and a deadly special called Judgment. And the more wings, the more devastation. Legend says a 6-winged angel nuked a whole Nightmare Beast city into oblivion. Now one of those beasts go berserk whenever this ability shows up. Subei grinned, giving a cheeky whistle as he looked over the match order for the day. Looks like tomorrow's gonna be a breeze. The lineup had him questioning the arrangement. Why had the protagonist group been moved up front instead of the usual finale? Wasn't it all scripted by the author? His suspicions grew as he recalled the prior day's sequence, but something felt off today. Was the plot really shifting? His instinct screamed, yes, it's all planned. The early matches for Jiang Tianming's group weren't just random. It was a strategy to face stronger opponents and wake them up from their obsession with a single rival. Subei smirked, already piecing it together those early battles would prepare them, but for him, the real fight was tomorrow. The manga's constraints meant he wouldn't get much screen time anyway. His battle was against a weakling, not worth the page count. The rest of us will just be glossed over, Subei mused, fully aware that the narrative was carving out space for the big players. The plot wasn't perfect, but it was still a game he knew how to play. After glancing through the list, Subei raised an eyebrow and let out a carefree whistle. Looks like tomorrow will be an easy day of spectating. The next day, the match order was announced. Lan Subing, Wu Mingbai, Jiang Tianming, Mu Tiren, Mo Xiaotian, and Subei. Upon seeing this, Subei couldn't help but question, wasn't our match order deliberately set by the author? He'd been certain the day before that the order was planned to feature the core members last. But today's list had the protagonist group at the front, which made him doubt his theory. Could I have been wrong? But his manga awareness confirmed his suspicion. It was set by the author. Before Subei could ask more, his intuition kicked in, revealing that putting Jiang Tianming's group first was meant to challenge them and adjust their mindset. By noon, Subei had already noticed that Jiang Tianming's group had been too distracted by one opponent and hadn't focused on their own situation. After Subei's teasing, they'd likely snap back to reality, but they still had to face formidable opponents. Then it hit him. So tomorrow, the rest of us will probably just be glossed over, huh? With the manga's pacing and limited space, the first day would get the full coverage, but it seemed unlikely that the second day would delve into their battles. He wasn't disappointed, though. His fight tomorrow was against a weak opponent, so it wouldn't be that interesting anyway. Su Bei stared at the ceiling. Gears already spinning. No match today meant freedom. Time to play. Should he observe AI Baozhu and Zhou Renji to dissect their moves, or finally make contact with the elusive Zhao Xiaoyu and quiet Wu Jin? The latter duo had always been out of reach Zhao in her girl circle orbit, Wu Jin just there. But the midterms cracked that distance. Their recent displays gave Su Bei the perfect reason to step in without looking random. Why not both? Zhao would be watching Ai Baozhu anywhere perfect ambush. A quick info scan confirmed it. Everyone had morning matches except AI. Su Bei's eyes glinted with intent. At dawn, he cracked the door and there stood Feng Lan. Ah, right. She had a match too. Want to go together? He asked casually. They hadn't synced in a while. Different teams, different fates. She nodded, then asked, "You have a morning match too?" Su Bei smiled, vague and smooth. "Afternoon. Just going to check out Jiang Tianming's fight." Lie. He'd already ditched their invite. Today wasn't for Friendsit, it was for Gears, Data, and Destiny. Feng Lan didn't press further, and they walked side by side toward the arena. Scanning the field, Su Bei noticed Wu Mingbai in the center, signaling that Lan Subing had completed her match. Though she looked pale, Lan Subing had surprisingly lowered her thick scarf, revealing her face. Su Bei raised an eyebrow, curious but quickly shifting focus. He'd learn everything in the manga tomorrow. Turning his attention back to his target, Zhao Xiaoyu, he saw she was first up for Zijiao's team that day, with Feng Lan second. This was why Su Bei had arrived. Watching teammates' matches wasn't Feng Lan's usual style. Noticing Su Bei's presence, Feng Lan was puzzled but said nothing. "Her performance is pretty interesting," Su Bei remarked nonchalantly, arms folded, showing no romantic interest, only a fascination with the match. For the first time, Feng Lan gave Zhao Xiaoyu a closer look, possibly trying to understand why Su Bei found her interesting. Zhao Xiaoyu was already in battle with a Class D opponent who wasn't strong enough to make an impact. Her strategy was the same as the day before, retreating while appearing to struggle, luring her opponent into overconfidence, only to reverse the tide of battle when it mattered. Su Bei, a seasoned fighter, couldn't detect her feigned weakness. As expected, her opponent collapsed in laughter and defeat. Zhao Xiaoyu's win was effortless. She knew her limits, but passing 2 days of exams with just basic Class F skills felt like a solid victory. If she performed well in team battles, moving up was within reach. Unlike the usual hierarchy, the academy judged students more than teachers. Zhao Xiaoyu didn't blame Meng Huai's training physical strength was practical for Class F, but deep down, she craved real growth. She couldn't let her awakening and lost years go to waste. Then, stepping off the arena, she froze. Su Bei was watching her. After nearly a month, she thought she understood who didn't belong in Class F. Su Bei, Feng Lan, Lan Subing, they were never meant to stay. Even Mu Tiren and Jiang Tianming seemed bound for higher things. Naturally, Zhao Xiaoyu wanted to be part of their circle, but she knew it was nearly impossible. Still, the fact that they, once unreachable, now came to see her left her stunned. Zhao Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. Su Bei standing there made no sense. She stepped closer, her voice edged with suspicion. "Su Bei! Feng Lan! Why are you here?" Su Bei, ever the strategist, responded with a polite nod before cutting to the chase. "You did well in the match. Now do you know Ai Baozhu and Zhou Renji's abilities?" "Ah, that's the game," Zhao realized. She tilted her head. "Why not ask him?" she said, pointing at Feng Lan, the silent prophet who'd been part of Si Zhaohua's crew from the start. Su Bei smirked. "You think he'd ask?" Zhao got it instantly. Feng Lan's gaze shifted, intrigued. "I could," but Su Bei shut it down fast. "No need. If Feng Lan made a move, it'd alert Zhaohua. Worse, if asked who sent him, he'd answer without hesitation. No Su Bei needed stealth. Let the others know, sure, but not the main players. Feng Lan wouldn't spread it. Zhao? She'd blurt eventually, but not before giving a clue." Watching them, Zhao chuckled. "You two really get along." Then, with a strange glint in her eye, she added, "But I still don't get why you'd come to me with this." Su Bei's smile hinted at something deeper. "Even if you told me, your team would still win, wouldn't it?" Zhao Xiaoyu, though determined to win, was keen to avoid letting too many from Class A overshadow her. She needed a good score to climb from Class F, but couldn't afford to ride on the coattails of others, especially if she wanted to secure a favorable evaluation from the teachers. Her solution? If the Class A students were targeted by other teams, it would clear the path for her to shine. However, for her plan to work, her team had to win, and Zhao Xiaoyu was confident she could handle it. She agreed with the promise, though not without a twist. She wasn't fool enough to hand out information freely, proposing a trade, details about the abilities of others for a peek into Subei's secrets. But Su Bei wasn't one to play the same game. With a calm demeanor, he countered, offering a tantalizing glimpse of his own abilities instead, promising that once Zhao Xiaoyu saw it, she'd want more. Intrigued, and slightly surprised, she paused, considering the cost of turning this deal in her favor. Zhao Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, wondering if Subei's power was like Fenglan's Son of those uncanny prophecy types. That kind of ability could change everything. If true, she'd have agreed without hesitation. Prophets were rare and priceless after all. But Su Bei never actually said what his power was, always playing it close to the vest. That's why she listed his ability as a bargaining chip out of all the powers. His was the real mystery. "I'm in," she said, gaze sharp. "But why show me your ability and not the others?" Su Bei didn't flinch. "Because right now, we're on the same team." Cold logic wrapped in warm principle. If he leaked info about the others, it would shatter their odds. Their team was already the underdog, barely holding on in a manga world where plot armor was everything. Sure, the protagonist usually wins, but that's no excuse to make the journey harder. Worse, if the author showed him breaking ranks, he'd be branded a traitor written off in a flash of ink. Once the exam ends and the story resets, the rules change. Until then, he keeps his cards close. Zhao Xiaoyu sighed, lips twitching into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "You make me sound like the villain here. Why come to me if you're so righteous? Entrapment's illegal too." The words hung in the air, cutting through the tension between them. Zhao Xiaoyu, though not one to play the hero, was irked by Subei's detached stance, especially when he twisted the situation to make her seem the villain. "I'm not righteous either," Subei shrugged, his expression unreadable. "We're just following our own rules." His indifference left her feeling strangely calmer. After Feng Lan's departure, Zhao Xiaoyu laid out what she knew about their mysterious teammate's power. Zhou Renji never outright named his ability, but those who fought him say they get trapped in a pitch-black space. They can't escape until he decides to release them, and not a single person has been able to land a blow on him. He sends people to another dimension? Subei's curiosity flickered, but his mind raced. Didn't you dig deeper into those who faced him? Zhao Xiaoyu, ever the strategist, had done her homework. She nodded, a touch of frustration in her voice. Of course. But those who were trapped just saw darkness. They didn't dare move, and the next thing they knew, Zhou Renji let them go. Darkness. Subei's mind spun with possibilities. If there was light, maybe they could learn more about what lay inside. But who controlled the light in such a place? The mystery grew. Looking ahead, the stage was set for a showdown, and Wu Mingbai would soon have to face the weight of a decision, fight for the plot, or shatter it. Wu Mingbai's power is Earth Element, but can he really handle the situation? Why should we even worry about the main character? As long as he deals with Zhou Renji, the team battle is no big deal. Su Bei kept pressing, "What about I Baozhu?" I Baozhu has a domain ability called Elegant Domain. The reply came. Anyone inside must act with grace or they'll be expelled. Su Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Isn't that too easy to counter? I mean, if being elegant is the key, what about elegant fighting? Even if they can't fight, neither can their opponents, they could just stall the battle. It's not that simple. In her domain, no fighting or cursing is allowed. That's considered inelegant. If anyone does, they're out. And right now, her domain covers the entire arena. It's a defensive power, ensuring no one fights while inside. Zhao Xiaoyu sighed. She's a lady, so being graceful is second nature. But us common folk, and that's the problem without knowing the rules. Commoners are easy targets for expulsion. Something felt off. Su Bei frowned, muttering to himself. What doesn't add up? Zhao Xiaoyu asked, confused. The issue was, 2 out of the 3 key members in Si Zhaohua's group had defensive power sand imbalance that didn't fit the manga's established rules. But Su Bei couldn't reveal the truth just yet. He shook his head, dismissing it. Nothing. My ability is fate gear, which lets me predict parts of the future. Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes glinted with understanding. So, that prediction you made to Jiang Tianming on the first day, it came from the school? Subi Ei chuckled. It was a fun prediction, yes. In fact, since the manga's first update, Subi Ei had noticed strange inconsistencies in his character's backstory. His ability worked by using gears to connect with others' fate, yet he'd somehow predicted vague things like the unluckiest person of the year. He'd long wondered how this could be possible. Eventually, he figured it out fates weren't exclusive to people. But this explanation wasn't easy to reveal. He needed a reason to justify it. Now, he saw a perfect chance to subtly plant a potential plot point. It might or might not become significant, but it would be interesting to see. Zhao Xiaoyu, intrigued by Su Bei's powers, was more than willing to let him predict her fate, despite his warnings about their unpredictability. The allure of glimpsing the future was too tempting for anyone. Subi Ei, with nothing left to lose, quietly accepted the situation. He stayed behind, gathering intel, and witnessed the upcoming match between Zhou Renji and Si Zhaohua. The match was soon underway. Zhou Renji's move was simple but deadly. He unleashed his ability, opening his mouth wide, shrinking his opponent, and swallowing him whole. With an effortless flick, the opponent was spit out, disoriented but untouched. Next, Si Zhaohua took his turn. With wings spread, he effortlessly deflected attacks while sending his feathers flying like deadly projectiles. The opponent, unable to stand up against such force, forfeited the match. Watching the invincible duo, Subi Ei couldn't help but murmur in awe. Dealing with these guys feels like a hellish trial. Feng Lan, what would you do if you were up against them? The question, half genuine admiration, half a test, seemed to spark something in Feng Lan. If Si Zhaohua doesn't use judgment, I might stand a chance. Subi Ei was taken aback. He knew Feng Lan didn't speak lightly. Could it be his confidence came from that uncanny ability to predict moves, the one he showed just yesterday? But even with that skill, Subi Ei doubted it would be enough to avoid ending up in Zhou's stomach. He realized his power wasn't just about seeing Factate could evolve, become a weapon and shield. But how do you fight with destiny itself? His match came right after lunch. The arena filled with thick white fog, blinding the field. His opponent struck first, using the mist to mask his movements. But Subi Ei didn't flinch. Calm, focused, waiting. The opponent grew restless, thinking he had the upper hand. But the moment he crept closer, Subi Ei caught him with a reverse grip, slammed him down, and pinned him effortlessly. As the fog faded, the crowd saw him toss the guy off stage like it was nothing. Day 2 victory secured. With the baseline secured, Subi Ei waited for the manga update, hoping for a sign. Meanwhile, Ai Baoju's match stole the spotlight. With a graceful stomp, the stage turned Pinker's signature color glowing like a force field. Hair, eyes, fan, even her mental power radiated pink. She waved her feather fan and mocked her opponent with elegance. "Are you my opponent?" she sneered. The boy froze drowned in pink, confused, and rude. That was a mistake. Her domain didn't tolerate disrespect. A single impolite word, and he was launched off the stage. Subi Ei watched silently, troubled. It wasn't just power, it was manners coded into combat. In her world, forgetting to reply, "I'm fine, thank you," might be fatal. He struck first. That night, the new match schedule dropped only 60 competitors left and 3 rounds per day. Someone would get a bye, but of course, not him. Subi Ei sighed as he saw his next opponent. Class A again. Bad luck? Maybe. Or maybe the school was using these matches to test the secrets he and Jiang Tianming were hiding. Just as he questioned the setup, a system ping echoed in his head an update alert for manga awareness. The moment it triggered, a wave of strange clarity rushed through his mind like mint on ice. Gasping, eyes shut tight, Subi Ei clenched his fists. When he opened them again, everything in his head was sharp, clear, dangerous. Now this is interesting. When Subi Ei opened his eyes, he immediately felt the shift this vision and hearing sharpened, allowing him to catch every slight movement in the room. It wasn't just the physical world he noticed, though. Something inside his mind had changed, too. A strange, gas-like substance swirled within him, hinting at a new mental power awakening. But it wasn't easy to control. Like squeezing tofu, it crumbled under his attempts, a sign of his inexperience. He realized it was a result of this newfound power suddenly appearing, not through his own effort. The challenge was clear. Mastering this mental force would take time. Despite the urgency, Subi didn't panic. Instead, he casually checked his phone for the latest manga update, knowing that tomorrow's match would surely be part of the new chapter. As he scrolled through, he saw the exam scene unfolding, where his group stood tall among the other students, exuding youthful energy. The author didn't hold back, giving every character their moment to shine in the first day's battles. Subi was up first, facing the green-haired classmate character as ridiculous in the manga as in real life. The green-haired classmate twisted his body like clay, loudly demanding Subei's surrender. In reality, such behavior could be intimidating, but Subi knew it was all part of the game. In the manga, Subi faces a wild, absurd scenario where his opponent is twisted into an outlandish form, and instead of fear, it triggers a sense of exaggerated fun. His remarks, "Is this your ability? Amazing," and "You can change into so many shapes," come across more like an owner praising a dog for its tricks, turning the whole scene into a playful, almost mockery of his opponent's efforts. Subei's intention wasn't to play the sadist, but to exhaust his opponent's mental energy. His over-the-top complaints later on make him sound like a master of deception, using his words to push his rival into showing off more skills. But when the final move happens, Subi seems almost bored, sending the opponent off the stage effortlessly. Marveling at his manga version, Subi notes how it gives him the image of a powerful figure looking like a hero who enjoys the show. Despite his intentions being entirely tactical, the manga frames it as if he's simply savoring the moment, adding to the spectacle of his strength and cunning. Subi couldn't help but sigh, "Isn't this defamation? I'm an honest person." But even the scene of his dramatic exit from the stage was captured his full body kick followed by a biting remark, dripping with mockery. The green-haired opponent, furious, knelt and howled at the sky. The moment was framed perfectly in the manga with no awkwardness in sight. Then came the sharp exchange with Jiang Tianming, where Subi cleverly repeated the green-haired guy's failed attempt at persuasion, making him rage even more. Subi casually dismissed the situation, innocently asking, "Didn't he just get up?" Flipping to the next page, the manga awareness notes humorously asked, "Do you really think you're an honest person? After all, what kind of honest person mocks a loser like this?" Subi, flustered, quickly turned the page. The final twist included a conversation between Fenglan and Subi, seamlessly fitting the characters, leaving readers to laugh at the antics of the green-haired guy acting tough one moment and weak the next. The scene felt more like teasing a pet than a real confrontation, and readers couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. In the heat of battle, the tension is thick. The arena is filled with unexpected twists and turns, especially as one competitor makes a jaw-dropping move, leaving everyone in awe. The crowd can barely keep up with the intense duels. One character stands out, not for his strength, but for his uncanny ability to mock others. It's all laughs, but the stakes are high. While some battles seem straightforward, like Mutiran's easy victory, the real drama unfolds when subtle moments catch the eye. A simple remark about a class monitor's power raises questions: is there more to this than meets the eye? Is something shifting in the balance of power? The audience watches in rapt silence, wondering if the smallest clues will unravel into something much bigger. Secrets hide within the pages, and it's clear that this world is far from simple. With each battle, the lines between fate and choice blur, and the question looms, who controls the story now? Subi felt that the class monitor's abilities might not be as simple as they seemed. However, with too few clues to go on, he didn't waste time dwelling on it and moved forward. Then came Woojin's storyline. As it unfolded, Subi couldn't help but focus more intently, knowing that Woojin had put in quite the effort to make this scene impactful. The chapter shifted to Woojin's match, showcasing him wearing large black-framed glasses that nearly concealed his entire face, with his hair partially hiding everything except for his mouth and chin. Woojin's social anxiety was so severe that it almost felt like a terminal illness, and the manga even added a dark purple hue to emphasize his gloom. Meanwhile, Subi, though often surrounded by a similar purple backdrop, had a mysterious vibe entirely different from Woojin's suffocating aura. Subei's attention was caught by the match, which raised questions among others who didn't understand why he was so invested. They all saw Woojin as the underdog, unlikely to win, but Subei, grinning like a sly fox, thought to himself, wouldn't it be more interesting if Woojin won instead? Despite the inevitable beating Woojin faced, stepping back with every strike, doubts began to rise, especially after Subei revealed he had placed all his points on Woojin's victory. His bet was met with disbelief, but viewers, with their more rational approach, knew that if the manga was showing this, it meant Subei had a plan. The question on everyone's mind was, how is Subei going to make Woojin win? And can someone below the stage help those on it? As they wondered about the true depth of Subei's power. If Woojin wins, wouldn't that be cheating? In the next moment, the manga zooms in on Subei's face, giving him a full panel close-up. In his hand, he twists a mysterious gear, etched with peculiar symbols that glow softly with a golden light. A faint dark golden aura emanates from him, subtly captivating everyone around, including the readers. His intense gaze, as if locking eyes with them through his deep purple eyes, hints at something beyond just the gear. Since I've placed my bet, then whether he wants to or not, he has to win. Ah, so cool! Subei's going crazy. What skill is that? OMG, so alpha! The comments flood in, but Subei remains unfazed, continuing to read. His next line cuts straight to the stage where Woojin, cornered by a fierce opponent, stumbles near the edge. Just as it seems like he's about to fall, he suddenly smirks, crouches, and shuts his mouth. His opponent, thinking he's out, steps down in confusion. The scene shifts quickly, showing Woojin's victorious stand and the stunned faces of everyone except Subei, who calmly checks his phone, noting his plus 30 points. It's clear he's already profited from this. In a tense moment, Subei holds a mysterious glowing gear in his hand, his fingers tracing its intricate patterns. The faint golden light surrounding him pulses as his piercing purple eyes seem to gaze directly into the readers. With a calm voice, he declares, "Since I've placed my bet, then whether he wants to or not, he has to win." The atmosphere crackles as the manga's characters react. Fangirls can't contain their excitement, calling him cool and alpha, likening him to a domineering CEO. Meanwhile, Subei remains unfazed, focused on the unfolding events. As the scene shifts to a fierce battle on stage, Woojin is pushed to the edge, seemingly on the verge of defeat. But in a stunning twist, Woojin tricks his opponent into stepping out of the ring, and Subei, with a knowing smirk, checks his phone to see plus 30 points. His bet is paid off, and the readers are left with a glimpse of his calm mastery over the chaotic world around him. The afternoon kicked off with Wu Mingbai's match, where the manga brilliantly balanced the intense action on stage with the chaotic betting frenzy below. As Wu Mingbai triumphed, a neighboring panel humorously showed a boy who had bet on the purple-haired girl kneeling in despair, which added a comedic touch to the scene. But that was nothing compared to Lan Subing's match, which was the real crowd puller. Before the fight even began, the comments section was flooded with concern. Can she use her word spirit? Despite the anxiety, Lan Subing's victory came as no surprise. Her sharp, witty remarks shattered her social anxiety, sending the barrage into fits of laughter. Finally, Jiang Tianming's match grabbed Subei's attention. He was keen to see how Jiang Tianming would use his ability, curious whether it had a stealth effect. The manga took the moment further, revealing Jiang Tianming's calm contemplation as he plotted his victory without exposing his power. The true twist came when a shadow, resembling a boss from a previous season, appeared behind Jiang Tianming, using its ability to manipulate objects to pull a girl off the stage, causing her to lose balance. Subei suddenly realized that this boss had control over objects, and if Jiang Tianming could harness such abilities, the more people he defeated, the more powers he would acquire. Such a dangerous ability could never be openly displayed, a reminder of how powerful and risky the protagonist's abilities truly were. In a world where secrets and powers are tangled, one truth stands out. A man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty in the eyes of others. Jiang Tianming, despite never having harmed anyone, is feared for the potential of his power. But Subei, he doesn't care about the potential threats Jiang Tianming might pose. After all, Jiang Tianming is the protagonist and doesn't need a side character like him worrying about his future. Instead, Subi sees this secret as a tool and opportunity to enhance his standing in the protagonist group without revealing too much. Watching the battles unfold, the spotlight shifts to Si Xiaohua. His overwhelming victory isn't just impressive, his angelic transformation marks a shift in his emotions, a detachment he didn't have before. It's a subtle change Subi only notices upon reflection. Was Si Xiaohua's power altering him? Or was there something more to this transformation than meets the eye? The manga twists its layers, leaving Sube and us questioning what's real. The group, feeling the weight of their loss, trudged to the cafeteria. But with Mu-Tiren's calm words and Sube's sharp sarcasm, their spirits lifted. This sparked lively debates online, with some fans calling for a mom figure to join the group, while others admired Mu-Tiren's calm strategy or laughed at Sube's classic zingers. Yet, some criticized Subi for being too harsh comments he easily ignored. The next day's matches brought tough opponents, proving Sube's prediction right. Despite their lower abilities, these enemies outsmarted them. But each fight pushed the group to grow stronger. Subi, however, wasn't interested in that growth. He preferred to sit back and let others deal with the struggle. After all, why work for power when you can watch from the sideline? The group, still shaken by the recent events, heads to the cafeteria, feeling a bit down. But with Mu-Tiren's logical reassurance and Sube's unfiltered sarcasm, they managed to cheer up. This moment sparked plenty of buzz in the comments. We need a mom figure. Where's the mom? Mu-Tiren's got it right. The enemy's tough, but they've got to have some weak spots. After seeing Si Xiaohua's ability, I don't see how the group can win. Classic Subi. Haha. Sube. Daydreaming much? Of course, there were some complaints about Sube's harshness, but he couldn't care less wasn't here to win popularity contests. The story shifts to the next day's matches, where, as Subi predicted, they face some formidable opponents. While their abilities aren't the strongest, their strategy is on point. Through these battles, the group powers up, and Subi, thinking like a true shonen protagonist, realizes that adversity is the key to growth, though he'd rather leave the hard work to others, content to be the lazy one who gets the benefits without the effort. Jiang Tianming, rather than letting his ability be exposed on its own, chooses to wield it proactively. He reveals just his object control ability, presenting it as his own without disclosing his other, more powerful soul ability. Subi, having read the manga's first season, knows that Jiang's hidden power is like a laser cannon, immensely potent. The scene shifts to Subi and Zhao Xiaoyu, where they converse, and Subi finds himself uneasy. He hadn't wanted such a scene included in the manga, as it undermines his mysterious persona. However, the audience reacts differently in the comments section. They speculate on Sube's intentions, whether he's gathering information or deceiving Zhao Xiaoyu and praise his loyalty, intrigued by his subtle moves. Surprisingly, the response is overwhelmingly positive. Subi scratches his head, taken aback by the unexpected praise. After some thought, he realized that his readers had already embraced his character fully, allowing them to fill in any gaps on their own. Even slight deviations from the norm wouldn't raise suspicion. This discovery was a stroke of genius for Subi. Knowing the depth of connection readers had with his persona, he felt free to take bolder actions going forward. The plot, now building toward its climax, was set for an epic showdown. Wu Mingbai's opponent was none other than Zhou Renji, and the tension was about to explode. Eager to see the outcome, Subi quickly accessed the forum. His excitement was palpable as the subtle hints he had laid down began to bear fruit. On his personal profile, he revisited an old post, surprised to find that it had garnered much more attention than he'd expected. He had thought it would go unnoticed, but it seems someone had unearthed this hidden gem long before the rest. The post, titled Prophecy Post, Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers in Class F, was already creating waves, with users praising his foresight. The timing of his predictions was uncanny, and he couldn't help but grin, knowing the story was playing out just as he'd envisioned. Rather than letting his ability be revealed on its own, Jiang Tianming decided it was better to take control and show it on his own terms, selectively unveiling it. So, he flaunted the boss's object-controlling power, claiming it as his own and naming it Object Control, keeping his other, much stronger soul ability under wraps. Having already read the manga's first season, Subi knew Jiang Tianming's hidden power was like a destructive laser cannon. After their battles, the story shifted to Subi, now in a conversation with Zhao Xiaoyu. Su Bei couldn't help but frown. He didn't want the incident to be part of the manga. His mysterious image was important to him, and probing into other characters' abilities didn't seem to fit. But surprisingly, the comment section was full of praise. Fans wondered about his relationship with Zhao Xiaoyu, whether he was gathering information for the team, or if he was outsmarting everyone with his strategic moves. Comments poured in like, is Su Bei really predicting, or is he deceiving Zhao Xiaoyu? And wow, Su Bei has won me over. It seemed the reaction was better than he had expected. Su Bei scratched his head, surprised by the overwhelming support. In the latest chapters of this thrilling manga saga, the plot reaches a breaking point. Su Bei, once a genius manipulator, faces the wrath of the Academy's narrative enforcers, the script keepers, as he's accused of destabilizing the story. But here's the twist. Su Bei uncovers the truth behind the ghost author, a fallen protagonist from a scrapped manga whose mission is to reset the world by erasing Su Bei, the wrong character. In a heart-pounding showdown beneath the hidden library, Su Bei battles through illusion-based loops, his powers pushed to the limit. His allies, like Lan Subing, awaken their ability-sure word spirit, shattering reality to protect him. Meanwhile, Feng Lan defies her destiny, and Wu Mingbai faces a heartbreaking choice: loyalty or betrayal. As the ghost author tries to rewrite the story, Su Bei traps them in a gear of reversal, setting the stage for an unplanned rewrite of the manga world itself. With the ink resetting, Su Bei's defiant words break through the panels. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. The stakes couldn't be higher as the narrative itself is torn apart. Su Bei is on the run. With the Academy accusing him of being the destabilizing force, the stakes are higher than ever. A chilling decree emerges. Su Bei is to be erased from existence by the script keepers, enforcers of narrative law. But Su Bei isn't backing down. In a world where the plot loops endlessly and enemies are scripted to kill him, he must fight not just for survival but to rewrite reality itself. Alongside him, Lan Subing breaks her silence, rewriting her fate, while Feng Lan shatters her prophecy. Wu Mingbai faces a heartbreaking choice, torn between duty and freedom. As the ghost author, an erased character with the power to reset the world, closes in, Su Bei creates the ultimate gear of reversal. In a final mind-bending clash beneath the Academy, Su Bei speaks to the readers. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. Will the story end, or will Su Bei become the one who writes it? The battle for narrative control has only just begun. The tension in the air is palpable as Su Bei faces the ultimate challenge, being erased by the narrative itself. The Academy's rules have turned against him, and now he's on the run from the script keepers, the enforcers of the plot. But Su Bei's not going down without a fight. With the power of the mysterious gear in his hands, he begins rewriting reality itself, taking on the roles of fallen protagonists and bending the story to his will. Meanwhile, alliances shift, and characters like Lan Subing find their voices, rewriting their fates in defiance of the Academy's rigid laws. As the plot spirals out of control, Su Bei pushes back against the very narrative that seeks to erase him, leading to a mind-bending battle beneath the Academy's hidden library. With the help of his allies and his newfound power, Su Bei faces down the ghost author, the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. In an epic showdown, reality itself is torn apart and rewritten as Su Bei declares, if the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. The world is in chaos, but Su Bei is ready to take control. In the thrilling chapters 31 to 40 of Gears of Destiny, the plot reaches a crescendo. Su Bei, now publicly accused of destabilizing the Academy, becomes a target of the script keepers, the enforcers of narrative law. As the Academy splits into factions, Su Bei uncovers the true identity of the ghost author, a once celebrated protagonist erased from a failed story. With time looping and reality warping, Su Bei's allies Lan Subing, Feng Lan, and Wu Mingbai take pivotal stands, rewriting their fates as the final showdown looms. In an epic twist, Su Bei traps the ghost author in a gear of reversal, forcing a rewrite of the manga itself. In his final moments, Su Bei boldly declares, if the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. This heart-stopping narrative bends the rules of storytelling, keeping readers on the edge of their seats. In the latest chapter, the story reaches a boiling point with Su Bei now publicly accused of destabilizing the Academy. As he becomes hunted by powerful factions known as the Script Keepers, alliances, fracture, and chaos begins to spread. But the stakes are higher than ever as Subei uncovers the true villain, the Ghost Author, a discarded protagonist with a plan to erase the world and reset everything. In a world where reality bends and loops, Subei fights through illusions and time loops to confront the Ghost Author beneath the Academy's hidden library. Along the way, his allies gain new powers. Lan Subing awakens her word spirit, altering reality itself, while Feng Lan breaks her prophecy, defying fate. With one final twist, Subei uses the ultimate gear of reversal to rewrite the plot, speaking directly to the readers as the manga resets. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. The battle is only beginning, and the world may never be the same again. The plot reaches a boiling point as Subei, now accused of destabilizing the Academy, becomes the target of the narrative enforcers. These Script Keepers are tasked with erasing him to restore order. However, Subei uncovers the true nature of the Ghost Author, discarded protagonist from a failed manga timeline whose goal is to reset the world by eliminating Subei, the last wrong character. In a high-stakes showdown beneath the Hidden Academy Library, Subei faces an endless time loop battle, while Lan Subing's powers awaken, rewriting reality itself to protect him. As the tension escalates, Feng Lan defies her prophetic fate, and Wu Mingbai is torn between loyalty to the Academy and his growing bond with Subei. The final clash culminates in a dramatic moment where Subei traps the Ghost Author within a gear of reversal, rewriting the manga world and breaking free from the plot's grip. The ink resets, and Subei leaves a message for the readers. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. The ultimate battle for control over the story's fate has just begun. In this intense showdown, Subei's final stand reveals his true power. Faced with the threat of being erased, he takes on the Ghost Author, a fallen protagonist from a discarded timeline. As the plot tries to trap him in endless loops, Subei outsmarts it, using gears that alter reality itself. Meanwhile, his allies, like Lan Subing, awaken their powers and rewrite their fates. Feng Lan breaks free from her destined prophecy, and Wu Mingbai, torn between loyalty and freedom, faces a tragic choice. In the end, Subei rewrites the narrative, trapping the Ghost Author in an unbreakable loop, leaving the manga's future uncertain. This isn't just a battle of abilities, it's a fight for control over the very story itself. Subei scrolled to the third post, expression unreadable. The thread compared his prediction ability to Feng Lan's, reigniting a long-standing debate. One could sense the digital tension as fans listed their theories, Subei predicting people weekly, Feng Lan foreseeing events monthly. Yet the mystery deepened. Subei's hidden powers still hadn't been fully revealed. While the fandom clashed in the comments, arguing and laughing, Subei stayed silent, watching. The spotlight was on him again, and whether he liked it or not, every secret he held was one panel closer to being exposed. Tired of the endless debates over who's the top prophet in the world of King of Superpowers? Yeah, we get it. But do you think Subei or Feng Lan care about that? After all, one's a master of prophecy and the other's a genius with a mysterious ability that could change fate itself. They don't need the title to dominate. But hey, who says you can't ship them, right? The BEI Feng combo is absolutely unstoppable. A prophecy duo rewriting the world. Fans may argue all day long, but it doesn't change the fact that together, they're an unbreakable force, capable of reshaping destiny itself. So, what's Subei's ability really all about? Could it be that he doesn't just predict fate, but actually alters it? Well, it looks like it's time to find out. And with the world teetering on the brink of collapse, Subei is all in ready to face whatever the plot throws at him. The game's about to get real, and it's only just beginning. Wu Jin carefully crafted a plan to reduce his presence, throwing off his opponent and securing victory. But honestly, the plan felt rushed. He didn't go invisible, he just minimized his presence. Had his opponent been more diligent, they might have spotted him. Yet, when Wu Jin squatted, his opponent simply scanned the area without lowering their gaze, giving Wu Jin the win. I suspect Subei's powers were at play here, subtly shifting fate. It's as if Subei tweaked the narrative just enough to turn Wu Jin's probable defeat into a narrow victory. By the time evening came and Subei checked the page, the thread was already flooded with replies. OP makes so much sense! If Subei's ability is Gear of Destiny, it's not just about glimpsing fat it's about reshaping it. The story takes a thrilling turn as Subei, once the target of an academy conspiracy, accelerates his plans in a desperate battle against time and fate. With the appearance of the mysterious ghost author and the arrival of the script keepers who are determined to erase him from existence, Subei becomes the hunted. As he confronts endless looping battles and uncovers hidden truths about scrapped characters, his allies evolve, breaking their own prophecies and rewiring their fates. The intensity builds as Lan Subing awakens her word spirit, altering reality to protect him, and Fenglan rejects her destined path. With everything collapsing, Subei must face the ultimate confrontation, rewriting the world itself and speaking through the broken panels. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. The fight against the narrative itself is on, and no one is safe from the shifting gears of destiny. In the face of an inevitable fate, Subei's journey has become a struggle for survival and identity. As the narrative turns against him, he's branded as a destabilizing force, hunted by powerful story keepers. Yet, the truth about the ghost author, a discarded protagonist seeking to reset the world by erasing Subei, sets the stage for an epic battle beneath the Academy's hidden library. With allies awakening new abilities, like Lan Subing's word spirit and Fenglan's defiance of prophecy, the clash intensifies. In a final, desperate act, Subei traps the ghost author in a gear of reversal, rewriting the very plot itself, defying the limits of fate. The manga world, once set in stone, begins to fracture as Subei, the reluctant hero, asserts his control over destiny. If the plot kills me, I'll kill the plot. Subei wasn't discouraged by the doubt around his post. He knew it was speculative, but his last guess turned out right, and that carried weight. With his earlier post as proof, many were already starting to believe him. Sure enough, when he refreshed the page, he saw the flood of supportive comments, affirming his hunch. The debates unfolded, some skeptical, others convinced. With a subtle grin, Subei closed the post, feeling the weight of his words. A voice echoed, praising his strategy as a success, and Subei couldn't help but shake his head, wondering, was it really that many who believed? Subei knew that as long as enough people talked about him, even the ones who tried to refute him would only help boost his visibility. The only thing he needed now was patience. Despite his pessimism, Subei had not abandoned hope of performing well in the upcoming group battle. This was his chance to shine, and he was determined not to let it slip. For the time being, he kept up his practice. Instead of resting, Subei spent the night on his bed, controlling his mental power. The book he'd read earlier was packed with useful content, so he managed to get some practice in. It wasn't too tiring, similar to meditation, though. It did leave him mentally drained by morning. Unlike real sleep, which refreshed him, this practice left him feeling exhausted as if he hadn't slept at all. After a deep sigh, he got up to freshen up. Today was the day he'd face off against an opponent from Class A, and if things went as planned, he'd get the chance to show off his newly honed abilities. It all came down to how well he'd practiced last night. The previous day's competitions had already narrowed the field down, and only around 60 students remained. Today, the rules of the competition were going to be significantly different. As the story intensifies, Subei finds himself caught in a relentless game where every move is scrutinized, and every misstep could be his undoing. Yet, instead of giving in, he decides to keep fighting, driven by the hope of proving himself. After hours of training his mental strength, Subei enters a critical battle against a formidable Class A opponent, his new abilities put to the test. Despite the draining process, he's determined not to miss the opportunity to shine. With the stakes higher than ever, the competition's rules take a drastic turn, leaving Subei with no choice but to adapt or fall behind. His journey is a constant battle against both his inner doubts and external forces as he navigates a world where even those who oppose him only serve to fuel his rise. The competition kicked off with random matchups, completely ignoring class distinctions and wrapped up in secrecy. Only after the monthly exams would the results be revealed, keeping the suspense alive for the betting and adding a touch of mystery. To ensure fairness and prevent any early leaks, students signed a supernatural contract promising to keep the competition details under wraps. The betting phase would conclude today, but no one, whether eliminated or still in the race, could leave the grounds until the final day, ensuring no one got a peek at the outcomes. Even though simply knocking an opponent out of the ring didn't guarantee victory, it still required confirmation from the referees. The battle took place across 10 massive stages, each one completely isolated from the outside world, offering no chance for anyone to peek in or out. Among the first to face off were Mutirin and Mujin. Wujin, with his face hidden behind his hair, revealed little emotion, while Mutirin, normally calm, seemed a bit anxious. Taking a deep breath, he confided in his friends, being a Class F student, making it this far is already a huge achievement. Even if I get eliminated, I haven't let my teacher down. True enough, most Class F students didn't even make it past the first round, and though they weren't part of the main group, they still gave it their all, often facing tough battles against Class D students. Their spirits shattered before the competition even began, and without any desire to win, success was always out of reach. But the class monitor, Mutirin, had come this far, defying expectations and showing the wisdom of Menkwai's judgment. Yet, it was clear that Mutirin wasn't finished yet. "I'm not ready to give up," he declared, looking around. "Does Class F have to lose to Class A? I don't know, but I want to try." Jiang Tianming, instead of offering empty encouragement, gave a grounded response. "Good luck, class monitor. None of us will give up." Mutirin wasn't just motivating himself, he was lighting a spark in others. At that moment, a small smile appeared on his face. Mo Xiaotian, usually quiet, nervously joined in. "I'll do my best, huh? Is it weird for me to say that here?" After all, he was from Class A, the very team they were aiming to beat. The room erupted in laughter. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere, Si Xiaohua and others were less optimistic. Zhou Renji, looking at Wu Jin, wasn't hopeful. He barely considered Wu Jin's second-day progress impressive, just lucky. "You might as well forfeit now," he scoffed. "Save us the trouble!" Before Wu Jin could respond, Zhao Xiaoyu interrupted. "Today's competition won't move to the next round until the whole round is done." In this gripping saga, the tension mounts as each character faces their destiny. Zhou Renji throws a snide remark. "So what? You're all going to lose anyway." But Zhao Xiaoyu isn't so quick to let it slide. A smile is all she offers, knowing that speaking up for others is just another way to secure her own future. Wu Jin, ever the silent observer, barely makes a mark, yet his quiet presence is enough to turn heads when the stakes are high. Amidst the rising drama, laughter erupts from Jiang Tianming's group, sparking a sharp retort from Zhou Renji. "What's so funny? Do they think they'll rest after today?" Ai Baozhu, sharing the disdain, throws in her own jab. "Maybe they still think they can beat us?" The mood shifts when Si Xiaohua, ever the strategist, warns them to keep an eye on Su Bei, who's quietly watching from the sideline. It's not about trust. It's about survival in a world where every action can flip the script. As they gear up for the inevitable, alliances shift, and the true game begins. Si Xiaohua, proud of his position as the top student in Class A, had never paid much attention to the abilities of others. It wasn't until now that he thought to ask about them. Feng Lan, who was always trustworthy in his judgment, had no doubt that his friends were not just ordinary people. When Jiahua asked, Feng Lan responded, "I don't know, but he likely has some kind of prophecy ability." This revelation caught everyone off guard, especially Ai Baozhu and Zhou Renji, who hadn't expected anyone from Class F to possess such power. The more they thought about it, the more they began to wonder whether Feng Lan had chosen to be in Class F because of Su Bei's abilities. But when Ai Baozhu asked, Feng Lan hesitated before shaking his head. "I don't know," he said simply, and that was all. His reluctance to elaborate left the others to stew in their curiosity, pondering the mystery of it all. He could only sigh and leave the playground, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Ai Baozhu stood there, stunned. What? How did he win? Wang Lei's ability is 10,000 arrows. The moment they stepped on stage, the referee should have declared him the winner. How could a student from Class F have possibly pulled off a win? Zhou Renji glared at the defeated student, his expression dark with anger. What a disgrace to Class A. If I were the teacher, I'd demote him to Class B after this monthly exam. Ai Baozhu furrowed her brow. That's not necessary. She knew Zhou Renji all too well. If left unchecked, he would likely start bullying the student after the exam, even if he couldn't get him expelled. Ai Baozhu didn't particularly like Zhou Renji, but their families were in collaboration, and he had been kind to her in Si Xiaohua, which she reluctantly accepted. Yet, there was always that uneasy feeling. Class A students were proud of their abilities, unlike her previous circle of aristocratic peers. Ai Baoju was concerned that if Zhou Renji left, it would leave her and Si Jiahua too isolated. But if Zhou Renji started bullying others, Ai Baoju knew she'd have no choice but to distance herself. She considered herself a good person. After all, Ai Baoju couldn't believe her eyes. What? How did he win? Wang Lei's skill is 10,000 arrows. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the referee should have declared him the winner. How did that Class F student manage to pull off a victory? Zhou Renji shot a dark glare at the defeated student. What a disgrace to Class A. If I were the teacher, I'd drop him to Class B after this exam. Ai Baoju frowned at his words. She could sense the seriousness in Zhou Renji's tone after knowing him for a month. If left unchecked, he'd probably start bullying that student after the exam. Honestly, Ai Baoju wasn't fond of Zhou Renji, but their families were working together, and he was always kind to her and Si Jiahua. It was hard to ignore that, though she would distance herself if Zhou Renji began bullying others. The last thing she wanted was to seem isolated, but she wouldn't stand for cruelty either. She prided herself on being a good person. She may not have stopped the bullying at her old aristocratic academy, but she stood firm in her principle of never participating or letting anyone around her get involved in it. This alone earned her praise for her kindness. Of course, I was just joking. Zhou Renji quickly responded with an awkward smile, but his true thoughts remained a mystery. Unaware of their exchange, Si Jiahua suddenly spoke up. That Class F student probably won because he's likely a melee-type ability user. Wang Lei can't do much when someone gets close, so that worked against him. Ai Baoju instantly grasped this explanation and nodded. I thought his win was just luck. Any other Class A student wouldn't have let him win. Anyway, there are 2 more rounds today. I don't believe he can last until tomorrow, Zhou Renji confidently declared. And besides him, I doubt any other Class F student could win. Just as he finished speaking, the result of Wu Jin's match came through. Wu Jin's opponent from Class C appeared first, showing that Wu Jin had won. However, Wu Jin was holding his arm, bent over in pain, while his opponent also seemed injured. Zhou Renji had no words to say. He never thought his words would be challenged so soon, especially by someone on his own team. How did you win? He asked, shock written all over his face. It was one thing for someone like Mu Tiran to win with his height, strength, and endless energy. But Wu Jin? Honestly, Zhou Renji had barely expected him to survive the first 2 days, let alone beat a Class C student. Sure, Class C wasn't top tier, but they were leagues ahead of Class F. So, how had Wu Jin managed this feat? Yet, Wu Jin just shook his head in silence, knowing better than to answer, bound by a contract. After he left the scene, medics arrived and whisked both him and his opponent away. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming and his team noticed Wu Jin's victory but weren't too surprised. From the very beginning, it was clear Wu Jin was clever. While his chances were slim, they were never zero. With the second round about to begin, Subi Ei wasn't interested in listening to anyone's speeches. He headed straight for the arena, where, once inside, the world outside the 30x 30-meter platform turned to white mist. Subei's journey is far from over, but things are heating up. As he faces a fierce new opponent, a fiery girl with red hair, the tension is palpable. Qi Wang, confident and unshaken, lays out her superiority, but Subi Ei isn't rattled. Instead, he plays along, recognizing the power of overconfidence. He's already setting herself up for a fall. As their battle looms, Subi Ei is ready to turn her arrogance into an advantage. She hints at revealing her powers, but Subi Ei, with a smirk, doesn't need Ei's plan is already in motion. This encounter, just another page in Subei's ongoing rewrite of the narrative. He never thought his words would be challenged so soon, especially by someone on his own team. How did you win? He asked, shock written all over his face. It was one thing for someone like Mu Tiran to win, with his height, strength, and endless energy. But Wu Jin? Honestly, Zhou Renji had barely expected him to survive the first 2 days, let alone beat a Class C student. Sure, Class C wasn't top tier, but they were leagues ahead of Class F. So, how had Wu Jin managed this feat? Yet, Wu Jin just shook his head in silence, knowing better than to answer, bound by a contract. After he left the scene, medics arrived and whisked both him and his opponent away. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianming and his team noticed Wu Jin's victory but weren't too surprised. From the very beginning, it was clear Wu Jin was clever. While his chances were slim, they were never zero. With the second round about to begin, Su Bei wasn't interested in listening to anyone's speeches. He headed straight for the arena, where, once inside, the world outside the 30x 30-meter platform turned to white mist. Su Bei felt a rush of heat behind him. He glanced over his shoulder mid-run, eyes locking onto the Phoenix as it opened its beak, forming a fireball the size of a fist. Startled, Su Bei had heard of the fireball technique before, but seeing it in action was a different story. Judging by Chi Huang's calm expression, it wasn't just a one-off move. His heart raced. That fireball couldn't hit him. There was no time to waste, he had to outrun it. His only hope was to get close to Chi Huang, where the Phoenix might hesitate to fire, fearing it would harm her. But Chi Huang wasn't naive. As soon as she saw his plan, she darted away, fully aware that her Phoenix, though powerful, lacked precision at this stage. Su Bei couldn't outrun the fireball. It was a race against time and the heat behind him. With a sigh, he picked up speed, his mind spinning for a new strategy. It was time to outsmart the flames. In the midst of chaos, Su Bei taps into his newfound mental abilities, sensing the fireball behind him growing larger. As it hurtles towards him, he leaps backward, narrowly dodging its deadly reach. The Phoenix, missing its mark, struggles to regain its attack, giving Su Bei the opportunity to break away, running in the opposite direction. A voice echoes through the arena, filled with anger and urgency. You might have dodged once, but not twice. Next time, we'll be ready, and you'll be finished. Surrender now, or face the consequences. But Su Bei, resolute as ever, ignores the threat. His mind races for a solution. His mental power is his only hope against this fiery menace, but the abilities he possesses feel insufficient. He can sense the arena, move objects, and create sensations, but none of this seems useful in the heat of battle. Desperation builds as he knows the next encounter won't be as easy to escape. Su Bei's eyes suddenly spark with determination as he shifts his path and charges toward Chi Huang. Surprised, Chi Huang braces herself, thinking she's prepared for the attack. She's confident the fireball won't harm her, only the Phoenix's heat. With Su Bei still unable to defeat her, all she needs is a brief entanglement and the Phoenix will finish the job. She's sure she's got him cornered, planning to trap him just before the bird arrives. But Su Bei has a different plan, and with swift precision, he reveals his ace. You've lost. I've placed a weapon at your vital spot. Chi Huang instinctively feels something cold against her neck, a sudden realization dawning on her. As she turns her head in panic, her back is fully exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei strikes with a calculated chop to the back of her neck. Chi Huang stumbles, overwhelmed by darkness, and collapses. As she loses consciousness, the Phoenix, so close to ending Su Bei, vanishes into the ether. Su Bei ignored the burning pain on his back and smirked. I won, right? The referee confirmed his victory and left without another word, leaving both fighters collapsed on the stage. Glancing at the unconscious girl, Su Bei hesitated, then lifted her over his shoulder, only to stop mid-step. This wasn't his style. Carrying someone out like that felt too out of character, too cliche. He set her down gently, pondering the best way to maintain his mysterious allure. A princess carry? Too soft. Walk out alone? Now that had impact. He raised an eyebrow, left her lying there, and stepped toward the door, calculating every move for maximum dramatic effect. After all, missing the next key event just to play the hero? Not worth the screen time. Su Bei stepped out of the ring, his face unreadable, leaving everyone on edge. The crowd had expected a quick victory, but time had dragged on longer than anticipated. Mu Tiran, caught off guard, wondered why it was taking so long for Su Bei to finish. With his reputation and abilities, the fight should have been over in a blink. His opponent, Chi Huang, was no slouch, but they both had high expectations for a swift conclusion. And yet, as the seconds ticked away, Mo Xiaoqian and others had already wrapped up their matches, while Su Bei's was still ongoing. When he finally emerged, the silence spoke volumes. His expression, however, was blank, nothing to reveal whether he won or lost. The moment was tense, and everyone feared the worst. But Jiang Tianming broke the silence, asking, Su Bei, are you okay? Su Bei remained silent, his face a mask of indifference, leaving everyone to wonder what had truly happened inside the ring. Then, in an unexpected twist, Wu Mingbai stepped forward, his voice cutting through the murmurs, "You actually won, didn't you?" Wu Mingbai, a trickster at heart, quickly pieced together the truth. While he had initially believed that Su Bei might have lost, something didn't sit right. Seeing Su Bei accept everyone's condolences so quietly sparked a realization. If Su Bei had truly lost, he wouldn't have been so calm, so resigned. There was something off about it. Sure enough, when he asked, Su Bei flashed an innocent grin. "When did I say I lost?" Everyone froze, the atmosphere awkward, as the group scattered, unwilling to entertain Su Bei's mischievousness any longer. But not Mo Xiaoqian, who, bubbling with excitement, cheered, "You won, brother Bei! I knew it!" His curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "So where's Qi Huang? Your opponent? Why didn't she come out?" Su Bei casually shrugged. "She fainted. Probably taken by a teacher by now, I guess." Lan Subing, a bit skeptical, adjusted her scarf and asked, "Then why didn't you bring her out?" Su Bei paused, his gaze drifting, knowing he couldn't answer without risking inconsistencies with the story. After a brief hesitation, he answered, "The referee didn't bring her out either." The narrative began to shift, and Su Bei's story was far from over. Su Bei, the mastermind of the situation, coolly replies, "The referee didn't take her out, so I didn't either blame the referee. His logic is flawless." And he couldn't help but feel smug about his cleverness. The others, however, were left speechless. If it were anyone else, they would have dragged Qi Huang off the stage by now. But Su Bei was different. He wasn't the kind of guy who did things the usual way. As the competition continued, Su Bei stretched casually, telling his friend to find a good restaurant for a celebratory lunch. His comments sparked curiosity, but before anyone could question further, a loud voice mocked from across the room. Su Bei remained unfazed, choosing instead to focus on his phone. Moments later, his friend, intrigued, asked what he was looking at. Su Bei smirked and showed him the screen. His friend's jaw dropped when he saw the points, 1260. As an A-class student, he was proud of his 250 points, but this was on another level. It turned out that Su Bei's success was only the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Xiaoyu overheard and curious, moved closer, despite risking Zhou Renji's wrath. 1,260 points? Did you get that through betting? She asked, piecing things together quickly. As an F-class student, she knew there weren't many chances to earn points legitimately. So Su Bei's sudden windfall must have come from betting. Su Bei nodded. "I couldn't have done it without you. In fact, not just Zhao Xiaoyu, but Wu Jin, Mu Tiren, and even Su Bei himself had played crucial roles." After the eliminations in the past 2 days, interest in betting surged, and most bettors knew nothing about the contestants' true abilities, relying instead on their class rank. Naturally, bets piled up on students from higher-ranked classes. The larger the difference in class rank, the bigger the betting gap. Wu Jin's match against class, Zhao Xiaoyu's against B class, and Mu Tiren and Su Bei's battles against A class all helped Su Bei rack up a massive point total. "You bet on me to win?" Zhao Xiaoyu asked, surprised, her face betraying mixed emotions. "Don't you think you could win?" Su Bei shot back. Zhao Xiaoyu paused, shaking her head. "Of course, I believe I can win, I just didn't think anyone else would believe it." As an F-class student, she hadn't expected anyone to think she could compete with students from other classes. But seeing so many of her classmates push this far, she no longer saw F-class as inferior. The class was holding its ground, both in numbers and proportion. At that moment, Mo Xiaotian piped up with a proud grin. "Brother Bei is amazing! He won every bet!" Then, with a sly grin, he added, "Brother, how about you let me in on it next time? I totally forgot to bet this time." Su Bei couldn't help but laugh. "You expect me to remind you to mooch off my points?" Mo Xiaotian scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. "What's missed is missed. Brother, who did you bet on this round?" Su Bei gestured toward Zhao Xiaoyu and Mu Tiren with his eyes. Smart people have already started placing their bets. He'd already hinted that everyone in their team would win, so the clever ones knew where to place their money. "Wow, wait for me," Mo Xiaotian shouted, rushing off to place his bets. Si Zhaohua was the first to step out, followed closely by Ai Baozhu. His opponent was from class, so it was no surprise that Si Xiaohua likely won without even breaking a sweat. How did Su Bei know this? Simple. Si Xiaohua hung around after Ai Baozhu finished, clearly eager to see how the others, including Jiang Tianming, would fare. He wasn't his usual aloof self. He seemed genuinely invested in the outcome, suggesting his powers weren't clouding his judgment. Then, Mu Tiren suddenly called out, spotting Lan Subing walking out with her opponent, a clear sign of victory. Lan Subing's eyes were full of smiles, and without hesitation, she confirmed, "I won." "Awesome! You're the first one out." Mu Tiren cheered, but then asked carefully, "How did you use your ability?" There were rules against asking specifics, but Mu Tiren managed to phrase it just right. Lan Subing grinned and answered, "Just like the first day." It was clear now that her opponent, a B-class melee user, couldn't keep up with her, giving her the space to fully unleash her abilities. As expected, everyone but Jiang Tianming had finished their matches and made their exit. In this round, just as Su Bei predicted, everyone secured their victories. But Jiang Tianming's match was still ongoing. His opponent was an A-class student, so winning wouldn't be as simple as it was for the others. Su Bei turned to Mo Xiaoxian, asking, "Do you know who Jiang Tianming's opponent is? What kind of ability do they have?" Mo Xiaotian shrugged, replying, "I don't know. Li Shu never uses abilities around us, even during missions." Unlike other students, A-class members could take on simple tasks starting in the second week of school, though these were often low-risk, minimal-reward missions. Wu Mingbai pressed further, "What about his previous opponents? Did they reveal anything after their matches?" Mo Xiaoxian replied, "I didn't really pay attention." Before he could continue, Zhao Xiaoyu, who had been listening, spoke up. "I asked around. His previous opponents only said that Li Shu was extremely powerful and gave up without a fight. Since the previous day's matches, Zhao Xiaoyu had been gathering intel on A-class students, knowing her abilities had limitations and that understanding her opponents was key." Su Bei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did they say what exactly made him so powerful? Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated before answering, "They just said his presence was overwhelming." The situation was downright bizarre. It seemed like everyone was utterly convinced that they couldn't win, so they just gave up without a fight. Zhao Xiaoyu, like the rest of them, was confused by the whole thing, wearing the same perplexed expression. Lan Subing quietly speculated that it might have been psychological suggestion at play. Maybe their opponent's ability made them believe he was unbeatable, causing them to surrender without ever trying. But that didn't quite add up. Su Bei pointed out that if that were true, the match would have ended by now. Either their opponent would have given in to the suggestion, or they would have fought back, defeating him in the process. So, the prolonged battle didn't make sense. Just as Su Bei lowered his hand, Jiang Tianming appeared from the ring, carrying a boy who looked frail and almost transparent, curled up in his arm. The boy's face was twisted with discomfort, even in his sleep. Mu Tiren asked what had happened, and Jiang Tianming replied that the boy had drained his mental energy, leaving him weak. He was taking him to the infirmary and told the others to go ahead and eat. With the first round over, it was time for lunch, but when they entered the cafeteria, they all quickly stepped back out, confused. Something was definitely off. Mu Tiren scratched his head in confusion. "Why is everyone staring at us?" he asked. It wasn't an exaggeration when they walked into the cafeteria. It felt like the entire room shifted its focus to them. There was no hostility, but the attention was enough to make them all instinctively want to step back. "It's because we won," Wu Mingbai quickly figured out, flashing a bright but defensive smile. He wasn't used to being the center of attention, but he wasn't about to show weakness. After the intense eliminations, only 36 students remained. A class had 10, B class 12, class and D class 1 each, and F class had a surprising 7. The small A class wasn't weak, but many were taken out by internal strife and the main group's dominance. However, F class stood out. 7 of their students had made it this far, a miracle by all measures. Who would have thought F class would emerge with so many winners? It made sense. People would be curious. Mo Xiaoqian, genuinely excited, added, "Wow, you guys are like campus celebrities now. That's awesome. I wish I was in F class too." Wu Mingbai, rolling his eyes, pressed Mo Xiaotian down. "Enough already. Can't you at least notice the atmosphere?" In the cafeteria, tension filled the air as everyone's eyes seemed to pierce through her. Lan Subing, barely managing to keep her composure behind Mu Tiren, felt the overwhelming weight of their stares. Her voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "Can I skip lunch?" The idea of facing the crowd was more than she could bear, and Wu Mingbai, understanding her struggle, gently offered, "You can go back. I'll bring it to you." But before he could finish, Su Bei stepped in, his words cutting through the tension. "You should stay. Get used to it." The words were like a reality check. Wu Mingbai was taken aback, but Su Bei's logic was clear during team battles. There would be no avoiding the pressure of the spotlight. It would be the ultimate test for Lan Subing's strength, not just physically, but mentally. Could she hold her ground? Her stiffened posture showed determination. She nodded, ready to face this challenge, knowing that this moment might be her chance to change her fate. Together, they walked back into the storm of stairs, each step a reminder of the battle she was preparing to fight. Although feeling a bit uneasy, Lan Subing didn't stay hidden behind Mutiran for long. With a stiff demeanor, she followed along, using her scarf to conceal part of her face. Fortunately, the other students were curious, but none took the bait to start a conversation, allowing the group to eat in peace. Soon, Jiang Tianming messaged that he was on his way, and everyone exchanged glances, though no one felt the need to remind him what would happen when he arrived. As soon as he entered, the whole cafeteria's attention turned to him. He froze, and the sound of a camera clicked, snapping him back to reality. Su Bei, slightly annoyed, muttered about forgetting to mute the sound. Jiang Tianming, fuming, started toward her, but Wu Mingbai quickly intervened, asking for a copy of the photo. Lan Subing, shedding her social anxiety, also requested one. Su Bei, acting magnanimous, sent them both a copy, then offered the phone to Jiang Tianming. "Go ahead, delete it." Jiang Tianming, knowing the photo was already backed up, rolled his eyes and refused, warning, "Don't let me catch any embarrassing moments of yours." Su Bei wasn't fazed, confident in his role as the manga's true king. As their meal neared its end, a red-haired girl suddenly entered the unmistakable Qi Huang. Wu Mingbai, a trickster at heart, quickly pieced together the truth. While he had initially believed that Su Bei might have lost, something didn't sit right. Seeing Su Bei accept everyone's condolences so quietly sparked a realization. If Su Bei had truly lost, he wouldn't have been so calm, so resigned. There was something off about it. Sure enough, when he asked, Su Bei flashed an innocent grin. "When did I say I lost?" Everyone froze, the atmosphere awkward, as the group scattered, unwilling to entertain Su Bei's mischievousness any longer. But not Mo Xiaoqian, who, bubbling with excitement, cheered, "You won, brother Bei! I knew it!" His curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "So where's Qi Huang? Your opponent? Why didn't she come out?" Su Bei casually shrugged. "She fainted. Probably taken by a teacher by now, I guess." Lan Subing, a bit skeptical, adjusted her scarf and asked, "Then why didn't you bring her out?" Su Bei paused, his gaze drifting, knowing he couldn't answer without risking inconsistencies with the story. After a brief hesitation, he answered, "The referee didn't bring her out either." The narrative began to shift, and Su Bei's story was far from over. Her words were sharp, her presence commanding, and her confidence unwavering. As he stroked his chin, a thought crossed his mind. Isn't she like a female version of that character? At the mention of this, the excitement of the moment slipped away, and a chill crept over everyone as they began to consider the comparison. After a tense pause, Jiang Tianming's face morphed into one of pure disbelief. "No way, right?"